We are We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode. Let me adjust my camera. I just realized my camera is I'm hidden. My DPA Open Mic episode 150. Where today there's a big big occasion in Malaysia. Actually, two big occasions. Donald Trump arrived in Malaysia to preside over the signing of the peace agreement between Thailand and Cambodia, and also there is Japan visiting ASEAN. There is a ASEAN Japan meeting as well, with the new prime minister from Japan. She seems to be very popular, among the ASEAN leaders. So that's interesting. So, and yeah, so let's start the DPA Open Mic. The Open Mic is a multicast on multiple platforms on the DPA platforms, on DPA Open Mic channel, on YouTube, Open Mic channel on Rumble, the main channel, the Defense Politics Asia channel on YouTube, DPA's Telegram, Twitch, and Telegram. Yeah, Telegram. So, I'm going to drop the link for you guys to join. So for those that never watched DPA Open Mic before, this is a platform where anyone can join to chit chat about war, geopolitics, or anything, anyone can join. So I'm going to drop the link to join. Give me a second. Let me find the link to join. My copy and paste thingy. And then the link to join is here. So how have you guys been? Last week we have a very short episode. So anyway, the link to join has been dropped on the DPA Open Mic channel, on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel, on Rumble. I have pinned them as well, and I've dropped it also on the main channel. I decided to also just pin it there for convenience. And also on Twitch. I'm going to pin it on Twitch as well. And I'm going to share it on the YouTube Open Mic Speaker Lounges. And so that, for the convenience of the regulars. So, and yeah. So, come and chit chat. So yeah, for those that are not aware, the DP Open Mic channel, the original one was demonetized. So we have a new DP Open Mic channel that we are trying to monetize. So it would be nice if you can subscribe over there on the main on the channel. Let me drop what is it called? Let me drop the link. Give me a second. Actually this is wrong. Give me a second. Yeah, so it's gonna be this one. So subscribe over on the new DPA Open Mic channel. It's very easy to find. It's just youtube.com/DPA Open Mic. So in case you do not know, so the Ukraine War's Frontline Changes report was already published, and then a few hours ago, I think 2 hours ago, I published the SITREP, the situation report. And in case you haven't watched it, and yeah, you guys love the clock. The feel of the clock is run out of battery. So I have like the whole from Tokyo, Singapore, Delhi, Moscow, Paris, London, New York, and Los Angeles. But a few of them run out of battery. I haven't changed the battery yet, so some of them may not be accurate. So this is to help me to understand, or what time is it you guys are on, because when I publish video, or let's say DP Open Mic, sometimes I check to see what time is it for you guys. Yeah, if not, it get very confusing. Yeah, so yeah, it's old school because I think it's cool. I mean, because digital one, if you put on screen, my screen I need to use for other stuff, so yeah, it's easier. So no one want to come on to talk. No, yeah, DP Open Mic is dying. So I'll just answer Q&A then. Will progress be faster for Russia now that they take Pokrov? If they take Pokrov, they haven't taken it yet. But Pokrov is looking like it's on its final legs. So probably gonna fall by the end of next month. So this month is ending soon. So by the end of next month, I think it will be ended. So I think it will not be if Pokrov falls, the rest of Donetsk will fall faster. That's for sure, because there's no more big cities in the Donetsk region, except the two big ones, Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. And Sloviansk and Kramatorsk, I think you can actually capture it without by just encircling it. So I don't think Russia should just storm them. I think Russia should just encircle the whole of the defense line in Donetsk. And high-tech dub. So let me see what is the viewership right now. Give me a second. Let me adjust my screen. Okay, so we are on 29 and 23. Yeah, so the all open mic channel, we can't use it anymore. Really does create a lot of problems. I think a lot of the fans of DP Open Mic still have not discovered a new channel. So you gotta take some time, I think. Do you see Germany asking Trump for exemption for Russian gas imports? No, I didn't see that yet. I was busy the whole day, or either that or I'm sleeping. So, but that would be funny. No, they really have. No, Germany, if they really want that kind of exemption, then they should, as a European Union, make a decision not to support Ukraine. Then they can negotiate with Trump, like force Ukraine into some kind of settlement and end the war, and then normalize relationship with Russia, and then they can import. Because if you are, I think for Germany's case, you cannot be, selling more weapons and ammo to Ukraine while asking, for Ukraine to kill Russians, and then tell Trump that you want to buy Russian gas. Like, that makes no sense. Like, if you look from the situation from the perspective of like if you look at Hungary don't have this problem. Hungary has always not been supportive of fighting supporting Ukraine in the Ukraine war, because they feel like the negotiation should be the diplomacy should be the way, not fighting. And Hungary also very needs the Russian gas, and they have been very consistent in their position. For Germany's case, this is ridiculous bad, where they are like one of the biggest sponsor of Ukraine war right now for Ukraine, and then at the same time want to buy Russian gas. That's so weird. So Johnny recently, yeah, I actually think so. So the problem is just at this moment, we need to rebuild the channel, and also DPA is under a slump, I would say. We don't have enough viewers for the other videos. Hi Gabriel, are you working today again?
Yeah,
at the work site. Yeah,
I am indeed.
What do you actually work like? What is your work actually? I'm very confused. Because I remember when you first came on DP Open Mic, you were like like DJing kind of thing. It's like you're in the club, and then you're like, it was noisy.
Yeah. No, it's construction, carpentry, that type of stuff. And yeah, doing stuff at joints is a typical thing.
Do you work alone, or do you have like colleagues working with you?
I do.
That seems insane to work alone. Although a lot of the time I see you are working alone.
Yeah, sometimes I have colleagues, but I usually have them doing other stuff. I like to work alone, but I do work with them.
Are you still based in, is it Chile? I remember you said long time ago you were in Chile or something.
Yeah, right now I'm in Chile.
Still in Chile. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, what's happening in Argentina right now? Actually, do you know what's like? We previously we had this celebration of like so many good results under Melee. Then after that, there was like the stock market crash, and then there's a bailout by Trump, and then now people are saying that Argentina is collapsing. Like, what the hell is happening? Actually, I actually very confused.
Well, it was always collapsing. Like the good results was like putting some lipstick on the pig, so to speak, polishing the turd, and yeah, like cooking the books. There was a lot of relatively good markers, but it was so like for example, they were talking about how inflation, because there's always like a political propaganda element to the angle of a narrative, right? So
Yeah.
like you can get a turd, you know, and you package it really nice, and you say, look, we achieved this great, you know, and so like one of the reasons for the inflation to have been reduced was basically that they just downgraded the peso, the Argentine peso. They downgraded it down to like way lower, and so then it stopped inflating, you know. So the inflation got reduced, but it never climbed over what it was before, right? So it just had a massive dip, and then it like went up a little bit. It like went down, you know, in the sense of like the inflation reduced, but it was just because of that. And then you had all this like you know, investment rush, but it was carry trade, you know. It was like short selling, buying massive, like selling bonds, selling the at massive markups, and so that looked good for a while. But you know, if you don't carry the trade, like if you don't buy the pesos and sell them quick, then you're not making money. So you know that ran out pretty quick. And so what has his policy been as an effect of like his project of, you know, this extreme liberalism of like liberalizing the economy? It wasn't a shift, right? So like Milei was selling this idea of changing the economic model, but then he just accelerated what was already happening for a while. Just give me a second. Un poquito. ¿Qué pasa? Ah, sí, por supuesto. By all means. Sí, te lo armo al toque.
It's interesting to hear a different language.
¿Cómo, perdón? ¿Por la calle? Sí. Ah, sí, seguro fue a comprar o a pasear. Su día libre, pero soy el capitán, tengo que hundirme con el barco. Ah, ¿tú estás trabajando? Sí. Ah, él no. Él no necesita trabajar. Porque es domingo igual. Sí, pues. Por eso yo dije, no, cada día yo me dijo que ustedes van a trabajar. Sí, no, él no necesita.
So while Gabriel is talking, I can share. So Dory actually asked about Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste actually just confirmed to be joining ASEAN. I think I'm not sure it's within these few days. So you know, officially Timor-Leste is going to be part of the Southeast Asian Nations Association, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So Timor-Leste came a long way, because since independence, you know, ASEAN do not want to just accept them outright. They have to get through a lot of hoops, and then finally, they were on this road, this path, and finally they got accepted. But no, Timor-Leste is pretty irrelevant.
I hadn't even heard about that country.
Yeah, Timor-Leste is East Timor. So is
okay.
It's
yeah,
a bit
I had
like
heard about East Timor.
It's like talking about like some of these Caribbean islands, joining an association.
Guyana.
It's not very of a big deal, because Timor-Leste is have, since their independence, I don't think they have amazing results as a country. Like, it's not like, oh, you see, now that we are away from Indonesia, so we can now become like super good, and then they prove it by like becoming like Singapore. No, that did not happen. Like, Singapore left Malaysia, and then we quickly grew very fast, and then we start to be able to compete. We have a powerful military. or at least a competitive military very very soon within 10 years. No, that's not Timor-Leste, So, but Timor-Leste is a very special place because they speak Portuguese, I think. So it's a very unique, and they are Christian. So they are very unique country.
Like a Portuguese Philippines.
Yeah, it's a very unique country, in Southeast Asia. So, but to reach a place where people would take them more seriously, I think they're very very far off. Like people don't even take Philippines seriously. Don't even talk about Timor Leste, which is like a half island. It's not even a full island. It's like half island. So
Yeah, I know this. I know this guy and his like. He got a nanny. I know this guy's like from the parents' boards of school, and he got a nanny from Philippines because he was like tired of the local population, the terrible service. So he brought a nanny from Philippines, and it was hilarious. Like I heard that and I was like laughing out loud. Like, why would you go get? Why would you travel from Philippines to like South? Like I understand going to Europe or to the United States, even Singapore. But
Singapore, there's a lot Filipino
to South America, like to migrate as a worker to South America.
And language problem, right? There would be
not necessarily because Philippines speak Spanish, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I think most of them speak English. No, but I don't.
But they all have Spanish names.
Because they were Spanish colonies. They were Spanish colonies, so that makes them very 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 sassy. They all have very cool names. Yeah, they make them very special.
No, but no, yeah. The issue, like Singapore is a very privileged place. Like I'm sure it's by no means a lack of merit to that people that they were able to achieve that level of success. But I do insist on that there's also like a geopolitical environment that allows for success in a certain place instead 100%. Of another. And that's part of like the colonial distribution of territory is to like disarticulate what would be like natural monopolies of resource power influence. Give me a second. Go on.
Yeah, because I think because during the earlier days where the Spanish is still very powerful, the colonies was distributed in a very random way, which is why the British and the Spanish made the agreement to cut Southeast Asia in half. If not, then you're gonna have like a Spanish Malacca, British Singapore, British Jakarta, Spanish Philippines. It's gonna be like here and there, here and there. Anyway, about Timor-Leste, is a bit like a Haiti or a Dominican Republic. So like Haiti and Dominican Republic shares one island, so it is cut in half. So that's what East Timor is. So I'm not even sure if East Timor is that big. So in area size, and that is a lot of clams, I think. Yeah, those will be those clams are good for cleaning the water, right? Is that a restaurant? You're muted, bro.
Yeah. There's a oyster man here. And so that's why I was muted, because I was explaining to him that I was in a group and having a conversation. And yeah, this is a store that I built.
Cool.
And these are pools for keeping the oysters alive. And so they sell live oysters.
Ooh, nice. Eat it with lime. Nice.
Yeah, they do clean the water. I'm gonna have some later.
Oh, that's so cool. No, Gabriel is living the life, man.
Yeah, I am. It's funny. You can be poor and have all the amenities of first of all. Here's the circulation system. It was
Cool.
old, but it still worked, so I installed it here. Put it into. This is a work that I was doing here. Now I'm making a bar with a staircase and a deck. Because this is right now it's working like a store. It has a couple of tables, but it's not
Mhm.
really working as a restaurant. It's more like a takeaway. But we're building a bar up in the second floor. I
Nice.
can give you a tour, but
You 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 guys need a signage though. No, there's a shortage of a signage.
yeah, it is. But we have to install it. We have some pieces of it somewhere around here in this mess. Can't find them, but I'll show it to you. There's another sign, but we have to install them. Okay. No, un ratito. Voy a seguir. Con un rato.
So interesting.
Yeah, sorry for the
I forgot
detour.
Chile. I forgot Chile have a coast. I wanted to make a joke about well there's some mountainous oyster or something. Then I realized fuck, Chile actually have a coastline. So
Yeah, have you ever seen it on the map? Sorry about
I
that.
mean,
yeah,
Chile only
it's a
has a
fascinating
coastline.
place. Ah,
See,
that's
that's
in
the
the south.
sign.
Yep.
It's
Okay.
the other way around.
Yeah. Ora, Oisra.
There it is.
1A Oisra.
Ostra.
Oh, that's a
O
T. Okay.
S T
I thought
R
that's a
A.
Y.
That's how you say
Yeah, but
oyster.
Ostra. Ah, okay.
Yeah, and this is the bar that we're making.
Cool. Everyone, TP Open Mic is actually a touring, blog. You guys don't know, right? You are not here to talk about geopolitics. We are here to, take a look about, of
Well,
countries all around the
there's
world.
there's a massive intersection between the issues of like local economy, lifestyle, and the global situation, macroeconomics, geopolitics, stuff are very interconnected. See,
True.
this is going to be the bar for the oyster
Cool.
bar. So you guys,
Oh,
whenever you come to Chile,
my wife will
come
love
to
it.
yeah, girls like the oyster. I wonder why.
Yeah, I have no idea. They like, things that is a bit like raw, and gooey.
Well, I think it's the other way around. Actually, usually girls are or women in general, they're kind of more squeamish with their food. Like certain things, that they're more prone to be uh, to reject certain things that feel weird or taste weird. But then there's the other side of it, which is how I've managed to introduce, these type of foods to women, and I think that's the process how they get to it. It's because of status. Okay, so like it can be sort of gooey or slimy and kind of repulsive in a certain way, but when it's expensive, then they want to try it. Okay,
Ah, yeah, yeah. True, true. It's
and
all
so
woman's fault, that oysters is also expensive. Freak.
exactly. No, I guess they're expensive because they're because of scarcity. There's
Yeah.
like the whole point of this joint was to build the circulation system so that the pools can keep the oysters alive with seawater, and so you can sell them fresh, right? You open them and you sell them to the customers, and that's how that's why it's such a high value product because of its same thing with the tuna, the red tuna or blue tuna. It's you have to go super deep to get it. massive things and small part of it is the best. So it's super expensive and everyone likes it. So there's always demand. You know, lobsters, for example, lobsters were one of the cheapest foods possible. Hey, Judah. Hey,
Yeah,
Desi.
it's weird because like things like like there are certain places where crabs and lobsters are like super cheap and and people just eat it like as if it's chicken, and then people like us that pay crazy amount of money for lobsters. So
It's all
it's
Yeah.
supply and demand. Yeah.
Desi, you're a bit soft, no Desi. I
Can you hear me? Hold on.
we can hear you, but it's very soft. I really I let me I
How
max
about
out your
now? How about now?
slightly
Now
better.
better.
Yeah, I
Okay.
max out your volume now, so it's slightly better.
Probably. Let's see.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all about supply and demand. Same thing about, but also kind of perception, right? The perception about lobsters was very different before World War II and after World War II. It was a
Ah,
poor man's food, and then after World War II, it became like a delicacy in England. And
remind
from
me
there,
of the story of potato.
yes,
Is
yeah,
it
yeah,
the,
true.
for those that do not know the story of the potato, I think it's France, right? So the royalty, wanted to bring this new food that's coming from the Americas because it's easy to plant and everything and can solve any food problems. But then the people don't want to eat it because they think it's like trash or something. So the royal family, declared that this potato, is banned for commoners, only for
For the
royalty, and then
peasants.
yeah, they
Yeah.
plant it in the royal garden, and then but they have really lousy security, Then all the peasants went to steal the potatoes, and then it
Yeah.
spread
Those
across the country.
peasants cannot have our potatoes, our royal potatoes. Uh, we hereby decree that no peasant shall eat potatoes, for it is only for the
Yeah,
aristocracy. And then
and
everyone
and and
started
this
stealing them.
perceived value change, and then people start to eat potatoes, which is kind of interesting social engineering project.
Yeah.
Hi guys, how's my sound? Is it good?
Yeah,
Okay.
You sound pretty good.
Last time
You.
wasn't good. Last headphones didn't work out, so I changed it. And Gabriel, get the question: is that your bar or you just remodeling it?
No, I'm remodeling.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, the question with the oysters, if you wondering why they're expensive, is they're supposed to be grown only in a specific salinity of water, so where there's like a light mixture of fresh water pouring in, and it has to be clean waters, so they cannot they cannot multiply and grow in polluted water. But in order to keep them with less botulin bacteria in, but oysters nowadays are actually grown everywhere. Everywhere they can be successfully farmed, so they get more botulinum bacteria, and more allergies are shown to be appearing with oysters. So the rarity of oysters, and also aphrodisiac. They're as aphrodisiacs. I tried them, I ate them many times, but I don't think they're aphrodisiac for men. They're aphrodisiac for women. So
Ah,
like
yeah. My wife like to eat it. Then she said that guys should eat it. No, but no, I don't know. I'm not into slimy stuff. No, like even ladies' fingers. No, the long beans. Like all this. There's this slimy thing. No, no.
Yeah,
like
Wyatt,
Anyway, thank
you
you, Joe,
must
Barbie.
you must overcome that feminine attitude towards food.
No,
I
I need to
do
put a sound
lobster
effect. Give me a
is
second.
also good only for women, while truffles, peanuts, and nuts are for men. Help them
No,
help.
no, 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 no. women traditionally are the ones that collect fruits and seeds, and men are the ones who pull the heart out of the beast and bite on it straight off his still warm dead body. Okay, that's the manly thing. Females should eat nuts and berries and stuff like that. Okay.
Well, obviously, we are two part of a system. We are physical and psychological, so you can work it both ways. Eating a heart is part of the power, right? That's a psychological part, and physical or chemical is eating the foods that
Well, you know what's another
work on
aphrodisiac
you.
for men? You know, here I don't know how if it's also done over there in Europe or in Asia, but over here traditionally in the countryside, when you slay an animal, when you butcher an animal, like the first thing that people eat is the blood. When they start bleeding the animal, they take the blood in a cup, in a plate, and they have a dressing for it, which is certain herbs, onion, garlic, spice, chiles, and you drink the blood with that. That's the first thing, and that is commonly known to be an aphrodisiac.
Does it work better with human blood? I mean, I got to try that.
Menstrual blood.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Human blood is quite
It's also human blood.
is quite illegal. Okay, so there's that.
No,
I don't.
that's
So I don't recommend that.
Is not illegal, right? No, it's still human blood.
No.
It's just
Period blood is not illegal, but keep this in mind. It's dead blood. It's an excretion.
You need to be alive.
Yeah, it's not the arterial blood that comes out when you slay the animal. It's it's a waste blood. It's like partially coagulated. So it's still nutritious, I'd say, but it's not the same thing as different. But anyways, I wonder if that's done anywhere else in the world. I wasn't sure. But then, of course, it's also you have the blood sausage, which is basically cooked blood.
Yeah.
So that's something that I know that people eat in Europe and in America too, right? Hey Vaughn, in America, do you guys eat blood sausage?
You're muted.
I don't think so. I mean, I know. I thought that was like an English sausage.
Oh, okay. It's English.
Well, English
I mean, we have
not
like
so.
pork sausage and all that kind of shit, but there's no. I don't think anyone, unless you went to like a British fair place, would serve blood sausage.
Okay. I see. Yeah, I was curious, but it's pretty common, like in Spain and in England and Germany.
European thing. It's a European thing. Yeah. Europe.
Europeans eat the weirdest things.
No,
We Asians don't understand. We only eat rice.
Eat everything. We eat everything from common animals, but you Asians eat really weird animals. So. But
Yeah,
we
Asians eat dogs. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Blame the geography, man. We only eat rice and weird animals that exist around us.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they only
No, it's an
ate
excuse.
those weird. They only ate those weird animals in Asia after the famine. In traditional Asian food, they didn't have those cockroaches and stuff. So I think it's after the Chinese Revolution they started this. It's something new. They
Yeah,
didn't.
That makes sense. That's how the
Yeah,
Filipinos
no,
and the South Koreans fall in love with spam, like the luncheon meat,
Exactly.
because of World War II.
Yeah, but yeah, they didn't eat like those weird animals like cockroaches and I don't know
Grasshoppers.
those weird things. Yeah, grasshoppers and I think
Indochina,
traditionally.
like Vietnam,
in
Thailand,
Mexico.
they will eat grasshoppers and all this.
In Mexico, they eat grasshoppers. I haven't been to Mexico, but a friend brought from Mexico a can, a jar that was like dried grasshoppers, and it was a snack. It's like a jar of snack, like I don't know, Pringles or.
Is it small or big? the grasshopper?
Small. It was like kind
small.
of
Yeah,
an
small
inch,
is
an inch long.
I think Southeast Asia,
No,
in
it's the
Indochina, that's what
same,
they eat as well. They fry and then they just eat it like it's snack.
but the grasshopper, it depending on the season and depending on the maturity of the grasshopper, because they will begin with a size, but when they reach a certain level of population, they will they change their morphology, they change their behavior, and start to ravage everything. It's like
And that's
weird
locusts, right?
phenomenon.
So they will become
Yeah,
locusts,
it's
right?
yeah, it
Because
become
my
they would
understanding
transform.
is locusts is actually grasshoppers, and certain under
Yeah, they
certain
have a
condition
mutation.
they
They
will go
mutate.
crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, then they
They'll
just eat.
mutate. They transform and they will eat everything, and it will be a
Yeah, it's an
devastation for
excellent
everything.
it's an excellent example of epigenetics at work.
Sorry to
Because
Or
interrupt,
they went woke. All these
but
woke
I think
grasshoppers,
Wyatt, I think Nika's sound is a little bit too loud. So
Nika is too loud.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
thanks.
but yeah, it's an
Sorry.
interesting phenomenon because scarcity brings diversity into the diet. Like people when
Yeah.
they're hungry, they'll eat anything, and then eventually that becomes like a niche, and it becomes a high status food. Like lobsters. Lobsters were dirt cheap, and then it became a high status food. And most of the high cuisine, preserved foods, these weird cheeses that are in a very particular state of decomposition or stabilized through some rot of a particular fungus, and all of these things then become a high valued, high status form of food. But it usually comes from the scarcity and what's this? Rigor.
But
Rigor.
Yeah.
depending on the culture too. But in some cultures, they never did. In Eastern, and Arab and Muslim cultures, it's not never. There's traditional food, Mediterranean, but those were never you will find a high price for them, but few westernized people will buy them, but it's not a common food to eat. We have more traditional diets and more traditional
Yeah.
cuisine with,
Yeah.
for
But I mean,
example, Mediterranean. Yeah, in
it
Mediterranean
depends on
area, for
the.
example, where I live, there's you will find olive oil, more pronoun, uh, um, grain foods, a lot of traditional Mediterranean food that you will find in South Europe, in South Italy, South Spain. It's practically the same ingredients that are mixed in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a combination of what is available in the surrounding area during food shortages, as well as the culture. Like when the famine hit here in Bengal, people didn't start eating the grasshoppers, even though grasshoppers are very abundant because of our culture is very vegetarian based, right? So what essentially happened is now uh, every single variety of weed, including the ones that are actually toxic to human consumption. Like if you touch it, you'll get allergies. Bengalis know how to cook it. Like we have in my backyard, I have a whole swamp kind of thing basically, and every variety of food vegetation is food, and my mom can cook it. Right? But it's we don't because of our culture, we do not eat all varieties of meat, and but we do eat all kinds of fish because we are Bengali. But then in other Indian cultures, they do not eat fish because the culture is different and they don't like it. So yeah, varies from culture to culture and what's
The,
available.
there's an interesting painting, on the Gabriel's wall.
Yeah,
That look almost like a Hindu god.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Hindu god ish kind of. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
that's
think
that's
that's
actually cool.
Poseidon, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's a Trishul. Yeah, the trident.
It has a trident, so it's Poseidon. I mean,
or Shiva.
it's pro-Ukrainian.
Or Shiva,
Actually,
yeah.
it's
Or
it's
Shiva.
pro-Ukrainian.
Or it's Slava Ukraini. That's actually
Yeah.
the. Actually, you guys don't know what you're looking. That is actually a painting of Zelensky.
Yes, yes.
No, yeah, and it's also it's yellow. It's like
Yellow
golden
and
and
blue.
blue. So
That's
it's
definitely
it's
right. Yeah.
it's
Look at it.
pro-Ukrainian.
Yeah.
No, but this thing, it's really weird. Why do people deprive themselves from nourishment in spite of their need? Like, why would I always thought, why don't people, like, when they have these plagues of locusts, why don't you just grab massive nets and catch all the locusts and eat the locusts so you don't starve? It makes no sense to me that people would reject the source of nourishment just because it's culturally a taboo, right? But that, I guess, it shows you the power of the culture. These
Of
people,
belief.
they have such a strong belief in their own particular form of being, which is also like the foundation of politics, right? So people have customs that they're willing to die for and defend them against an enemy. And the enemy who is the enemy in Schmittian terms? It would be the one who denies your existence, the one who says that your antics, your way of being, should not be. If not, there would be integration, right? But once you have that antagonism, then it's war, and people go to such lengths to defend that entity that isn't themselves, right? They could just go and eat pork and survive the famine, but instead they'll starve to death because they cannot abandon their foundation, their culture.
It reminds me of those cities that got sieged in war, right? They got sieged for like years, and then they could have eat human meat. It's everywhere, man. Just eat some human meat, but they don't. No.
Well, usually they do. Like, for example, in the Bible,
Very
there's a lot
seldom,
of
right?
stories of sieges, and a recurring conflict is, like, for example, there's the siege of, I think it's Samaria in the I think it was in the times of Elijah, if I'm not mistaken. And there's this conflict, right? Because a woman goes to the king and says, we had agreed with my neighbor that we would eat my child today, and the next day we would eat your child. And we ate my child today, and the next day she did not bring her child, and so she's taking this problem to the king because she was cheated by her neighbor, right? Yeah, that kind of stories in the Bible, right? So it's, I've always said this to like vegans when they say that eating animals is not natural to humans, and I tell them, like, in times of famine, eating humans is natural to humans, right? It's something that has happened, and it's probably very weird, the case in which the culture of the people that are starving don't uh, don't go there, right? It has to be a very strong cultural identity to stop people from, going to such lengths for their survival. Like in the book of Job, Satan tells God, man for man, what would man not do for his own life? Like telling him,
Been ever starving? Have you ever been starving?
yeah,
Uh,
but not for very long.
oh, okay. So you haven't.
Seven,
When
seven,
it
7 days. 7 days
when
is
it
the most.
yeah. Well, that already
That's long
starts
as well.
changing
That's long.
the mind processes and how thinking works during the starvation. It's really narrow, really narrow. You don't have possibility to have alternative views or The starvation causes really simplistic thinking and only one thought: get the food, get the drink. That's only one mind, uh, one thought that's pervasive throughout the day, through the whole day, day on ends, and all the rest of the types of surviving doesn't exist. That is just simplified. So you don't get to think about alternative food sources unless it's accidental. So this is the trick, right? You go for the common and how to say, things that are that you get used to it, that you keep repeating. So you became a machine. You're not thinking because it's only one thing, just food. Thinking about food, how to get it, not how to prepare it, but how to get to it. And
There are people who are
this is the
thirsty enough
machine.
to just drink seawater, right? So and then they
Yeah,
die from drinking seawater.
yeah,
So yeah,
yeah. But
upgrade,
in 7 days,
upgrade.
you will start getting those thoughts and like that, like a very simple, very narrow thinking. Only one thought. Yeah.
Then we will look at every person like Edward, in in the in the vampire movie. Looking at Bella.
Yes. Yes.
Like, you look
And I
tasty.
experienced that for more than a month. So
In war? Is it
yeah,
in war?
during the war. Yeah, I was in a concentration camp. So
Ah,
yeah, and I didn't go shit for 42 days.
oh shit. There's nothing to shit.
No, it's not nothing, but I was thinking of preserving anything that comes into my body. So you want to preserve. You. I knew that
It
there's
doesn't work like that.
poisons. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It doesn't work like
You take
no,
nutrients
no,
and the bed and poisons at
no,
the same time. Oh, come
You,
on.
you're only going
Uh,
to get water out of
no,
the shit that you don't shit. There's no more
no.
nutrients left. I think it's just water, right?
Exactly. Even nothing. It's the small intestine
even
that you will get your nutrient when the stomach, but the big intestines you will only retake the water from that. If
so
the food enter the big intestines, you will not get any nutrients. You can Google that. It's biology. It's not something very hard
yeah.
to.
So
Yes.
you get
So if
such
it's
slow
like
body.
you feel
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain. During the starvation time, you get such slow movement, slow body movement, and a bowel movement. So it goes very slowly. It takes longer time.
but you
But
said if
at the
you
Is
same,
it,
if you
is it
feel
just your body? I mean, you're getting less nutrients, so your body just slows down and
yes,
shuts down
yes.
stuff.
it's
Okay,
You don't
it's
move.
that
when
makes sense. I
You
mean,
don't move
like
also.
if you eat army MREs for a week, you probably won't shit for a week or two. So,
No, if you don't
what I
move,
mean
it's how much you move, how much
so
energy
it's
you
like
have
you
to
just not
move.
eat and then just lay there and not strain yourself and just try to
Yeah,
go.
even if you don't move at
Damn,
all,
dude.
you need a certain amount of energy for the heat, for your
yeah,
cellular function to work. There is a minimum. Even if you don't move, if you are in a coma, you need a certain amount of energy to make your cells alive. And when you prevent yourself from shitting, you already have that food gone a lot, like in the end of intestines, on your intestines, and you cannot like make it go back to take a nutrients. That doesn't work like at all.
yeah.
And people like will the body, how it works, it will go when it will go to a starvation phase. It will start with the fat, but in the end, it will start with breaking down the muscles. even the muscles even before the fat and go to the fat and even will go to digest some parts of internal organs, and when it cannot do anything it will shut down. So this preventing you from shitting, it will like make you horribly suffer, and can even explode your intestines. That's what it will do. But the fact that you don't eat anything, that there is nothing adding
La
to your
concha.
digestive system.
The longest I didn't shit is around 3 days, I guess.
Anyway,
And that was also during the army days.
that's
because
normal.
of
That's
eating
not
the army ration.
medically.
Because it's like,
Medically,
because it's like it's a
medically, you
7 day
need to
field camp, so I just want to avoid shitting because it's very troublesome. You know, you want to dig the hole in the jungle and then try to shit. It's like the whole 7 days I only shit once. That was like
medically
you just want to
we will.
avoid shitting in the open air. You
Can,
know,
can relate.
so
So we will
I eat lesser
diagnose you
and it works. You
as
know, eat lesser.
we will start to diagnose constipation from 3 days above. Like from the fourth day, you will be diagnosed as you have a constipation. But before 3 days, you are not like you don't have any constipation. Like technically, medically speaking, like it's the procedure is 3 plus days.
Guys, what
Like
happened?
the
We were
fourth day.
talking about food. We're talking about food. How did we come to this?
It is a natural profession, Gabriel. The natural
What a sh-
profession of the.
what a
Yeah,
shitty
it's a natural
conversation.
process. It's a natural process. Come on, man. You know?
It's the end state of
No,
food, right?
We're
I
Yeah.
mean,
talking
it's
about
But you have to jump.
Gabriel. We're talking about nature and shit.
Gee.
Super chat by
It's
Beto Sida on Rumble. No, a naked Jesus is eating lesbian food.
I eat lesbian food for breakfast.
It's John who switched it from food to shit. It's John. Jure who switched it
Yeah,
from
yeah.
food to shit. It's his fault.
All of you do it. I mean, naturally,
No,
in the
no.
process.
You started it. You
Oh,
started
you're
it.
talking about to talk. Okay, you're talking about to talk. Oh, yeah, yeah. I turned the talk into shit. That's my
Yeah.
forte.
All I can say is don't shit where you eat. Okay.
Don't
I
fuck
do you
unless
one
you're in
anything.
better.
India.
Don't eat shit.
Don't
Don't eat
eat
shit.
shit. Yeah. Oh, Ahmad Silla. Oh man,
We can change topic
that's a
away from
good
this
one.
shit topic. Yeah, we can talk about
You
other
wanna
stuff.
get banned again? Jeez.
Oh no, there's not. We don't. There's nothing wrong. It's just a Italian flag or something, I guess.
Uh,
We can talk about the Venezuela situation. No, I think there's not a lot to talk about, but I know the U.S. carrier is deployed to the Caribbean. So
Yeah, I mean they sent another carrier that way, and I guess they're on. I think the Marines landed on Trinidad Tobago, which is right off the coast, or they've
Yeah, I
got
heard
some
about
stuff
that one
there.
too.
But I mean, and then they were talking about how there's all these MQ-9 Reapers surrounding Venezuela, and it sounds like something could happen at any time, but I don't know if they're actually planning on the ground. I mean, it seems to me like he would just do the standoff stuff first and try to stir up the population, but I don't know. I mean, there's so much talk around it and so much like blustering and shit. I mean, Trump's like, we fucking kill them, if they bring drugs to America, you know what I mean? So I don't know. It definitely seems like they're ramping up for something. I just don't know if they're going to actually go in on the ground, if they're just going to try and bomb them, or if they're just flexing. But they definitely got a lot of shit down there, and they're moving more stuff. And they got, F-35s, I think, down in Puerto Rico. So I think there were some bombers flying around the other day. So, I mean.
I bet Iran. I bet Iran
he
is
flew
super
down
happy
and
right
then
now.
U-turn, right?
Yeah. Get all that shit over there.
I bet Iran is super happy right now.
probably
Now,
they do it in order to find allies. Like local allies. A show of force to see who's gonna show from Venezuela side. Opposition. They believe that there's always some opposition that will fight present government, and they're looking for the allies. They're gonna approach them if
I think
there's
it's
one. So
I
they're
think it's
giving them time.
super interesting that they're attacking Venezuela and Colombia, like diplomatically, because Venezuela and Colombia usually hate each other, and they hate each other pretty much, very rivalish, very competitive with each other, kind of like Argentina with Brazil, or Chile with Peru, and they're actually pushing them together, and it's really weird because
You think with
it's
that
really weird.
you think with that $40 billion bailout, they might try to use Argentina or get Argentina on board?
Argentina's gonna 100% get on board because they're 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 like begging. Milei is begging to be the proxy in South America.
Yeah, they're probably looking to get Falklands to get in return. Probably trying to trade.
You know,
You know,
I doubt
Milei
it,
has
probably
already
Judah.
no.
no,
I
Milei has
seriously doubt it.
already Milei has already given up claims on the Falkland. He had announced that the Falklands belong to the UK, and that's ironic considering about like over 100 other countries recognize Falkland as like the Malvianas as Argentinian claim, right? But Milei gave it up.
So fucking good.
Yeah, but maybe that's we can see how the pretty much most of the politicians present one view, one striving, one plan to the public, and another one behind the closed door. So whatever they say but I already heard about new claims from Argentina to Falklands. So I'm thinking they're offering the help in support with Falklands, getting them. So that's my guess. That's what would be
Yeah,
happening
Is there
behind the
you
hey,
closed
you
doors.
is
you
there
you
any,
would be right.
is there
You would
anything
be
in the
right,
Falklands?
Judah.
Is there
You would
anything
be
in the
right.
Falklands that's worth to Britain, like oil or anything like that around the islands or anything?
Just the price.
Falkland is super valuable because it's a foothold and custodian of the Magallanes Strait,
Oh,
and it has
I get all
access to the
that, but I
Arctic,
mean, just like,
and
is there anything like valuable to
it
like?
has
And the access to the Arctic is super important. I don't know if you can hear me anymore. I'll have to go for a moment. I'm getting a call.
Can we can hear you. In fact, we hear you pretty well.
Better now, yeah. But yeah, Gabriel has a very good point because like the Falklands is kind of like the UK's Diego Garcia in the South Atlantic, right? Any shipping that's passing underneath Argentina, underneath South America, the Falklands can act as like a very good military base to intercept that in case the southern seas becomes as hot as the Arctic has become now. So there is potential. There is definitely geopolitical potential in like the Falklands, especially if it remains with the UK. And UK is not going to do anything about it. But the Falklands essentially is like an American asset, a NATO asset, essentially. So I think I agree with Gabriel in that. Yeah.
Just now, Von talked about Colombia, pushing Colombia and Venezuela together. Maybe it's a ploy, to break another peace deal, and then so that Trump can be the peace president.
I think China
They have-
is pushing them together. China is getting them to cooperate. So it was after all the announcement against Venezuela in the beginning, it was the president of Colombia that started the bashing Trump, right? Talking shit against him in order to get attention. So and to show how paradoxic the Trump is, claiming that Venezuela is drug center of the South America and not Colombia. So probably there's some pride in a Colombian president that he's not the center of drug center anymore of the world anymore. So
Which is quite surprising, Nojuro, because remember the like when the Venezuelan refugees were moving into Colombia and through Colombia towards the America. Um, last time and when that guy, I forgot his name, the puppet opposition leader. Colombia was very pro-American, and they were ready to basically support America against Venezuela. And but then now it has changed. And it's quite surprising. I haven't followed Colombian politics at all, but it is a change. It is a drastic change from what they were saying last time when like the failed coup happened, and now. So yeah.
Interesting. Upgrade. Why you so quiet?
Uh, but
Upgrade.
his
It's not reacting.
oh no, his eyes are moving. I'm always looking funny. I mean, thinking that it's funny to give like a war condition excuse for some strategic point, right? Like Falklands, it's a strategic point in a case of war. It's kind of stupid because you wouldn't do it for years, for decades and decades, spend money for keeping the military there. Just when the war is starting, you have outdated and old equipment on it. You know, it's you should always you if you need some strategic point like Ireland or Iceland or I don't know those. Uh, Norway islands in an Arctic Circle. I mean, you would invade it. That's you invade it and you take control of it, and that's how you do it. Not by keeping it for decades. And this is just a leftover of the British thinking. You know, they always went strategic maritime naval strategy, and it's useless now because if you need it, you will invade it, right? And keep it if you can. If you cannot keep it, because you might have it for decades and decades, and then you cannot keep it. Like Russia took Zmirsky Island, but couldn't keep it, right? They invaded it, took it, held it for a month, and lost it because if you're not powerful enough and you don't have strategic power to use such assets, you know, it's not worth it. So I think it's just leftover. Like talking about Greenland, you know, as strategically important for the U.S. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's no strategy. It's just maybe Lebensraum thinking. You know, that's the only thing. No, it's a part of Monroe Doctrine, right? Western Hemisphere is the part of the U.S. influence, and it should be protected. This is Monroe Doctrine, just pure Monroe Doctrine with Greenland and uh, Venezuela, Argentina, Chile, all of that. It's just Monroe Doctrine. That's about it. Only way you can think about it, and that this is the part of the U.S. Sphere of influence and control. Mm. And that's why in the beginning of Trump presidency, he was talking about Panama Canal, Greenland, and now Venezuela. This is all Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah, have to because we are now in a multipolar world. So I think uh, that's how Trump is doing to keep the hegemony. But and in fact, it's been pretty successful. If you look at the geopolitical scene, right, how most of the leaders around the world seems to be supportive of Trump now. You see, become upgrade immediately, wear a red cap, right. So if you it is a huge difference between that 1 year ago where United States is like under Biden is like all over the place and war is breaking out here and there. Now it's like you see that even with the Palestinian, the Middle East peace agreement, you can see all the Middle East leaders standing behind Trump. Then you have he got invited to Malaysia for the Thailand Cambodia peace treaty. And then you have like like all the investment coming to United States, like the whole geopolitical scene now goes back into just surrounding United States. Like United States is now the center again, and China has to play the reaction game. So like for example, the limitation of the rare earth, the rare earth control seems to be like one of those things that try to stir the shit a bit because they are losing that thing again. Like United States is taking back control over the geopolitical narrative. That's the feeling that I get. Vaughn.
Shit. What the fuck was I gonna ask? I forgot what I was gonna ask.
Trump. Treaty.
I was gonna say, like with Trump. I mean, look at the way a lot of the NATO leadership was talking about Trump before the election, and even some of the EU leaders. And then once he got elected and went to NATO, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, we'll spend 5% and blah blah blah. We'll buy every. It's like they pretty much all kind of got in line to one degree or another, at least by public appearances anyway.
The most shocking is the EU one. The EU is the most funny one. They keep holding back. We need to think carefully how to combat. They're not going to get bullied by United States, and then the Ursula von der Leyen just go to Trump and say, "You are right. The trade deal, the trade situation right now is unfair to United States." It's like, what the fuck? It's like immediately if you agree with everything, your tariff is correct. We support your tariff of us. It's like what? Everything just went insane. So that's how I view the situation right now in geopolitically. It's like Trump really wrestled back this breaking up of the hegemony into multipolar world. Like he's patching back again. I'm not sure whether it will hold after Donald Trump leave office, but you can see like even India is now reconsidering about not buying Russian oil. Already did. So India is now starting to buy a lot of Middle Eastern oil. So that's one of the rumors that's coming around. So they're still winning away. It's not like immediately they can cut everything, but they're winning themselves off Russian oil. They're now buying Middle Eastern again. So it's weird that how fast Trump has turned everything around. So I just thought that is interesting because even I don't think that is possible. Because even as much as I like Trump, I thought that it's not that possible to suddenly bring everybody back to the US sphere of control again. So that's a bit interesting how it went. Like even I think Putin is feeling a lot of pressure right now. I got a feeling because the drone strikes is one thing from Ukraine, and then if India really don't buy Russian oil, then India will be purely dependent on China. That would not be a position that they want. So maybe that has a relationship to why I feel like Russia is speeding up its offensive in Ukraine, because Putin may feel like, okay, this dragging game cannot continue anymore because Trump is like starting to move the chess piece in a way that is going to be a checkmate. So if they don't quickly get the land that they want to capture, and then it will be impossible to negotiate because they must take the 4 Oblasts. And if not, then he will have political problems internally. It's not going to be a geopolitical problem, but it's going to be an internal Russia problem because you already declared in your constitution these are all Russian land, so you must conquer it now. So, and then the argument right now is that even Trump is saying that you have not conquered those land, so how can you demand for those land? So now the pieces is set in that kind of way. I feel. Desi, your finger is very camouflaged.
The light, by the light. But yeah, I completely agree. And one of the things that are very surprising to me is that all the criticisms towards Trump that exists only in the West, right? The European media and the European politicians were the ones who are criticizing Trump, and the Americans are doing it. So, but in the East, right? Whether it's India, all neutral analysts in the East are actually they think Trump's, whether it's the tariffs or him addressing the trade deficits or immigration. These 3 things are people are agreeing that these things are logical. This is the right thing to take, right steps to take for America, right? Even though European media and American media are saying oh my God, this is the end of the world, right? Even my dad, right? My dad is 70s and 80s communist, right? And even he thinks these steps are like absolutely basic essentials if America wants to survive. Like he appreciates Trump now. He didn't do so in the first term, but now he appreciates these things, and like that tells you. And the other thing I wanted to address is yeah, the India buying Middle Eastern oil. Now you have to realize, yeah, Modi might shift. Like I can't tell what steps the Indian central government will take, but I can tell you that buying oil from the Middle East, especially from Saudi Arabia, has been for decades a very politically contentious topic here in India, and it was highlighted very recently a few years ago when one of our more radical politicians, MPs, criticized Islam, and then India received a threat from every Gulf nation, and then that MP had to come to Parliament and publicly apologize and resign. Right, this was a BJP politician, and this was like criticized. Modi was criticized for about this throughout India from all spectrums essentially, and like I can't tell what plans High Command will take, and it's like government does not always follow the will of the people. It if it's its own survival is at stake. But the people are definitely clear about it. They do not want to buy oil from the Middle East, right? They do not want to buy oil from Islamic nations. They prefer buying oil from Russia, right? Just like the people do not prefer doing trade with China. They do prefer doing trade with America. But geopolitical circumstances is pushing things elsewhere. So yeah, that's all I want to say. I think
Hey,
Avoid.
I was gonna
yeah.
ask you, Desi, how do you think this will affect the military sales and like joint projects between Russia and India if they do wean themselves off the oil? Let's say they buy it from, I don't know, China or something instead. I don't know. Do you think? I mean, if they actually do get weaned off the oil or reduce their consumption of the Russian oil, even if they can't go all the way, you think that'll fuck with the projects they're working on together, possibly, or the military sales between them?
I can't say for sure. I can't say for sure. I can say that I can't see Russia being pleased with India not like abandoning this trade deal, because like much for Russia, the trade of oil is much more important than the joint ventures. Like the joint ventures are important for us, right? In terms of developing military equipment, that is absolutely essential for India. And I don't think the ones that are already in place and which have already been announced, like the joint development of a light tank program and I think a third or fourth gen aircraft program and some missiles, those are going to continue, I think. But if we do move away from, like, if we do cave from US pressure, this will jeopardize future projects with Russia, right? And essentially we'll lose a very important ally and a counterbalance to China. And I don't think, like personally, I don't think it's a very good move for India.
Don't worry,
Because,
man. You'll get some F-35s someday.
I
But
Yeah,
mean,
the
don't worry,
even
Russia
like,
also wanted India, so I don't
see,
think Russia will abandon India as well. So because like
that's
no,
what
they
he
it's
said.
needed they
Initially.
needed
the
India as a
strengthening.
counterbalance as well.
BRICS is strengthening much more than it used to. Now they all feel threatened much more, so they're all getting together better. So this is all the surface game, and let's say surface game is with Trump getting agreement with China on 50% tariff. But then, right after the agreement was signed, he bans the sale of the top end of the chipsets to China. So this is the breaking the agreements all the time, and that's why rare earth uh, uh, effect from China came from, because this is the double dealing, and that's why for me, Wyatt, you said, China is reactive, but then say, oh, they started acting with rare earth, they want to achieve something. No, that means they are proactive with a rare earth. They're not reactive to Trump. They've always been reactive because whoever attacks, whoever is belligerent is, you have to react. You cannot proactively attack it. Whoever is attacking you, like U.S. and Trump is attacking China economically and politically and PR, you have to react. You cannot be proactive because otherwise the rest of the world will think you are the belligerent. You might take over this actionary belligerency and attack mode. Like that's why Russia keeps getting respect from rest of the world because they keep reacting. They're not proactive, right? They're proactive only on the ground, on the front line, but they're not proactive in a strategic view with a shadow fleet, with all the rest of the strategic points, except right they preparing now. The Burevestnik is successful. 2 years ago, Burevestnik didn't succeed, but now it's successful. There was like 14,000 kilometers flight within 15 hours, and they say that it flies on a height of between 25 meters and 100 meters. So it follows terrain. Basically, it cannot be detected until it's too late, right? And it's also highly fast. I mean, really fast, faster than Storm Shadow, faster than any cruise missile. Well, it's a cruise missile, so they're thinking about future defense, right? But they're not active. They're not proactive. They don't do the actions in a world themselves, except consolidating bricks, trying to consolidate bricks. That's all. So it's really weird how you're going declaring them reactive and then proactive in the same sentence. I don't agree with it. When you don't know all the facts, then you can do it. If you don't know that rare earth ban from China is a reaction to Trump's ban on sale of the highest quality chipset. It's a reaction.
The ban is way before that. It's way earlier in the year. They already have been banning. So then the Nvidia boss, and all these different bosses, keep talking and hoping to get some of this chip to be able to be sold in China and whatnot. All this is nothing new. Not no limitation of the AI chips and everything is nothing new. Which is why I say it's not because of this. But no, of course, other people prefer that. They think that it is because of this. So whatever, man. Nika.
Yeah, I want to comment on what you said, Wyatt, a bit while ago. I didn't hear what the others said. Maybe they commented on it, but I want to push back a bit. I think America is losing the polar world fight, and it's not gaining any notoriety. What we see is just a show because those leaders and stuff, they are there to just appease the ego of Trump. In fact, I think what Trump did is more like it chipped away more from the power and the influence of America than anything else. And you will see that in a few years because a lot of things cannot, like treaties and alliances, cannot be seen in few months or even years. Because who wants an unreliable ally that sometimes want to invade you, sometimes want to bomb you, sometimes want to sanctions you, or a reliable enemy? I prefer personally a reliable enemy than a chaotic ally like America. and we see what they want to do with their biggest ally, Europe and Canada and Greenland, and if that's what they want to do and with their allies, and the childish way of dealing with leaders with treaties, like ambushing the Iranians to attack them, and this is a very disastrous way of like dealing in an international way. You cannot like deal with countries as you deal with a company. That's not how things done. You will lose confidence because what you have confidence in you. If you lose confidence, you lose everything practically. What make America powerful? It's not the army. It's their money. It's the image that they project. But what's the image that they are projecting? They're they're unpredictable. They're unpredictable. They're they go on a whim and they can say one thing. The word is 100% not valid at all. Even the actions they can say yes and no in the same day. It's not like a way to deal with a reliable businessman either way. Imagine in a country. I think a few years of Trump will decrease even more, and if he continue with this behavior, it will even chip away the declining hegemony of the America. I think the best thing that can happen to China and Russia and India is he can get like another term for his presidency. I think it's the best thing that can happen to China because a more strategic, more logical president will do more harm to China than this chaotic like nonsense
Just
that we are seeing.
just look at Thailand, this peace deal between Thailand and Cambodia. I
No,
mean,
not even that. See
this
what
is
they
just
did to
stop,
India.
stop. So just take a look at it. People are learning that all that it matters to Trump is to show something like friendliness, compliments, and peace deals. But
That's
behind
what
they
they
do whatever
show.
they want, right? So they stopped fighting like a month ago, right? Thailand, Cambodia, right? They stopped. I mean, they didn't stop fully, but big actions have stopped long ago, and this is now peace deal. It's just a show, right? So he comes on, and they can even start playing, getting the news that there's a fighting, anywhere anyone wants Trump's attention can get it, like to make peace between the countries, right? Because he will show up and do the show. It's a PR
Exactly,
campaign.
as I said, to appease the ego
Dude,
of the president.
Trump is
Yeah,
invited to go there. He didn't ask to go there.
Yeah, to
exactly.
appease his
Malaysian
ego, of
Prime
course,
Minister asked Trump
of
to go there,
course,
and then
to appease his ego.
if have you listened to the speech or not? The
Yeah,
Malaysian Prime Minister said that he don't even believe that the Trump is going to come. Because he just asked Trump, no, do you want to? We'd like to invite you to come. Trump said yes, okay, sure, I will be there. And then Najib, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, don't even believe that he's going to come because he said that no, I'm used to dealing with politicians. And then Trump actually came, and it was a surprise because he was invited and he's waiting to come. And Cambodian Prime Minister during his speech said that they, as a country, they nominated Trump as the Nobel Peace Prize.
yeah. Provide them any good.
How many
Isn't that
leaders? How many
isn't
leaders
that
before? No, the thing is nobody forced. The Thailand Prime Minister did not nominate. It's the Cambodian one. So how many leaders will it take before you guys will be convinced that some countries actually likes Trump? Do you understand now? It's quite crazy that
they
we have so many prime ministers,
countries?
including
It.
Pakistan.
We
We
know,
have
we know that, but he's not going
Azerbaijan, Armenia, Cambodia,
Countries.
India.
Can I say something
And
like very
How many
hurtful?
which
leaders before you all were like, oh, agree?
which
It's
No,
not
other
about liking.
which
Listen,
other
listen.
US
Can I
president
make
actually
something? Can I
look
say
like which
something?
other
One
US
second.
president did a peace deal before Trump? Like which when is the last time the US forced two countries to come to the negotiating table so many times in 1 year? Never, I don't remember that. When
The
when
last
did
one
he?
is I think Clinton, right? I think Clinton for the
It's
Palestinian issue. I think that was the last one. He
Yeah,
managed to get a deal to take back most of West Bank and Gaza, and the Palestinians rejected it, and then that's it.
no, that's
That was
false.
the last
That's
one.
There was
false.
a Clinton in
okay.
Bosnia.
That's nonsense.
There was
That's
Clinton in
nonsense.
Bosnia.
How it happened.
That was the
Yeah,
peace.
Bosnia, like Yugoslavia, and the Oslo Conference for Palestine. That was Clinton,
Yeah.
right? And that
Mhm.
took him his entire term, and he ended up bombing Serbia. Obviously, Trump is very similar. He might end up bombing some of the places where he is trying to negotiate peace for.
Who is
But I
dumb
think
enough?
Which
in
One,
terms of
peace did he
American
negotiate?
presence,
Desi,
What
Desi.
peace did Trump
Who is?
negotiate? I don't
One
know the
second.
single one. I don't know the single one. Which one did we talking about? You said that many. I don't know a
Ar-
single one that he made peace.
Armenia, Azerbaijan, Cambodia,
What about it?
Thailand.
He didn't do nothing there.
What? What? Armenia, Azerbaijan? The
He
war is
didn't do
finished
nothing.
already. They won the
Yeah,
war. It's just anyway.
yeah.
But who's dumb enough to lose India and to anger India and make it push it toward China and Russia? Who is dumb enough to lose all that years of like trying to seduce India and to lose it to China and Russia? That's a very fucked up scenario.
True, true, true.
That alone
Uh,
is a fucked up scenario.
I
You
think
know,
people
I
I seen in the live chat, people also people is a bit confused. Okay, some people say that it's mocking, right? They are mocking Trump, by saying this to make him happy and whatnot. Sure, let's say granted that maybe is the case because they know that this is the way to make Trump happy so that they can have a better negotiation deal. Sure, but that also means that diplomatically that helps the United States to get a good trade deal. First thing.
Yeah.
Second thing is, let's say that is a mocking. No, Trump is whatever, but they say nice words about him. But what if the relationship between United States and all these various countries continue to be good until Trump die? Then he really have made it good between the countries. It doesn't matter if it was said in a mocking manner. Just like
Country.
Zelensky can say that I want peace, but he may not actually want peace. But the thing is, what if he actually have to sign a peace deal and then peace came, then he won peace. It doesn't matter what is the intention in the word. What matters is what is the result. No,
For example, I will give an example. Sorry, upgrade. One second. Putin and Trump may love themselves and they love each other's and they can be even in a romantic relationship. That doesn't mean that Putin will sign a treaty and stop the war based on U.S. Because he loves Trump. No, that doesn't work like this. Countries doesn't run by if I like the president, I will have a deal. No, it doesn't count. It's not a relationship. It's not a romantic relationship. This is two countries, and countries work on what's best for my country and what's best for your country. And let's make
of course it's not
medium.
because of emotions. Trump did not come into, let's say, the Thailand issue with nothing. Do you like me? If you like me, stop the war. That's not what he said. What he said is, if you continue to fight the war, I'm going to tariff the hell out of you. We're going to tariff 100% on all your products to the United States. And then if you agree to stop the war, we will negotiate a trade deal. And that's what happened. During the peace negotiation, the United States signed separate trade deals with Thailand and Cambodia for minerals. So they actually have improved relationship because of the war. And both is willing to not get tariff and willing to stop the war, suck up their ego, and actually have a beneficial deal with the United States. That's what happened. The same thing has happened for Azerbaijan and Armenia. Every single conflict is the same thing. India and Pakistan is the same thing. Trump went in court and said that we're going to tariff the hell out of you. We're going to cut total trade if you continue to fight the war. That's what Trump did. If you feel like that is just because he liked Trump, I think, yeah, your facts is incomplete. I just want to say.
That was he. Imagine he did. Go upgrade.
Yeah.
So
do you hear
you
me?
think that Pakistan Prime Minister lied and the Indian Prime Minister lied?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
That's what
India kind of
politicians do.
contradicts. I just want to Indian Prime Minister contradicted Trump, but yeah, Pakistan
Exactly.
did agree. But I kind of agree with Wyatt what he's saying. Look, when the situation is hot, right? When there is active combat taking place, you cannot. That's not when the world hegemon can come in and negotiate peace. But the hegemon can put pressure, stop the conflict, active conflict, and then resolve, put in a peace conference done. That's that's what the hegemon is supposed to do. That's the job of the what Trump is doing. That's how world geopolitics should work. That's how it used to work during the Cold War, right? Back when we had two hegemons, right? And like it was more effective, arguably, than even what Trump is doing, and definitely more effective than what after the Soviet Union fell, because there was always a mutual threat and there was always mutual pressure. Like all the wars between India and Pakistan, right? It was both the Soviet Union, the United States, who forced both parties to sign peace. So, and elsewhere also, like the Egyptian conflict, all the wars that Israel fought. This is how hegemony works, world hegemony in geopolitics. So yeah, in that regard, I completely agree with White. And I just before I give it off to upgrade, I want to address like the what Nika was saying, like Trump abandoning India, definitely a mistake. Tariffing India, definitely a mistake. But it could be, and this is my guess, right? It could be um, like a larger, policy change of not wanting to be directly confrontational with China. Like the United States might have abandoned plans of going to war with China, even if China takes over Taiwan. That may be a reason why India might not be that important. Anyway, going down to here. Did you see the Belgian Prime Minister discuss confiscations of Russian assets in Euroclear? Very interesting compared to typical European rhetoric. Yeah, what do you guys think about that? I have no clue.
Yeah,
Speak to that.
Next is
what's
upgrade, right?
Euroclear?
Well, Euroclear is where the majority of the Russian assets are being held. It's basically a depository for central banks, organizations, rich individuals to hold their money. And Euroclear is based in Belgium, in Brussels, I believe. And basically, at the heart of what the Belgian Prime Minister was saying the other day was they're trying to cook up all of these schemes in order to find justification to seize the Russian assets so that they can give it to the Ukrainians. So they've, as you guys know, they've been trying to come up with a legal way to do this for years. And as Toby has excellently explained on numerous occasions, it all comes around property law and property rights of individuals. So, effectively, countries can't just seize the assets of other countries. I mean, they didn't even do that to Germany during World War II, for God's sakes. So what the Belgian Prime Minister is saying is, listen, if at one point the Russians come back and they are well within their legal right to request their assets, we just don't want to be on the hook of it for all of it as a legal entity of Belgium, right? A national entity. In other words, if we're going to agree to seize this, we need to share the pain throughout the EU. So all the other EU leaders are kind of like, oh, hold on a second. We want the assets, but we don't know about this whole sharing thing. So that's where the conversation all fell apart, because basically the Belgian Prime Minister, he's right. He's right in asking these questions beforehand because he's in Belgium. He knows how the slippery eels in Brussels work better than anybody, right? So he's just saying, listen, if you guys want to go down this path, we need to come up with some sort of agreement of how we're going to risk share these hundreds of billions of dollars. So that's what it came down to. And he's right. He's absolutely right.
You figure too, he knows Brussels is on the target list right off the bat.
For sure.
Trump approved Brussels to take over the Russian assets. It's obviously a testing if he can do it. what's gonna happen with Euroclear if they do it, to know what's gonna happen with American taking the Russian assets. So
Yep.
this is the test, right? That's why he throws it in a fire to see, even if it destroys more Europe, he doesn't care. It's not beneficial, but it doesn't care for Europe, just as fuck EU, right? It always means that. So this is all about test, but it's not about legal uh, legal inability to do it. It's about technical. It's a technical problem to take the Russian assets reserves. You see, to take Afghanistan and Libyan central bank reserves, they had to go there into the central bank, and that's how they took it. But they didn't. They're not in Moscow to take the Russian assets. To go into the central bank and take it. It's a technical problem.
Next is
Trust me, it's a technical problem.
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
well.
Okay, good. Yeah, about actually, I hold the finger long, so I will just go on about the topic from before and then add on to the new topic which we're discussing right now. So I think about Trump, many people analyze or look at this very emotionally. At the end, what counts for me is the results. The results are here, and you can bitch about it, or be unhappy about how it is, but it is what it is. And about the assets in Belgium, he did actually, for once, European leaders thought about something and didn't act emotionally, right? What they actually do in Ukraine all the time, they act very, very emotionally and shoot themselves in the foot so many times that the foot is not even visible anymore. But on this occasion, they actually thought about it, that there could be consequences with that, right? Because what if you do that to Russia? Then Saudi Arabia will say maybe, oh, they can do that to us too if they don't agree with, how we run things. Why we should keep assets in Europe? Then all the money will flow out of Europe. We already have a bad economical, situation. So that would be suicidal, and that's why he didn't do it. And like Nunya said, also the shared responsibilities. Everybody's like, oh, wait a moment, we just want the cash, we don't want to have the consequences of that. And then Bertel is like, but that's how it works. Like Nunya said too, Nazi Germany was not taking assets from them, even if they were crazy lunatics. So I think for once that was a good decision, but let's see. Maybe the pressure will keep up, and if it gets so desperate that they clearly see that the war is losing, maybe they will do some desperate move and try to really get the money to found it even longer. But that's to be seen, right? We don't know what the future will be. Yeah, I don't know. Mehdi was holding his hand. Yeah, hi Mehdi.
Hi, Maddie. Maddie, go. You're muted, by the way.
I know. I was trying to get to it before I talked. Hey, guys. Nunya made, I think, awesome points about this. The one thing that gets lost in this conversation is Putin directly addressed this and warned the West about taking their assets and what their response may be to it. And like Nunya said, this is the EU. This is the EU trying to circumvent its own laws that it put in place so other countries would join and feel that their money was protected and this couldn't happen. So they're basically just trying to find a weasel way to break their own laws. I mean, why even go through the process? Just put some amendment in there, everything except for Russia. And there you go. Because it's really stupid. And if you look at it from the outside, the repercussions from this is just like what happened with the US dollar. Is once this started happening, That's when you see the nations of BRICS and other like that starting to pile on, because they realize that their assets are not protected from any. If the US has a bad day with you, it'll just threaten to steal all your shit and not return it. What are you going to do? You know, if you're a smaller country. Russia, on the other hand, has a different response to it. And that's why they're stepping back and considering what they're doing, because somebody, I think, has some common sense and doesn't want to die. Like Vaughn said, you know, you're talking Ramstein bases, the Ramstein base. You got Brussels, that they could strike at any time. And especially with the new development of weapon they just came out with. Oh my God. Which is pretty interesting. Anyway, that'll probably be another conversation. But I think Nunya said it best. Is that, you know,
I think also it has.
I'll stop there.
Yeah, sorry, Maddie. I think it has to do a lot with trust, right? When this trust is gone, then there is no taboo for nobody. So everybody can do whatever they want. And then nobody can cry about it or boo, whining, cry about it, because then you can say, yeah, you did it to me too. So why can I not do it to you? And then this cascade effect appears, you know, and everybody can just rampant, you know, and there's no consequences. And then it's about alliances, right? And when you see that BRICS is starting, you know, and all the very important, you know, minerals and also the huge population is in this part, you know, and we have a European Union who is isolated by themselves, then we have a big problem, because we can't live by ourselves on this planet. We need to interact with other people. We need to interact with other nations, even if we like them or not. We did it previously in the past, you know, in history. We Switzerland, for example, we also dealt with Nazi Germany, you know, and when they're gone, we continue to deal with the Germans, you know, afterwards. You know, it's just about business. You know, business has no feelings. You know, it's just about money. You know, it's about your economical growth and about your country, and if it gets prosperous, all goes down the hill. And if it's about money, I think many people don't give a shit about you know, human, you know, feelings, because you can clearly see it in many aspects, right? There's people who pollute the water, you know, and people die because of that, and they don't give a shit, you know, because it brings money, you know, until there's regulations, you know, to actually tackle that problem, you know, and then they need to adjust, you know, and stuff like that. But in this topic, it's just like we will, like Mehdi said, right? We will just exclude one country. Then all other countries will say, okay, you exclude Russia, but tomorrow you can exclude us. And then what happens? Then you can just add on the list, right? You can just copy paste, you know, the country's name and just add it on this exact, you know, point, and then it just goes on and on.
One thing, upgrade. Just one comment. It's like to enforce. It's not. The world doesn't see it like I don't think that they see it. They saw it in a lot of small countries. So they see it in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in a lot of places. But those are small countries. People like where, okay, you are the big one, you are the smaller one. But if you do it to Russia, and you know the military and the economy and history, everything, if you do it to Russia, so what you will do to us? So because they did it before to other countries, but the fact that they did it to Russia, it's important militarily, economically, everything. So what the fuck are you going to do with like Saudi Arabia or with
I mean, Nika,
some
on the
smaller
other
country?
side, they did huge sanctions against Russia, right? And all of the other countries still, you know, deal with USA and European Union. Even if they put huge sanctions, they could do that too to these smaller countries, and they did, right? They did that to Iran, for example, right? To North Korea
Yeah,
and
but
also to
but the
China, right?
people didn't think that they can do it to a bigger one. That's the issue. They hit. Okay, it's those are smaller countries that cannot like affect anyone and stuff, and we can like measure the
But European
effect
Union,
of
for
that. And
example, did some sanctions, right, for the automobile sector, for example, against Chinese cars, right? And that didn't broke down the entire economical, you know, exchange between the European Union and China. Of course, it worsened the
the relationship,
the
the business
relationship.
relationship.
Exactly, the business relationship, and that's why I'm saying about business is very important to have trust between each other, between the parties.
That's
And if you don't
that's
have
the
that anymore and it's broken, then it's very difficult to get any, conclusion to any business deal. That's why the Russians, for example, don't trust the USA and the European Union when they say they want a ceasefire. They say, we want to finish the war and not have a ceasefire, because we don't know that after we put a ceasefire in place, you just rearm Ukraine.
no.
And
They will know they will do it.
yeah, exactly.
They're
They know
sure
that
they will do it.
yeah, that's why. That's the problem, right? They know that they will do it. That's why they don't trust them. The trust is already gone long time ago, right? And it's all about the trust. And if it's not there, then there is no business relationship. That's the A and until Z, of a business relationship. Wyatt, please go on.
I would say that no, Russia is betting on them to take over the Russian assets. So I think that is part of the probably hidden plan that Russia is betting on the Europeans to be so itchy that they will take the Russian assets, because that will accelerate the collapse of Europe, which will then make Russia the predominant power in Europe. So because if they do that, all the money from China, from Saudi Arabia, from all of Asia is going to withdraw.
The Gulf
Everyone is going to take the money
countries.
out of Europe.
Yeah, Gulf countries, Qatar, Emirates, and India, and
Yeah, the money will
Med-
transfer to maybe Singapore. It will transfer to the Middle East. Yeah, no one will going to
Russia,
put money
China,
in Europe anymore. They'll put it in the United States
Dubai.
perhaps, but they're not going
Not
to put it in
even,
Europe.
but even United States is a part.
Yeah, next
Well,
is Mary though.
the Chinese are setting up their own depositories in places like Hong Kong and Shanghai, so they will directly compete against the Euroclears and already are. So that's where the money will move.
I mean, Hong Kong is already basically China, so it's not a big
Go, Mehdi.
change, right?
Mary.
Adjacent to this, what was mentioned about trust is, after the last 10 years, let's say, I think other countries are now wary of America because of its every 4 years, any type of negotiation or anything like that can be stood on its head with the next administration coming in. We've proven that. So as a outside, another country trying to deal with the US, you're really only dealing with maybe a block of 4 years that you can rely upon. And then comes the next election. What if, I feel
Even
2020 was purely stolen. The more evidence that comes out as time goes on, the more evidence is there. It's almost mathematically impossible that it wasn't stolen. So what I'm saying is, though, is that as another country, how do you deal with this? Because there's nothing in place that locks those contracts, those negotiations in. They're supposed to lock themselves in, but look at MISC 1 and 2, how it was used. There's a further reason why other countries have a hard time trusting the U.S. is the United States. As a citizen of the United States, it's something that bothers me, because a country should have at least the honor enough to be able to abide by its agreements and not break them on a whim for money or convenience, or to be able to get another country's resources. That's just stealing.
Well, I mean, short
Pure and
answer
simple.
though,
Go
Mehdi,
ahead.
to your question, like keep in mind too that I'll use Argentina as an example, because a lot was made of the soybeans deal, right? So the US put massive tariffs on China and blah, blah, blah. China responded in kind with their own tariffs. Long story short, there's a whole lot of American soybeans that aren't getting purchased right now. So the Chinese, who were historically a buyer of soybeans, they started buying soybeans from other places, primarily Brazil and Argentina. So, and then a lot was being made, particularly about the Argentinian story, because they were like, well, how is it that we're bailing out Argentina and you guys are buying their soy, or the Chinese are buying your soybeans, and you need to stop that. We need to keep in mind that all of these deals are private companies, right? So the guy over in China who wants the soybeans, he's just looking for a stable environment to buy his soybeans, right? And the US is not that stable environment right now, bottom line, right? So the US government has created the conditions to make the United States, number one, uninvestable, and number two, you just don't want to do business with them because you damn well don't know what to expect literally from one day to the next. So that's what's happened now. Very long-windedly, to your question, what's happened? The rest of the world is just tuning the US out, and they're just moving on and they're doing business with each other. And that's exactly what's happening right now. You read
Yeah, the
about
world is big enough. The world is big enough. USA people, not talking about the people here, but a lot of people in the USA think the world is the USA, but no, it's a lot bigger than that. You need to check a map, maybe check some stats, and you will understand that.
Well, and also look at the dynamics of what the United States imports from the rest of the world versus what they export. And when you look at it, the US doesn't have a whole lot of competitive advantages anymore. And ironically, one of the industries where they did have a competitive advantage was agriculture. A lot of high tech, right? A lot of high yields. They've completely screwed that up for their own farmers now. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
But still there is, hi guys, but still there is no bad thing than protect your country and protect your own economy. The thing that we are letting do happening in Europe is China is invading Europe with everything, and that's not good. Car industry in Germany is busy collapsing. Never happened before. Never ever happened before.
Does it have to do with China, or does it have to do with
got nothing to do with China?
No, it has to do with stupid
Russian
politics
oil
that
and gas.
allowed to have China to come into our countries with their cheap cars.
Right,
I imagine.
you're saying that the Chinese are invading you. The Chinese aren't invading you.
Let me speak.
Your politicians made bad choices.
Exactly.
Yeah, but every
They
bad
are taking
politician made bad
advantage.
choices.
They taking
of the law.
Previous
Mr. Lambo.
presidents
Mr.
in the
Lambo.
United States, they made the bad decisions. There
You
has
cannot.
been a very big. There has been.
Mr.
Mika,
Lambo.
shut up.
Mr.
Let me
Lambo.
speak.
One
Let me
second.
speak.
One second.
Let me first finish my sentence before you interrupting me. Come on, dude. I put my finger fucking long in the air. You need to respect that. I am speaking.
We don't see you, man. We can see you.
Listen,
Lambo,
fucking listen. The baby. The thing is, and I think the Americans going to understand that there are big periods the United States didn't allow to have imports of some countries like Japanese cars. European trucks are not allowed to go into the United States. We are not allowed to export our trucks to the United States. That's
then
a good
we need
idea.
to do better deals. Then we need to do
yeah,
better
you
deals.
can do better deals, like put a fucking factory in your country and build these trucks inside your country.
But
Why
it's
not?
It has nothing to do with the US. It has to do with
I don't understand your point, Lambo.
Our laws, our regulations who are crazy.
Yeah.
For example, with the LNG gas, right, which they want to import from the United States and Qatar. The European Union needs that shit, right? But they're trying to say to these countries, you need to abide by our laws regarding the ecological way of
in your fucking country.
And what
in
the
your
fuck
fucking country,
about?
imagine.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You are not in a position to dictate anything to these countries. You need it.
Upgrade.
You pay for it, but you need it. If they don't want to do it like you want to do it, then they will just say, okay, we're not going to sell it to you. And then what? Yeah. We're going to be in even bigger shit.
Upgrade.
That's the dumbness of the European
don't forget
Union.
one thing.
We want to, that's the same with agriculture. We have dumb rules for the agriculture in Europe. But we import all the things from South America or from Africa who don't have any regulations, but we apply very hard rules on our agriculture and destroy our own production. And then we are crying about, like Lambo, why we can't do things by ourselves.
Exactly.
Guess what? Just change the rules for our countries, and then it will be fine. We survived before without these imports. How can we be so fucking idiots? We are
same problem in the United States.
If you let me continue to speak, Greg and Nika and Nunya, I was going to say like that.
Lambo, you need to. Your camera is not working.
You're in the dark. You're in the dark, motherfucker. Nobody can see your hand. So quit fucking acting like you don't.
I'm in the dark.
You need to. Your screen is all black for us. We don't see you at all. Maybe you need to refresh or something. So
Yeah, I'm going to. Made you hear me?
we
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can
you,
hear
but we
you.
just cannot
We
see
can hear
you.
you.
Oh my
Yes, we
god!
hear you.
Yeah.
And he
Well,
thought
Okay,
he
maybe
thought
you
he was
refresh.
holding
I'm going to
he was
refresh. I'm going to retry.
he thought he was
Very
holding
strange.
his hand. The poor guy. The
Yeah,
poor guy.
yeah. Let me cry now in my dark space, please.
You are in the dark place already. Cry there. We will not see you. Don't worry.
I've been invaded by Darth Vader. Fuck.
Not Darth, but Duck.
I'm coming
Duck
back.
Vader.
I'm coming back.
That's
Well,
so racist, man.
Just
one thing I wanted to say, and it's to Nunya's point, is say you're a commodities trader or whatever, and you signed a contract with China to buy soybeans at this amount. Then comes the president coming in and says, okay, now we're going to put 100% tariffs on that. So the contract you have is not really it's binding for you, but now there's an additional cost in it, which ruins the whole benefit of the contract. And that's what's happening, is that the tariffs can work maybe for the first outset. But after that, you're just scaring everybody else away from wanting to do any business with you. That's the whole thing. Slinging tariffs around like they're at the end all be all to everything is eventually going to hurt the United States one
Well, it
way or
already
another.
has. I mean, it's so laughable.
yeah.
Did you see the thing that Trump said last night about
Look at-
Canada? So they
don't
ran an
hear the
ad
guy.
down at the
It's
World
useless, man.
Series.
It's
What's
useless
that?
to hear him. It's
They
useless to hear
ran an
him.
ad.
He's
The
saying
Ontario government
whatever.
ran an ad for the World Series last night.
I'm
And
dark.
it was one of these or anti-tariff ads. So then now Trump came out and said, I'm throwing another 10% on Canada because you ran an ad.
Now you
And
see it.
it's like, what are you supposed to do if you're a Canadian business and you're thinking about investing in the United States? Why the hell would you in such an environment? You know, when these willy-nilly decisions are being made off the cuff. You know, it's bizarre. Anyway, sorry, Nika.
There is a village in sharing a border.
Somehow,
There is a village.
Somehow they get investment, right? They get investment.
Can I just one thing? There is I just want to say an anecdotal like thing to make people understand a bit. There is a village in Canada that shares its library. It's like older library between America and Canada. The border goes in middle, and before they went like they can go through the border and enter from the entrance which is in the border, the American border. And because of the crazy laws, now they need to do the customs and everything. So people were pissed off and needed to restructure the old library. It's a historical one, and the people from both sides, in the American side and Canadian side, were crazy and angry about it. It's like one small example, one thing, and the hypocritical. Not about you. I'm not like pointing out about Abigail or the people here, but the hypocrisy of European and the fairness of deals. Where is your fairness of deals when you had deals in African countries or in third world countries? It's very hypocritical. You're talking about fairness about China, and you had deals under gunpoint in other countries. That's hypocritical. I know from even my country for a fact that we had deals. We couldn't even touch the deal that France did for our phosphate from the day of independence. We cannot do it. Otherwise, we will be sanctions and cut to oblivion. And we buy it like for nothing. We sell it for nothing, practically. And we say about fairness of deals. It's like you reap what you sow, guys. you being an asshole to us, and people are asshole to you guys. That's it.
But
Welcome to Geopolitics.
the thing is, and we previous governments past in the years, and I think you can I think it started 15 years ago, something like that, started to allow saying nothing. All these companies moving to China and other poor countries to use the cheap labor, the no regulations, all that shit to build their stuff, import everything back to Europe and United States, and nobody said something about that. Nobody. Suddenly, you have one guy, Trump, saying, don't do it. And everybody is angry. Everybody is fucking stupid, you know? I don't know
Mr.
how to
Lambo,
say
China
that, but
isn't your enemy. The EU is.
also, because just what I'm saying, we allowed for years everything to happen, but China is getting richer for that. They suddenly became dangerous also because you're building a very big army, all that shit, and they're going to maybe invade Taiwan. Everything is bad, you know? But
but you know, China took advantage. China took advantage of the situation that the United States and Europe created. I mean, maybe not the average Chinese guy, but somebody in the Chinese Communist Party. It's like, you know, if you have this like platter of free shit given to you and you don't take it, they're probably gonna like question you as a fucking competent leader. Like if these motherfuckers are gonna serve themselves up to us on a silver platter, and you don't take that opportunity to go like basically advance your entire country, you know, build up the military, build out your entire economy, then you would have been a dumbass. You'd just be some idiot. Oh yeah, don't be like that dumb fuck from China. You know, I mean, they're not stupid people. They took advantage of it. It sucks that they did, but you know, all these American politicians and shit that cry about it now, or European or whatever, it's like, you created the regulations in the law and they found the fucking loopholes and you've let it happen. I mean,
and you don't enforce it when you found it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like you just kind of half-assed your way through it. Now it's gotten to be a problem and you're trying to fucking correct everything with all this like schizophrenic, you know, trying to get everything back. And, you know, maybe you'll get some shit back. Maybe you'll find some new shit, but you've probably lost a good amount of the old shit. Or at least temporarily for the time being.
One point before I forget, sorry guys for interrupting, but you got to understand why it wasn't so much that the governments like didn't do anything about it. It's that they couldn't, right? We need to just come to the understanding, and I think it's pretty much all well known now. All of these Western governments, all of our governments they're not governing for the people, and they haven't for a long time. They're all beholden to the corporations. And it was the corporations who wanted to sell everything out to the lowest bidder 30 years ago. It was the corporations who outsourced everything. The governments allowed it all to happen. And now that it's all gone to shit, you know, the governments are crying about it. But you know, they couldn't do anything about it because they don't actually govern, and they haven't for a long time. It's the corporations that are running us, and we just need to either take back the power or accept it. But we just got to take our heads out of the sand, you know? Like, we know what happened. You know, sorry, Maddie, go ahead.
OM need more Maddie and less Jude Jordan. Well, my better
Where is
sit
that
down.
train coming from?
I approve.
It's the super chat.
Personally.
Did you get change sounds, Wyatt?
Yeah, there's sound effect now for StreamYard, so you know, I using sound effect to signal the super chat.
Yeah, I was because I have RC train underneath my table here, and I was busy looking like, is he driving right now or not? It's cool.
Sorry, my bad. Okay, yeah. Maddie.
Well, let's use American industrial production as an example. You know, back in the late 80s, early 90s, and 2000s, we act as if China stole all this stuff from us. And I've said it before, they didn't. Wall Street sold it to them. You remember the days of Wall Street going in and breaking up companies and selling them ad hoc out, the machines, everything? This is what was happening. China saw it being basically given to them on the platter, and they took it. And now we blame them for what we, in effect, allowed to happen to Nunya's business. The government should have stepped in and said, whoa, wait a second. You know, there is a national security concern to this that many of us said at the time, was that if you go to war and you don't have production, you can't make missiles and bombs at the rate that you need. It just isn't
You
there.
can't.
Or you could have at
because
least
the
done.
congressmen are all insider trading. You know, they are all invested in all
They
these
allowed
companies.
it all to happen. Now,
Or you could, or the United States could at least do what China did, you know, which is like require a certain percentage of the company to be in, you know, under their control and, you know, their consent. You know, they didn't do anything. It's like, hey, dude, come buy the steel plant for pennies on the dollar and ship all the equipment over to China.
Because they,
you know, like you said, and it's really annoying too when they sit there and act like. I mean, I know China does, you know, espionage and shit just like everybody else does. I don't know why everyone acts like Chinese espionage is like super special over everybody else's espionage. I mean, I'm sure everybody steals from everybody, but you know, the way they act like, oh, you took everything from us. You know, it's like, no, we gave it to you, and you know, maybe they did steal some shit, but that's because you fucking basically let them in the front door. So I mean, why not? You know, hey, I'm a janitor to Boeing. You want some F-35 fucking blueprints? Sure, bro. I mean, it's your own fault. You let these motherfuckers in your backyard, and then you wonder why they shit in it.
I was
Yeah,
by the American a few weeks
when it
ago.
started to
I
happen,
mean,
the Chinese were literally bringing bags of cash into the Clinton White House. What the hell do you think they were doing with that money? It wasn't just to be able to stay in the Lincoln's bedroom. You know, it was to be able to facilitate shit like this. And the Clinton administration sat back.
I mean, remember the big stink when they had there was a stink in the Clinton administration about a chip for the Nintendo, I don't know, 64 or something, and how, you know, if China gets these, you know, buys all the Nintendos, they're going to, you know, increase their ICBM fleet by, you know, 10,000 or something. It was like, I mean, that's cool. There's a chip in a video game. It's that badass, I guess. But I mean, I was like, is China going to like corner the market and buy all the, you know, the Nintendo Game Boys just to get the chip? It's kind of like the Russian toilets and the washing machine shit, you know.
Well, we sold them something like the Deep Blue computer, which allowed their ballistic missiles program to be able to, you know, get that much more ahead instead of them trying to do it on their own. The Clintons allowed them to get a computer that allowed them to build up their ICBM. You know, they said it was for going to the moon, which obviously, you know, they did. But, you know, if you're going to make rockets, well, you might as well make them for ICBMs too. We gave them.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Werner von Braun wasn't building spaceships at the beginning.
Right.
That was later.
But it sounds like every single problem in United States, right? No, every single problem is United States just allowing, you know, foreigners to come in and take it and, you know, create problem for themselves, and like this sounds like every single problem the United States has.
And then when it all goes to shit, they come up with the same excuse. They're dumping. It's over capacity. The Chinese are dumping. They're dumping all these goods onto U.S. They're dumping all these goods onto Europe. And I'm like, dumping? It's like, what? People wake up one day and they go outside and there's just this big crate of Chinese product there?
Yeah,
no,
well, I mean, haven't you been
buying this? They're importing it into places like Europe.
Haven't you been to
making a profit? That's what China's exporting.
Haven't you been to the port of LA? I mean, there's Chinese guys with AK-47s pointed at the dock workers, making them unload the ships. You know, I mean, come on.
But they eliminate. Here's what China is exporting. Okay, they're exporting deflation to the rest of the world. We should all be kissing China's ass because we actually have more money in our pockets because of them, right? And the whole idea of dumping is as soon as anybody mentions the word dumping, just assume they're an idiot because they just don't know what they're talking about.
Can I add
one thing? Go ahead.
You know, just one thing before I
break first.
It's a comment. The American and the Western there's a superiority complex. There is nothing that everyone else can invent. Only it's stolen. If anything that happened in Russia or China, it's like it must be stolen. Even some technology that America didn't like perfect, like hypersonic missiles, it must be stolen from America. How? I don't know. But come on, guys, the amount of the universities of the Chinese university, the amount of patents that they produce, the amount of research they produce is like even larger than US ones now.
Don't know how many they stole. Go to Construction Expo. You see the Chinese people taking pictures underneath cranes, all that shit.
Come on.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
The
You
brain-
Yeah,
learn
but I mean, who
everything.
gives a shit, dude? I mean, a crane is a crane is a crane. I mean, is a Chinese
American-
crane going to be built any differently than a German crane? I mean, the crane has to do a
American-
certain job, so it's got to be built a certain way.
We just
American
tested one.
invented-
We just
Chinese
tested
crane
one.
is communist. No, the crane is communist.
American invented
Listen,
everything. The
now
West
this is the
invented
thing.
everything. They invented
You
the
guys,
wheel, the fire,
you
the
guys
skies,
gotta,
and
you
everyone
guys gotta
steals.
come to, you guys gotta deal with the fact that the Chinese are better at doing capitalism than the West is. That's a
No, I
fact.
don't think that. I don't think that. I think actually the West is sabotaging themselves by over-regulating their own businesses, and that the business leaders
That's what I said. That's exactly what I said.
The politics also are in cahoot together, and don't give a shit, like Nunya said, about common people, and just give a shit about money and to outsource things to make it cheaper and to sell it more, and that's a normal business thing, you know. I think China is definitely was beneficial for the entire world because of their manufacturing power and also other things. But we also need to be careful because they also try to take over some very important strategical assets in the West, especially, for example, in Greece, they took over all the ports. In France, they're taking over all the airports in strategic places because they know that these assets are very important, and they have a plan. We don't have a plan. We have just emotions, and that's what I want to come back to for Mr. Lambo. It's great to complain about that all the time, but if we overregulate our own economy, our own businesses, and afterwards we're crying about wolf, it's not going to work. We need to find a plan where we can compete again against the big powers, and we're not going to do that by overregulating our businesses, putting unnecessary taxes on common people, and so on and so forth, and importing millions of immigrants, illegal immigrants to how should I say, to bring the gap between our demographic problems.
Wages.
We need to have very important, solutions for Europe, and it's going to be now. And if it's not now, then we're going to have maybe a continent who is, going to be a third world in like maybe 100 years. Because if we don't produce anything, we're dependent on all these big powers. What we're going to do, we're just going to have to buy everything, and our money is worth less and less and less because we print all the money, for low interest before COVID. And now nobody want to, go to the European Bank to get new loans because the interest rate is crazy now. So we sabotaged ourselves. Then we cry about wolf. That's not the solution. The solution is to make the economical power of our countries again work. And it's not going to work with over-regulating our countries. We need to break free from this mindset of ideology over, effectiveness. And the world is going down the effectiveness path, and we still in the ideological part of this. And that's not going to solve the issues. It's just going to increase the problems which we have. Look at immigration now. In each country in Europe, there's marches against immigration. And not just like hundreds of people like 20 years ago. There's tens of thousands of people going out in major European cities and complaining about how we treat people from our country comparing to foreign-born country people, and that's not possible. That's not possible. We need to find a solution. We need to find a solution to this big problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to try to give an example to Nika about China. We tested for 1 week Chinese crane, 150,000 euro cheaper compared to the exact same type of a German brand. The technology is like copy, you don't want to know. But I can agree that China is investing in evolution. They're investing in better tech. I can agree with that. But the base of everything is 100% copy. And the thing that I say to my boss, it's the steel same graded like the German one, because we are using crypt steel. That's a very famous type of steel. It's very solid. Is that the same grade? Can we trust Chinese steel? the electronics or literally.
Well, I mean, hey, Lambo, think about this. I mean, if China really wants to step out into the world, then they're going to have to make a product that meets the standards. And if it's cheaper,
they did it.
Well, hold up, let me
They
finish.
do.
If it's cheaper, and it's the same, let's say, durability as the Krupp steel, then it's a win. And I mean, if you think about the Chinese, like you said, they are evolving. I mean, obviously, they're going to have high standards in their aircraft industry and probably their shipping industry. Maybe they finally got around to getting better in their construction industry. And the other thing with copying, I get what you're saying about copying, but the thing is, it's like
It's not copying.
it's stupid. Even if it is copying, it's like if there's a design that works, then why not use it? Why should China waste billions of dollars on research and development when they can go copy something to get the job done? It's just like it's, you know, I mean, yes, they do have their own stuff and they may copy stuff, but you know, you'd be stupid not to. I mean, if it works, it works. Why not use it?
But
Let me explain one thing.
You need to understand one
Great.
thing.
The
because
US
the
made this
thing was-
messy, but you're not mentioning them. You sound like the EU leaders.
On the contrary, I don't sound like the EU leaders at all. I try to address the problems, you know, which we have in Europe. They don't do that. I'm not blaming on. That's the thing, right? You shouldn't stop blaming other people about your problems. Go and tackle your own problems. Try to solve them by yourself. The US is not going to help us right now in our major economical immigration problems and overregulating. That's just, we can do that. We can, you know, change all that by ourselves because we are still somehow a little bit, you know, independent in some ways. You know, we can still change some rules, but to just blame it on third parties is just childish. You know, you're just oh, he did it, you know, that's why this happened. You know, just look at yourself, try to solve the issues by yourself. You don't need to blame all the time the other people. That's what Mr. Lambo did with China. I'm not blaming China for copying things. You know, if they make a better tech out of copying our stuff, that means we weren't not good enough to make it better.
Develop,
you know? If they invent, you know, invite people, you know, Europeans, Americans to China and let them show them how it works, and then they say, okay, the contract is over, and they just produce it better and make it better. That's not on the fault of China. That's the fault of our people, of our regulations and our countries who don't give the chances to our businesses to actually strive. Look at AI, for example, ChatGPT. The ChatGPT, the first guys, the base of ChatGPT was made by like some French people, and they just went over to the US because it's too expensive to do everything in France because it's overregulated and overtaxed. You fucking idiots! Wake up!
It is living in medieval, the French.
You have to say it in a French accent. If not, they don't understand.
It's still in the medieval. We are living still in the medieval time. So we are always like the castles. And
shut up, you're Belgian, man. Shut up.
The thing is an upgrade. You're right about that, but the thing is that the government's allowed to do everything happen. And the funny thing that Nika was saying, and if I continue about China, is patents. Do you really think that Chinese care about patents? Do you really think that Chinese are going to make patents? No, they're going to steal them, and they don't give a fuck if they're going to win a lawsuit. Let me first once time continue.
Oh my God!
And finish my sentence about that Graham I'm speaking. What they did, and it was actually a fantastic thing that they did. They make it as European as possible. So they used European engine, Mercedes engine, ZF gearbox. As fuck is they didn't use Chinese engine and they didn't use Chinese gearbox. So for us to maintain that crane is very easy because we just need to go to Mercedes garage and ask to maintain and repair a fucking Chinese crane. The Chinese are thinking like that. They really designed a European crane by stealing European technology, putting a modern European engine inside of it. And if you say they don't copying, if you go on YouTube, you can maybe find it, but I went 3 times to Boma and Munich. There's 80 football fields big expo about construction machinery. It's the biggest expo in the world. You could see literally these Chinese people underneath the cranes taking pictures. You have security guards pulling them out of underneath these machines. The next edition, you could see some Chinese manufacturers with bulldozers looking exactly the
I
same
got
as
to say, Mr. Lambo.
you know what I
I
mean?
gotta say, Mr. Lambo, you're very right. I mean, when I was working in restaurants, Chinese people were taking pictures
Jury,
of the
jury,
food.
me
I
and Desi were going to
mean,
respond before.
food technology. I
Oh,
mean,
yo,
they were
jury,
really
jury,
nasty, and
jury.
They
they were
also,
Stay in the
what
using
line.
happened
food
is that they
technology.
paid a lot of
They,
engineers
they
Oh my
were
God.
looking
moving
at
to
Yeah,
it.
but
China.
you know what's really nasty though, guys? Like Belgium's former king, he used to boil people in acid, and he also set
Oh
up
my
a
God,
zoo.
yeah.
He also
And then
set
all
up a
these
You know
zoo so the
Canadian,
people
Can I
no,
how
he
many
also
can I
set up a
respond
zoo
to?
so
that
that
things
people
were
in
buried in
Brussels
Canada?
could
How
look
many
at
things
black
you find
kids.
buried in Canada,
you
They had a
Nunya?
black
Come
kid
on.
zoo in
I'm not going to
Brussels.
use the
Can I
passport.
respond?
So to Nika's point,
Can we?
you
I
can
don't think people have
copy
much sympathy
a
for the
machinery.
Belgians and the
You
Chinese
cannot
stealing your
copy.
technology. So,
Listen, you
eh,
cannot copy
How many
machinery
buried kids did they
pictures
found in
from
Canada
pictures.
at
You can
schools?
copy it by buying. You order a machine. You order a machine and then copy it. You don't have to take pictures. That's stupid
Jury,
idea.
They did it
jury,
also like that. They
jury,
kept.
Really stupid idea, Mr. Lambo. Copy
jury.
photos
I mean, those
don't
people,
help.
yeah, he's right. Those people
You
taking pictures, they might
order.
be like the Chinese people in Yellowstone that go up to buffaloes
yeah,
and shit. And
yeah,
that's
the
why the
Belgians
security
have
Oh
guards are
yeah,
black
yanking.
kids.
That well, think about it. That's
They
why
have
the
black
security
kids
guards are
too.
yanking them out because they don't
The
want the
Chinese
fucking
must
crane
eat
to fall
anything
on them.
else besides
That's
You
black
know what I
that's
kids.
mean?
very
These
that's
brands,
very
these like Liebherr, you're not going to find in China.
Lambo,
They,
when
they
Lambo.
only
Listen,
ordered
can we
very,
respond,
very,
please?
people
very.
taking pictures isn't proof of stolen technology. But mostly
Dude,
of all, to
there
what
was brands.
shut
There
up,
was
shut up.
because
To
there
what
was
He
upgrade
will
was
not shut
saying.
up. He
do
will
anything.
continue non-stop.
To what upgrade to what upgrade was saying. The policy, like the whole patent thing. It's basically for you to not be able to build your own crane. Okay, so
Yeah,
it's a way
yeah,
of stopping smaller companies from
yeah.
competing with the bigger company. That's the whole patent thing, and
No,
that's the
they
rules
changed
of the economic world.
I mean, look
Yeah,
at
What I
pharmaceuticals.
that's the
what
economic
I wanted
world order.
in
China,
No, they're
return.
China,
changing
China,
patents
just like
because of the
India,
happening.
China, just like India, they are not subjects to the laws of a nation, and so they can make their own pharmaceuticals from the whatever studies that the Americans made, and they can make engines or engineering from because they're not subject to the same law. They're their own sovereign nation.
Yeah,
Okay, and so they
look
can
how
do
hard
that.
the pharmaceutical companies fight the patents running out and shit because they don't want to lose that big money when it goes generic.
And this is
Well, that
nothing
Yeah,
doesn't
and
new,
matter
so
by the
when
way.
they lose their patents. Everybody's
Lambo
starting
say,
with cheap
it's
also.
it's a form of self sabotage. In the end, what these
Lambo,
nations have done, what the Western nations have done, is to make sure they can create monopolies over their own technology. They have made themselves uncompetitive by suppressing the competition inside their own nations, and that's why
No,
they're
no,
becoming
no, that's not
uncompetitive.
true because they see
What
Yes,
I want
they
competitors.
have been smothering the competition, the internal
can we
competition, and that's why external competition can overrun them.
yeah,
And I
Desi
just want
go
to
and
make the
then
point.
I'll
Mr.
go
Lambo,
to
Yeah,
respond to
Mr.
Mr.
Lambo,
Lambo
yeah,
because we
I
wanted
just
to
Chinese are
talk for a long
the
time.
Chinese are stealing technology. I
Julius,
wouldn't
just
say
shut
it's
up.
correct.
Black kids zoo.
It's
We were
we
talking before you
All right, we shall
came.
all talk at
taking
the same
our
time so that we can,
technology to them. Listen,
have
we
fun.
are taking our technology to
Popular
them.
today. Look at that.
You know,
Like
they're not stealing it. We are taking our technology to them. Volkswagen is closing their factories now in Europe. Why? Because they announced it 10 years ago. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna transfer all the production to China. They announced it 10 years ago. They kept on doing it, transferring more, doing more and more. Couple of months ago, they say, "Oh, we don't have enough sales." Why? Because they're producing all of it. They have the sales from the China production, but they don't have sales from the EU production. Yes.
Mm.
And now all of a sudden,
That's not
we don't have,
happening.
no. All of a sudden, oh, we don't have chips from the China to build Volkswagen anymore. So now they're closing it fully. Well, they announced it 10 years ago that they're moving, just like the United States did, they've been moving the production to China. It's all lies. So many
It's not
lies.
correct to move all the shit to China. And
Okay,
Europe, that's
They
again,
did it.
now,
They announced it 10 years ago, and they kept repeating it until a year ago when they started changing the narrative. They're hiding it now. They want to blame workers for it, while the management, and so the workers in Volkswagen plant stood up against their managers, started getting mad at them because they're fucking them up, because the sales are going the same, but production is not there anymore. It's in China. Sales from China for Volkswagens are the same, unchanged. So managers keep getting the bonuses and bigger, while they're blaming the workers. This is the same narrative as in the United States. We should look behind what is said and remember what they said 10 years ago.
Don't you think that it's
10
sad
years ago.
that all these politicians in the past just let things like that happening?
Now, what's more sad is you voting for the same.
It is what it is, Lambo. It happens. You know, we're where we're at. You know, the Chinese took advantage of a situation.
Yeah,
You know, I mean,
More sad is you
they had to be
voting
blocked in the past because they are destroying
for the
all
same
these companies
politicians.
and governments destroyed our own fucking economy. That's fucking sad. Letting that
No.
happening.
no, Lambo.
dude,
What's sad?
it's just like right now. I mean, they're fucking destroying Ukraine because they think they can make a buck off of it.
Yeah,
You know?
but the guy behind me on the picture,
Same kind of attitude, same mindset.
for once, I can say something positive about my politics. I don't know if you already talked about the frozen assets, but Mr. Barder-Weaver, that guy, did a fucking good decision. Because if it was a lefty prime minister decision like we're going to use these 140 billion frozen assets, and after the war, Russia is going to win that money back, it's going to cost me more than 15,000 euro per taxpayer in Belgium. Because one fucking asshole decided to give that money away without thinking. I have a prime minister that was thinking about it. I say, yes, I am maybe allowed to give that money if everybody agrees with that and everybody is going to protect me for that. Wow, finally, I have a Belgian prime minister that did one thing very good. I don't going to talk about what he's doing with the country and my country, but to protect taxpayers' money or for the future that we can lose because they did a stupid decision. Wow. And then you can see how Europe is stupid because he said like the response was like, we're going to talk about it later in December. I just hope they're just never going to deblock it because it never happened during a war.
Lambo, we are seeing right now how stupid is Europe. We are literally seeing how stupid is Europe.
Yeah.
No, I'm just joking. No, but seriously, like that's the minimal. Like, it's become so bad that you're actually praising like the most minimal, meek, ballless act of self-interest. It's like he could have spilled the beans and said what's actually going on, like he kind of did, but he was like. It was so meek and cowardly, like even when they resist this complete suicidal madness, they're still like apologizing for it, like, I'll do it, I'll wreck my country, but if you guys all wreck your countries with me, like fuck that shit, man.
Of Europe. I think he's just
It's like Ukraine.
I think he's just
pathetic.
I think even Barder-Weaver is just stuck because he came as a prime minister. All the decisions were already made before him by supporting Ukraine, and he just can't stop it because you're giving these to Ukraine.
You ungrateful Spaniards.
Interest of these frozen assets ready to Ukraine.
Left or right, we see what Meloni did in Italy. We see the big change that she did. Zero.
Exactly.
But he is saying, I am supporting Ukraine, I am willing to help, but some things we're going to say realistic about it.
It's the same thing.
For
me, these ungrateful Spaniards, man, I'm telling you.
That's it. Oh, but
if you would have stayed with the glorious Spanish Empire, this wouldn't be happening right now, Lambo.
True.
Well, if you want to, talk about Ukraine, there's a lot of stuff going on the map.
Oh yeah, let's talk about Pokrovs, my
Hell
dudes.
yeah.
You got Pokrovs,
Hell
Kupiansk,
yeah.
you got
Come on,
fucking
let's talk
Seversk.
Ukraine instead of all these
About the
economic
figures?
bullshit.
Well, yeah, let's quit crying about how your European leaders suck and talk about Ukraine.
No, I just want to add one thing. Like one thing why Europe sucks, leaders suck even more, is like, 'cause considering you guys just pointed out history, right? This is the second time that it's happening this way. Because if you know European history, you'll know that what the Chinese are doing, the Prussians did the same thing. The Prussians took English patents and French patents and then used it against the French in the Franco-Prussian War.
Yes.
And then became an empire.
This is literally how science is done, man. You don't
cannot
understand that this is literally how science is done. If
You
I
go
want
back
to
further,
increase, if I
and
would want to
the
continue,
Romans, right?
just one.
Oh yeah, go. Okay,
Yeah.
fine, go ahead.
If I want to improve in one specific field, I will not like go in a dark room and start from the Stone Age and go to that point. No, I will take the whole research about that field, Westerner, Chinese, whatever resources I will do. This is how everyone doing it, and try to study it and try to understand it, and then to try to develop that point in the whole specific part. So it's not like coming from from space. It's like coming from everyone's experience, everyone's testing, and I assimilate it and I improve a bit. And the next researcher will take my bit and everyone's else and try to study it and assimilate it and improve one another bit. And if it happens, it be like Chinese or European or American, like researchers don't care. Practically, they need to develop that particular point they need to develop. It's not copy and paste. It's not like stupid shit. Like, yeah, people do it everywhere, but this is not how science is improved.
Even if it was copy and paste, even if it was copy and pasting, the Chinese are looking after their own interests, while Belgium and the European Union are looking after the environment.
How gunpowder managed to arrive to Europe? They copied it and improved it from the Ottomans, and the Ottomans copied and improved it from the Safavids. The Safavids did it from Chinese. You see, it's a cycle, it's an improvement cycle. One, take the technology, improve it a bit, and pass it on to the other. It's not like, oh, they copied from us. We are so much intelligent. Everyone is copying from us. Who copied hypersonic? You didn't have even hypersonic missiles. Russian and Chinese improved it. Who copied from? Who they copied?
Just look at the greatest, Nika, just look at the greatest empire in Europe, the Romans. Every Roman technology was borrowed or conquered, right?
By war.
Whether it's the
by
Roman
war.
scutum, whether it's the galleys that they took from, Greece, and Carthage. They copied the Carthaginian, literally, they captured a Carthaginian ship and then built a name based on their designs. You cannot blame Rome for being smart like that.
How this is how human improve.
Romans copied battle tactics from turtles. Yes. So
this is how humanity evolved. Actually, this is how humanity evolved.
Artillery was Syracuse. Roman artillery was brought in from Syracuse after they conquered Syracuse, right? It's
but there is a complex. There is a complex. There is a Western complex of superiority that they think they only invent. Not everyone, but some people think that they are the apex of intelligence and no one can come with anything useful.
Nika, on the other side,
only need to copy. I'm not generalizing, but some people really think like that. They think that is incapable of evolving.
Many inventions were actually also done by Westerners. It's not like everybody did invention, right? Everybody did invention. Like the Egyptians did numbers, the Chinese did gunpowder, and so on. You can go. Every country has their proud history about invention and technology. Doesn't mean that somebody is inferior or not. That, like you said, right?
No.
It's going even worse.
For example, we took the the payment before COVID. There was no QR payment or stuff like that. We went to the post office and paid our bills there, like Stone Age. And then COVID came, and we actually copied things from China. Many things were copied by China.
Yeah, this is what the natural thing
with
is.
your phone and stuff like that. It's all coming from China. It doesn't mean that we stole anything from China. We just make our own version out of the things which was made in China. That's what Chinese do also in China. They just see a good idea and they say, that's a good idea. Let's make it better. Then they invent a better idea. And that's how human being evolved. It's not very complicated. It's not all stealing things, Mr. Lambo. Sometimes other people have better ideas.
Because I'm going to refer on that one.
A photo under a fucking crane that he's gonna, steal your fucking idea. You don't think they know how to make the cranes? They know how to make probably
search
AI cranes already.
Car brands, you're looking to just like water, like
I mean, come on, dude. They're making fucking aircraft carriers, and now they're making they're making exact copies of the Kitty Hawk class now. So
yeah, I know.
And they are the first country to launch a fighter aircraft from a carrier with an electromagnetic catapult. So obviously they know how to build shit. I mean, we have electromagnetic catapults, but as far as I know, they've had issues and haven't worked right, or they haven't worked enough to put a video on the news.
But
and the other thing, the Chinese launched different types of aircraft also. It was several different types of aircraft.
Most important part of any machinery is electronics, right? So by taking picture of electronics, you'll know how the sensor works and how the program works of it. I'm pretty sure you can do it. If you open the control box, take a picture, and you'll know what is doing it, right? So this is easy to copy and paste, man. I'm pretty sure when they were taking the pictures of the plates with the good food, they were also copy pasting the smell and the taste of the food. But probably they wanted to.
I can tell you in China they don't know how to copy.
Here's my
guys, just to end that topic, because I wanted to speak about Ukraine like Von asked to. Just to start it's not only about these things that the economy is fucked. I called 2 weeks ago to Amazon Prime's United States. Desi, sorry for that one. Hello, can I help you from India? I am from Amazon Prime. Can I help you with your problem? Can I help you with your problem? What the fuck does an American company using call centers from India? Come on, guys.
Economics. Hey, economics.
Dude, they've been doing that shit for fucking decades. It's like it's been going. They've been doing that shit for decades, dude. It's like a fucking joke. I mean,
three pennies on the dollar
in the future.
I mean, I can't remember when I ever. It's been so long. I can't remember the first time I ever heard a joke about an Indian scammer or call center.
Why is it a problem to have a call center?
because they don't speak English. That's the problem. That's the problem. Yes, they don't speak English.
It's good old-fashioned Western racism, and we haven't in this conversation.
It's not racism. It's phonetic. It's pronunciation. It's pronunciation. Nunya, you're an idiot asshole.
Fuck you, shit boy. Shit boy. This is Mr. Ted.
Ukraine. Yes, we're here to talk about Ukraine.
Ted is absolutely full of shit, aren't you, you old bastard?
Actually, I just took a shit and I named it Nunya.
Yeah, well, every day when I'm reading, I'm thinking of you. When I'm on my toilet thinking of your stupid old boomer ass. So fuck yourself.
I'm glad that my mind lives rent-free in your mind.
Okay, motherfucker. You're an old cocksucker. Let's fucking go.
No, I'm a bridge builder. I'm a bridge builder. You're the cocksucker in the rumor.
You are pure fuck all, Ted. You're pure fuck all.
Alabama
retired asshole with no life, no friends. That's all.
I am a certified asshole. That is verifiable.
You're an old piece of garbage with no
I'm not.
Other than your own.
You know why I wasn't? You know why I wasn't on the open mic earlier? Because I've been working on. I've been working on my classic car.
Oh, working on your classic car, trying to figure it out.
No, it's actually running.
You're an old piece of trash. That's all you are.
Mr. Lambo, you would appreciate this. It's a 1967 Mercedes 250.
You're an old piece of trash, shit boy. That's all you are. Is an old piece of trash. You're a nugget piece of shit.
It starts on the first try. Even though it's not, even though this one is the S model and has twin carburetors.
I think about how alone he is.
The key?
How he doesn't have a life. He doesn't have.
I don't even have to touch the accelerator.
He doesn't have children. He has absolutely
and it
nothing.
Starts right up.
He goes on little chat boards and wants to start off flame wars. That's how much of a fucking loser he is.
How's that for well tuned?
Fuck yourself. You're fuck all is what you are. You're absolute fuck all, Ted. Complete fuck all, and that's why I call you shit boy, motherfucker. So tell me all about your piece of work. Tell me all about how
earlier this morning cleaning it all up.
It's actually you didn't do fuck all. You woke up today and you said, "Oh my God, I'm old. I have no life. I have no family. I have nobody who loves me."
Are we going to talk Ukraine or are we going to all listen to Nunya?
No. You're going to listen to me. You want to start on me? I'll start on you, motherfucker. No, you're the one who started it with me, and I'll finish it, you piece of fuck you, Lambo. No, I'll finish it with you anytime. Any fucking time, piece of garbage. Any fucking time.
Show me the dash.
Anytime? Get yourself out here, motherfucker. You want to do it or what?
Yeah, sure. PM me your address and I'll come find you.
I
will come find you.
Step up, motherfucker.
Okay, PM me now. Well, let's go. Okay, great. PM me that address. Don't worry about that.
You're officially the 9th person who's challenged me to a duel. Consider yourself on the list.
Challenging you to me kicking your fucking ass inside and out is what I'm challenging you to. It's not a duel. It's me beating you into the fucking ground is what it'll be.
You misunderstand how us Americans work.
Nah, PM me that address, dickhead. PM me now. Let's go. You calling you out. Show me. I'm watching the private chat right now. PM me that address. I'll come find you.
True, man. I don't even know what was the argument about.
He's a piece of shit Canadian who's bitter that the Americans are better at everything.
Man, Americans are better. You're fuck all. Your country's fuck all.
He's bitter that he doesn't have. He's bitter that he doesn't have.
You're all going to be broke really soon. None of you have fuck all now as it is. Your infrastructure
I'm still buying antique cars and playing with them. You're just bitter that you don't have the same opportunity.
You're all stupid. I got more opportunity, buddy. I got a great life. You're all fucking stupid down there. You're all fat like Ted. You're all riding around on scooters, and y'all still think.
No, this is a 4-door. This is actually a 4-door car.
You're fuck all. Your whole country is fuck all.
In fact, it even has factory air. How about this, Lambo? Look. Factory air.
Nobody cares about
factory air, baby.
Faggot named Shit Boy. Shit Boy, the American.
Still got those 1967 horns.
That's all you'll ever be. You will be nothing. Your whole country is nothing but a bunch of retarded people. And now the chickens have come home to roost. You're all going down. Your American dollars fucked. Your industries are fucked. And you're all going to be so goddamn broke.
It has the rectangle gauges.
It's going to be amazing to watch fucking Ted go bankrupt, living in that beautiful car of his.
Everything is in American measurements, though. It's in PSI for the oil gauge, and it's in Fahrenheit for the temperature gauge.
Nobody loves shit boy.
Speedometer is in miles per hour. So European state, but all American.
You know what? And that's why he just goes on. He's a fucking old man, and he's still going on chat boards. To find a social.
I do it to goad the fucking Canadians who have nothing better to do.
You have absolutely nothing better to do. You're on the message board all day, every day, and I'm the one who has nothing to do. Fuck you. You've got nothing. You've got nobody in your life. You've got nothing in your life. You're a nothing human being. You're an absolute zero, just like your country. just like
the
everybody
camera, don't show
ever
yourself.
touched.
Hold that fucking
They've
mouth.
all come with the same goddamn opinion that
Look at
you are a nothing
look at
human being. Nice
Fins,
faggot shirt too, by the way.
Media design.
What a queen you are.
fins on a Mercedes, huh?
Nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck about your shitty.
Oh, I love
stupid
it,
car.
Nunya. You need to appreciate old cars. Oh, yeah.
And look at
Yeah,
that fancy
nobody
ass
cares about
steering
you
wheel,
either.
huh?
Fucking black kid zoo. Okay, black kid zoo. Go get the fuck out of here, Lambo.
No, I am interested in Mercedes.
Keep going. I can do this all day. All
I'm
fucking day.
driving old Mercedes for fun. My owners just giving the keys to me. Dude, come on.
Ah.
I drove this summer an Aston Martin V8 Vantage 12. Fuck, dude. I don't have the money, but I have
I just I pulled the this thing was owned by this one was owned by a guy even older than myself. In fact, he was 97 when he sold it to me. And look at these seat covers. The old sheepskin seat covers.
You do. Shit boy. They look just as fucking gay as you do. You fucking shit boy piece of trash.
Where's
that address?
No, it's the leatherette. It's the vinyl seat.
Hey, faggot, where's that address? Where's that address?
Guys, there's a place for all of this, and it's called the VC.
Yeah, no.
You should continue.
Nunya never comes to the VC.
No, because Nunya has a fucking life, unlike you prick.
I have a life. I just happen to be semi-retired. You're just bitter that you're not.
You have absolutely nothing in your life. You have nothing. You have nobody. You have nothing. You have nobody.
I think there is
Nothing,
a reason why 9 people want to
are a
arrest Ted. Maybe
You're a
that's the
human
reason.
zero. Shit boy is a human zero. That's all you are. You're a waste of organic matter. Little else. You're a waste of fucking skin.
You're just upset that I have procreated more than you.
Yeah.
Oh, have you now?
Ew, that's disgusting,
Yeah,
man.
being part with a hooker and knocking her up doesn't count as fatherhood, Ted. He's nothing but a shit boy. He's nothing but a shit boy. He hangs out. He's pathetic for people. He hangs out on a message board all day.
Lambo, when you come visit, you're more than welcome to come drive it.
No, he's just a typical evil person.
See, owners love me.
Hey, give me other hand jobs in the front seat, faggots.
You know, just believing that the whole world belongs to them. This evil person, Nazi, they want Lebensraum taken from Canada and Greenland. This is typical. It's hard to believe that a Christian person doesn't understand its evilness.
Hey, Ted, come back, you piece of shit. I was just getting started.
Like Ted, believing that
Wi-Fi.
That Canada belongs to United States, that Greenland belongs to United States, that Venezuela belongs to United States.
This is expected. This is expected.
Super chat by Slav. Nunya's butt hurts from sitting on the toilet. By Slav.
Another fucking loser.
Oh my god.
Another fucking loser who hangs out in a chat message board all day.
No, but imagine the awful idea. Imagine, guys, the awful idea of having more Teds in this planet. It's awful to me. I cannot imagine such horrible thing, man.
No. Ted is based because, Ted is like this.
Ted serves a purpose. That type of attitude in a certain environment at certain times. It's like at a certain point, you break glass and get Ted, with that kind of attitude.
No, it serves the purpose to get you to steal and kill with excuse. That's all.
I cannot see how Juan and Ted share the same air in the same country. That's very alien to me.
We don't shame the share air. He breathes that Canadian bullshit.
Guys, listen. You're not understanding. Like, Ted is a wonderful relic. Okay, look at him. He's glorious. Like, he has this big
Where's that
beard,
address? Shit boy.
Silence. Let me talk. So
you have to recognize Ted for what he is. He is a relic of a bygone era. Like he's the
I'm still very much relevant. Very much relevant.
I'm not saying that you particularly. I'm not saying that you particularly, Ted, are not relevant. I'm saying that you are a relic of your generation. Okay, there's not very much of you from your generation, and even less so in the next generations. Okay, and so the thing is, you probably do have an attitude that did play a massive role in the conquest that America of the world, right? Your attitude represents that which made America take over the world, and that might be something super morally deplorable in a certain sense for all the horrors that happened, but nonetheless, there's a greatness to it, okay? Because it managed great things. Okay, so you can argue that all these starved children and dead children, are a bad thing, and I'd agree with that, but it is still part of this massive project of world conquest that they did carry out and almost achieve, and now it's receding, and he's a testament to that which once was, is not, and is going to perdition. Okay, so that's what we're seeing right now. So it's an interesting sight. I don't condemn him morally for his posture. I think it's an interesting perspective into that which made
someone
America
has to be on top.
what it is.
Someone has to be on top, and I'm okay with being that person.
No, you're not anymore, dummy.
Your time passed.
Super chat by Steph. Nunya, how many views on the last
still hang on
three?
the history of that
Three
moment.
more than your podcast did, okay? You're talking out Aussie, dickhead. Three more than yours.
Nunya, you're so irrelevant, no one even watches your podcast. That's so embarrassing.
Okay. It's still more than you do, Ted.
Actually, it's not.
Yeah, okay, show me. Where's your podcast? Show it. Please do it.
Yeah,
Show me.
I wonder if
somebody got to
hey
be on
Lambo, I wonder if we can go on a little drive here.
Oh, he wants to take him on a date. How lovely. How lovely. He's taking him out on a date.
I gotta go get a Coke so I can mix some scotch.
You will get more obese
He's an
than you are
alcoholic
now.
too. Get out of here, you
No,
old
Nunya.
Get
Nunya,
out
you're
of
not
here, you old
understanding.
bastard. Get out of here.
He's
I've got to go
he's not an
support the local
alcoholic.
economy.
Okay, faggot, get out of here.
He's not an alcoholic, okay? It's worse than that. He drinks his scotch with Coke, you see? And there you can see the seeds of the
No, I am
he's
not
an
a
old man. He's a strong man. He's a strong.
There are no
old
heretics
fart
in my house.
Fact check.
Of a bygone era, but he still
the
drinks.
podcast got 60 views. 60 views, not 3. Fact check. It's 60. No, do check out the Hell in the Handbasket. No, check it out. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a fun discussion most of the time.
Yeah, still 60 more than what Trevor had. Another irrelevant asshole. Talking about bullshit all day.
Looks like it is too far.
So it's way better. But you see,
but yeah, seriously, I mean, I had you up in this pedestal. I was singing praises to like whatever it is you are, and you bring Coke into the Scotch. That is so disappointing, man. I'm really disappointed in you right now.
Well, he's just a typical tacky American. He's your typical tacky American who does tacky shit like that. Right? That's only tacky people do that stuff. He doesn't even know how to drink properly. Like they're useless. He's useless. It's a whole generation of useless people, and shit boy is at the front and center of it.
I think Ted is a national treasure because he's the only one I know who's still unironically quoting Hui Long. I have never seen anyone else even remember who Hui Long is. And bro said I build bridges. That's based. That's nice.
No, I agree with that. Desi, even and look at Desi. He has such a good attitude even after Lambo insulted his lawful and valid trade. He spends all day servicing Europeans and Americans, and then Lambo starts trashing him for that. That is just terrible, Lambo. Shame on you. But look at Desi. Look at his wonderful attitude in spite of that. He doesn't take offense.
No, but
He just rolls with
Super
it.
chat by Slab. Nunya
never had
getting
Amazon
rectally
India
ravished by
on
Santa
phone,
Claus.
Ho ho ho! Merry fucking Christmas! Anytime he's on here, I'll give him the gears, because he just pissed me off.
So Mr. Dookie, that car was a Mercedes from 1967, a 250. Actually, pretty cool.
No, and also to Nunya, like it is remarkable. I think Nunya is also like a relic of seeing a Canadian actually fly into a rage and start being disrespectful to something. That's something unheard of. Like when have you ever heard of a Canadian actually insulting so savagely? So this is a very interesting. This could belong in a museum, of when we saw the last, patriotic American imperialist
Gabriel,
and the last aggressive Canadian.
It's calling me
No, it's a new thing. It's a new thing in Canada.
You're not going to argue against an American, asking him address and then trying to get it to his home. That's fucking suicidal. He's going to blow your shit out, Did you saw his collection?
No, I'm just going to light him on fire. That's all. That's all. That's all I'll do.
That's
not going to burn. No, I'm just going to light him on fire. That's all.
No, you're not going to have the time to.
I got lots of time. I'll make time for shit boy. I'll make time for shit boy.
As a believer, that's in his Bible. The first page is the Second Amendment.
Well, but the good thing about all this situation is that we learn a valuable lesson today. Instead of having interesting and calm, peaceful discussions about geopolitics, it's much better to go and fight it out with your local Santa Claus and agree to a duel at dawn.
At least we know in the old times. You get nothing from Christmas. Nunya, you just shit on Santa, you will get nothing.
No, just to be clear, a duel implies that he has a chance. He has no chance. That's why I'm saying it would be an ass kicking. So anyway, let's move on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's talk about Ukraine, and I hope you're not going to destroy your voice again.
Listen, Nunya. You must never fight against someone who cannot defend themselves from you. Okay, like you should only fight people who are a challenge. If you don't fight people who are a challenge, I disapprove of that behavior. Okay, Nunya. I'm
duly
expecting better of you.
Duly noted. But if I find out where he lives, I will kick his ass. That is a threat. And I'm sorry if that makes you think lesser of me. I think Ted deserves it, though. I really do.
I see Ted's coming out his front door with the bazooka.
Ukraine!
Yeah, let's talk about Ukraine.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Finally,
I think we wanted to talk about Ukraine like 1 hour ago, but we still haven't reached there yet. Ukraine is a bit far, It's in the borderlands, That's literally in the name.
It's like we're a small squad and we're walking 50 kilometers to get to Ukraine and talk about it.
And meanwhile, two of the soldiers is threatening to beat each other's ass.
Yeah, and it's we have to walk all the way, so it's a long way. We have to walk all the way because it's full of drones, and so if we go in a car, we're gonna get droned to death.
Holy shit!
Let's go more fights.
See,
a motherfucking ghost.
Good to see you, Gareth. I'm glad you.
So let's talk about Ukraine finally. So the first thing I want to ask you, Von, is that true that Ukraine military, because there are too much drones, I think it's in Pokrovsk, they need to walk 15 kilometers front and back a day?
That's what I heard. I've heard the same thing.
With added weights.
That they're trying to get in and out, and they got to walk like 10, 15 kilometers, and it's covered with drones and shit. And they're saying they were saying too that there might be like 250 or a few hundred Ukrainian guys inside of Pokrovsk, but they said the Russians are fucking just going after them, like hunting them down street by street, and they're like really supposedly going hard on the drone crews, like literally just fucking gunning them down. So I mean, and look at Mirohod's getting pushed in. I don't know how accurate it is, but it looks like Rodinsky's been cut in half, and they're at the road basically. So that kind of fucks the northern route out of that pocket. And if it's true, it looks like the Russians went right through the middle of Rodinsky through the commie block and took it and split the town in half. But they're saying the whole place is under Russian control. But I mean, they're at least in the city and threatening the road, which, I mean, if they're within a kilometer or a couple of kilometers, I mean, they can fly drones. And for what everybody's saying, that whole area is just loaded up with drones. The Russians, I mean, the Ukrainians were trying to, I guess, compensate the lack of infantry with the drones, and it probably helped for a while, but you can see that it, you know, either the Russians have turned up the pressure, which I guess they probably have with the negotiation threat, but at the same time, they may have actually overcome the drone problem to the point now where they can start making bigger gains because they finally got, you know, eliminated the drones to the point where they're not as many. And, you know, the Russians have more and more drones every day, whereas the Ukrainians lose them. So, I mean, that's what's going on around there. I mean, it sounds like the Ukrainians might be trying to withdraw some, maybe into Pokrovsk from Murahad or get out, but I think Wyatt said there's like 8 kilometers gap between the top pincher around Pokrovsk and the bottom. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less. But I mean, I'd say the whole southern part of Pokrovsk is probably gone by now.
Yeah.
Or at least vacated of Ukrainians that are of any fighting capacity. There might be some wounded guys hiding or something, but I would say there's like no resistance left in the south because it looks like they swarmed that whole area.
How long do you think?
Okay, super chat, my left. Peak Canadian masculinity, spazzing like a W0 man. Okay, so.
Can I reply to that? Well,
let somebody else can talk about Pokrovsk. I mean, I'm not the only one.
Fat, ugly, alone Australian dick who spends all of his time talking about gay sex on message boards and Discord servers. Like, come on, man. I got to take you seriously. You're in your 30s. Fucking figure your life out. Grow the fuck up. Like, quit losering. Okay, sorry.
Steph,
go ahead.
Steph, come online. We allowed you 15 minutes to beat the ass of Nunya.
Good luck. Good fucking luck.
Oh, yeah, Trevor, come over.
And do round 2 in the boxing ring. We just installed it for Ted also. So yeah, why not?
Good luck.
Okay, back to Ukraine now.
Yeah. No. I was. My biggest question is, I think, for Wyatt, if or Vaughn can choose, how long is going? Mehdi, what do you think? How long is going to take? You think that Pokrovsk is completely going to fall and going to be 1% on Russian?
I don't know. I mean, I'm like I said before. Wait, let's see where we're at in October 31st, which is basically a week. You know, it's stepped up a lot. I mean, there's a chance in a week that the whole west side of Kupiansk is gone and the east side is surrounded by the pocket collapsing, which kind of looks like it could happen. It just depends on where the Ukrainians are and what they want to do. I mean, then you got Seversk getting surrounded from 3 sides, but it seems like it kind of slowed down. But anything can happen around there. I mean, you've got that spot down around Yampol that's kind of ripe if the Russians want to push. And you've got that northern flank going around Lyman. And then go down around Pokrovsk and pick it. I mean, there's any number of places they can push hard if they want. I mean, they're starting to pick up around Kotini and shit, which means they're going to go for probably another cut on that road, which is 3 cuts then. So, I mean, that's done. And then you got the Komar front. That's hot. You got Hulolopi. You know, that's slowly moving towards that. And then you still got island fighting down around Kherson, which might just be a way of drawing more Ukrainians down there, keeping them fixed down there so they can do a lot more damage in around Pokrovsk and Komar and Hulolopi, because that kind of seems where it's picking up the most. I mean, it looks like Pokrovsk and Murahad are going to be encircled. I don't know, maybe in a week they'll be encircled or, you know, it'll be down to like a death road or something. But, I mean, that's the only one I could see really changing a lot. I mean, unless something breaks somewhere else. And maybe Kupiansk, you know, because that seems like it's falling apart pretty bad. So, let's say Pokrovsk, Murahad, and Kupiansk, maybe pretty much Kupiansk pretty much gone, and maybe the Pokrovsk things surrounded, you know, encircled officially. The other ones, I don't know. I mean, that just comes and goes. There's good days and big days. upgrade.
Yeah, I think also what's going on in Ukraine is the attack on the energy system. We can see that each day there is one more city who goes dark, and it's gonna be a tough one for the Ukrainians, especially for logistic purposes and also for the population at large. So the Russians are actually really going hard on them on the entire front line. It doesn't mean that they are going faster than they did before. They just do it systematically. And you see that Pokrovsk, I think Zelensky today said that the first Russians are already in Pokrovsk. Everybody knows that, but even he's admitting it, right? And he's saying that there is a very difficult situation there, especially for logistical purposes. So that's already one red flag for me, and shows that Pokrovsk will fall in the next maybe week or something like that, or at the end of the month. And overall, you can see the cauldrons also building up in different areas. Like there is the one in Pokrovsk, there's one in Kupiansk, there's one in Konstantinivka. It's not a cauldron yet, but they're starting to get closer and closer to the outskirt and even entered Konstantinivka. And also is in a bad place. So we can clearly see that the situation gets worse and worse. And I mean, like he's just gonna have to sign something if you don't want to lose even more ground and having a worse situation on the negotiating table.
Don't forget about Liman.
Super chat by Slav.
Sorry,
Gareth,
Liman.
come back to VC, Sneaker. So, yeah.
Liman too. Liman is also in a bad shape.
Yeah, don't forget about Liman. And it's really interesting because, well, Liman is surrounded by this massive forest, right? It's Seversk forest? No, it's the Serebrenka.
Yeah, the Serebrenki, whatever.
Serebrenski forestry.
Serebrenski, yeah, Serebrenski forestry. It's massive, and it goes way deep into the. I think it goes around Slavyansk, deeper into the northwest of Donetsk. And it's been said a lot throughout the war that the forest is a bad place for the Russians. Like the Russians don't do well in the forest. But I think that's wrong. And right now we're seeing that it's wrong. We see the situations in the forests around the Kursk region when the Russians took over on the Ukrainian side. And now we see like how the battle has gone in the Serebrenki forest, how they've taken like after the entrenched line, the trench line fell when they redeployed Azov to Pokrovsk. When that trench line fell, the rest of the forest northwest of Siversk, that place fell super quickly, and now Liman is almost encircled. It's semi-encircled, right? And they're advancing there every day. And so I'm thinking that the forest actually favors the one that has the better trained and the more manpower. Okay, because in the forest it's really hard to. It has good concealment. It has good cover, especially the Serebrenki forestry that is pine trees. Okay, and so the part where the battle was, the trench line, that was completely demolished by years of artillery, but the rest of the forest isn't. So it still has a lot of cover, and since it's pine tree, it's going to have leaves in winter. Okay, and so it's perfect for spreading out DRGs, which is what the Russians are doing most, under cover, away from drones, and spread them around. That's why they've been saying from Liman that they don't know where the Russians are. Like the Deep State made a huge gray zone in that area because like they don't have control over the area because they don't know where the Russians are. And so I think that place is going to be the actual route of entry. But we have never seen like this level of veracity in the Russian operational game that they're doing right now. Like we've never seen them encircling so much cities simultaneously. That shit is crazy. And we've never seen a year pass without a Ukrainian counteroffensive. So what to what Wyatt has been tracking all this time about the tendency, the trends of the war. This is a major milestone that we haven't seen a Ukrainian offensive, and we haven't seen so much cities on the brink of collapse. And the longer those cities are open, are still like not taken in that cauldron, the more attrition it generates for Ukraine. So that's why I don't know if they're going to actually fall quickly. Pokrov seems like it's about to fall because it's already overrun practically. But we don't know how long they want to keep them open because they always want more attrition, right? So why are they trying to close those attrition gaps right now? It seems that they're accelerating. Why would that be? Why would they be accelerating the capture of major cities?
Well, I mean, if it's true, there's not that many troops in the Pokrovsk city. It might just be a matter of they're not going to take a lot of prisoners. There's not going to be a lot of fighting. It's going to go quick. I mean, they talked about how they got manpower shortages plus the attrition. I mean, maybe it's just everything's clicking right now in certain spots. The attrition game, the push, and all that. It's just finally coming together in certain areas like across in Mirahad and a few other places. It's finally bearing fruit. Because, I mean, they've talked about this for a while, about how they've been really relying on the drones to protect that area. And it sounds like they pushed a lot of the troops into Mirahad and they used the drones over Pokrovsk, and that worked for a while, but obviously it's not working anymore. And, I mean, really the only way out is to kind of go northwest out of Mirahad past, I think it's Rodki or Rodinki or something like that, or Rivne, just north. I mean, kind of north of that. I mean, and that's probably already under fire control because you got that one video from History Legends where he's got that junction just north of the city that was just a death zone for logistics and rotation. So, I mean, it's getting tight. And like Wyatt said, it's only about 8 kilometers between the two Russian sides. So, I mean, that's already probably covered by mortars and drones and every kind of freaking artillery and bomb you can think of. So it's up to them, I guess. Do they get out or do they stand and fight or do they just sit there and surrender? I mean, I think the Russians want to get it too because it'd be a big PR hit. They take 2 cities at once and maybe get a few hundred POWs and
or more.
And then you're going to go into a negotiation.
There is the Gerasimov actually reported to Putin, announcing that they have encircled Kupiansk and Pokrov, which include 31 Ukrainian battalions. But of course, take it with a pinch of salt. But yeah, who knows? Because the report, military intel is always classified. So whatever you see on my map or anyone map, that might not be the true reality. The extent might be bigger. So yeah. Mary next, is it? Mary?
Well, we got to remember, Wyatt, that the maps that we see are like 72 hours behind of what actual events are. So maybe they did. You know what I mean? We just don't see it. And you have to stay the way you are. That's the way you should be doing it by what's confirmed. So I think that's good advice. But maybe they did. We just haven't seen it reflected in mapping yet. To me, you got to think of a couple of different things. Is that the nature of the terrain is starting to change, and there's less places for the AFU to dig in and hold, because now we're in the back of the front lines that were established, and now we're in the area where there's a lot of fields, open terrain, and the easiest, for the AFU, they have to follow where the terrain allows them to, that they have cover, at least to try to be unobserved, which means they're going to follow the streets and the towns. But what I think is that the push that is north of Lehman is actually, its goal eventually is to get behind Slavyansk and cut off the MO3 from it being able to feed the rest of the lower part of the front. I know that the Severus Forest is somewhat boggy, so not all of it can be defended and not all that you can dig into. And Seversk itself, if you look at the area, the main area they're closing in on, if you look at it on a topo map, you can see it's really geographically kind of weird. It's got a step in the middle of it, and there's a step on the other side. And the way the road works, it goes down through the valley of them too. So you got one side on top of the high ground on one side, one on the other. It's about who can push who off first, I think, is what it comes down to. That's just by me looking at it. And I've been so much about the crossing in Kherson. And the one thing about it is now I can't decide if it's a feint or not, because the bridge, they keep on attacking down. The bridge is blown halfway through, so the bridge cannot. If you take the bridge, you still cannot cross directly from it. So there's either they're doing it to bait AFU to have to keep resources there. B, they're doing it so that they keep on continuously attacking, set up on a pattern, and then eventually a real attack will go through. And they won't be necessarily prepared for it because they're going to be used to all these little ones. So they only put a reasonable amount of force to be able to oppose it. But maybe one time down in the future, they make a big push for it. Plus, there's also the area that's to the... God damn it. Gotta go.
Super chat by Slav. Nunya, I like your Funko Pops. Princess, very cool.
Hey,
maybe one day when you get your own house, you can furnish it any way you like to. When you're a big boy, again, you're 30-odd years old, man.
He has his own house. He has his own house, and he has a whole fleet of vehicles.
I gotta tell you, Trevor, look no further than Shit Boy over here. That's your future. It's not getting any better for you. So just end it now.
Life looks pretty good from where I sit.
Go with the vein.
You're just a jealous Canadian motherfucker.
Go with the vein. Not like the movies. Go with the vein. Pro tip. That's your future, Trevor. Not looking good for you, sir.
Next is Gareth. I think Gareth's finger is up.
Oh yeah, good to see you, Gareth. Glad you dropped on.
Welcome back, brother.
So in the light of this conversation, I saw History Legends coverage of what you described as the Russian summer campaign recently. And his argument is essentially that if you zoom out and look at the maps on a more sort of geographic scale, they didn't seem to do a great deal. They've taken places here and there, but it's not a big shift. And as far as the strategy of attrition goes, according to the figures he was using or presenting, they were inflicting 1.1 losses on the Ukrainians for every one they took themselves, which is good, seeing as they're on the attack, but it's not great for an attritional war. That would still leave them with a lot of losses to suffer, depending on how strong the Ukrainian army still is. And so the other thing about assessing the summer is, well, the last time I was on, I was asking whether Ukraine still had any reserves. Clearly they did enough for the last couple of months. But I want to raise that again. Is Ukraine doing very much other than being attacked? I know there have been talks of concentrations for some kind of offensive again, but nothing materialized in summer at any rate. So I'm just fishing for opinions on that. Thanks.
Yeah, they just destroyed the dam and fuck, I forgot it.
Yeah, I don't seriously think that the rate of attrition is that similar, unless the rate of attrition is actually super low, and what's actually being attrited is the material.
Well, they were saying, hey, just real quick, they were saying that last year in 2024, the Russians lost average 10 guys per kilometer. This year, they were losing 5. So it's a 50% reduction in losses over a year. And if you think about how they supposedly are fighting now, where they locate the targets and they bomb the targets and then they fix them and then they assault them with small groups and then finish them off with whatever. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, they're doing their attrition, and some of the people I've talked to, the 1.1 to 1 or 1.2 is is they kind of agree with that too. I mean, it's in favor of the Russians, but it's not, and that doesn't mean that's across the board. It just means it averages out to 1.1.2 to 1. But that doesn't mean that
the casualty trades show a different number.
They just upgraded the casualties for the AFU in Bakhmut, and it's up to 28,000 KIA. So, I mean, obviously there's going to be battlefield areas where like Avdiivka or Bakhmut or something where it's going to be real high. And then there might be other areas like around Komar or Hulupi where it's more wide open, where it's lower. Because there's not as many guys out there because there's not a lot of places to hide, and then the drones. So it could just be that, like around Kupiansk, it might be real high because they're in the city. But, maybe around the Serebrsky forest and shit, it's not that bad because it's all small groups. And maybe they run at each other, maybe they don't. Maybe they find a drone, maybe they don't. So, it just averages out. But like what Gary was saying, 1.1 and 1.2 sounds about right.
History Legends was using Russian official casualty figures, if I remember correctly, and this is separate from vehicle losses, which were tallied separately and are much harder to map anyway onto one another. So there's plenty of room, to quibble about the information and so forth. I'm not swearing to that information, just throwing it out as a ballpark to talk about in terms of what the impressions that people have of the state of the fighting at the moment. I mean, the real question from framing it as a summer offensive, which I don't know if the Russians ever did, is that did they actually achieve their goals? If their goal is to bait Ukrainian forces into cauldrons where they can be destroyed, you'd kind of think that the casualty rate would be a bit higher than that 1.1. So anyway, again, fishing for opinions.
Yeah, to your earlier question, Gareth, this idea of to estimate what are the reserves that the Ukrainians have available, it's like I said earlier, it's clearly not enough to continue the pattern of summer-autumn offensives that the Ukrainians have been doing since the start of the war, right? So they're clearly not attaining the manpower capacity to launch a new offensive. I'm not sure that it's because of maybe it's because of lack of weapons. Who knows? Because in the end, this war is kind of useless without, if you can't get enough drones, or if you can't get enough artillery or armored vehicles, then maybe you can't have enough manpower. But we do see Ukrainians themselves sounding alarm of their lack of manpower. And Wyatt's been pointing out a lot about the advantage of the drone warfare of having few units manning the line is also a disadvantage when an armored column comes in. And so even though they have sustained the line to a certain extent, there's not a total collapse. There is an acceleration of the advance of the Russians, and they're not launching counteroffensive. They've done this very sparse, spread out counteroffensive, throughout, trying to recuperate positions that are extremely critical, like in the breakthrough north of Pokrovsk, places around Kupiansk. They've been north of Kupiansk. They've been also doing counterattacks.
Another thing in relation to those two areas
in the Koma front.
Yeah, but in the Evil Rabbit and Kupiansk, a lot of that fighting was designed to draw in Azov and other elite units specifically to kill them, because those are the only guys that can stop the Russians. So they know if they push in certain ways in certain places, they can get a reaction. And that's what they kind of were doing around the northern part of Pokrovsk and around Kupiansk. Azov went in there, and you remember they made a big deal about Azov going in there, and those motherfuckers got hammered. I mean, they may have got guys in there, and they may have gotten rotations in, but they got fucking hammered. And the whole point of that was they want to go after those. The blue armband guys are the guys they want to kill the most, because those are the fucking ideologues. Those are the guys that are vets. The green guys might be territorials, and the yellow guys are obviously ain't worth a shit. But the blue guys are the ones they want. And It sounds like anytime they can set up a situation to draw those guys in, that's the whole point.
And it's been happening a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Around
lot.
Mirahad, all those places, they've sucked them in. I mean, and look at it. The quality of those guys is getting less and less. I mean, they're still veterans. They've still got good training, good equipment, but they're not the guys that were there in 22.
Super chat by Slav. Lambo, please twerk for DPA Army again.
So, I said it last time.
Wait.
Listen. If you pay $200, so it means Slav, you pay 100, and Toby Sluts pay the other 100, it's equal at 200. I will twerk in front of the camera. Sorry, it's crisis for everybody. Wyatt needs also money, so
Wyatt, you gotta ask him. Ask him straight up to do it. He'll do it for 20. I know he'll do it for $20. $20 or 20 bucks.
No, we are in Belgium.
$20 is $20.
No, Ted, in Belgium, you are not cheap.
Not the first time you've said that, shit boy.
Hey, Ted, take it easy, man. In Belgium, like in Europe, in the EU, prostitutes have dignity, okay? They have rights. You can't just...
There's no dignity in Europe. There's no dignity in Canada. $30. I've gotten them to do it for $5.
No.
You can't pimp out Lambo, for $20.
Americans can pimp the whole world. We've been doing it for 200 years.
I know.
European hoes.
Folks. That's
European hoes. Listen, Mr. Ted, you have to understand. Europeans are
just
highly
destroyed the
civil.
Ukrainian topic. Mary is waiting forever.
Oh, please let Mary talk, for God's sake.
No, Toby.
Mary, you're the only man of reason in this madness. Please.
Oh, there is no reason in this mad world.
He can't get it for free. Go ahead, Mary.
The one thing that you're, to bring up about the AFU and their offensives is that I wrote this in a comment that of Wyatt had posted earlier today, is that it seems to me that the AFU cannot gather enough massive firepower to continue the momentum that they gained when they initially attack. And once it's stopped, they're done. And what happens is, and it's partially doctrine, is that then what happens is the AFU command starts trickling in forces trying to reinforce failures, what they're doing, because they're just sending them into a cauldron of their own making. And I don't know why they continuously do this, because what they should be doing is saving these men in lives and resources for setting up traps to get the Russians to go into, to destroy their forces. They were never going to cut off the salient above Prokhorovsk. There's no way Russian MOD would allow that to sit out there unless they knew it could be supported. So basically all it was, as it turned out, it was basically bait to get these AFU to try to attack it, to try to cut it off. But if you looked at it on a topo map, you could see that the Russians the whole time controlled all the high terrain in the area where that salient was. So there wasn't really much that the AFU could do without being observed and directly fired upon. It's why, I don't understand the thinking and logic of command that is commanding them, because they have to have some reasonable idea of what's really going on.
Well, maybe that's the reason. Their justification is they're supposed to be grinding their guys down to nothing. Maybe that's truly the goal.
That's the only thing I can think of, because, it's one of the
Remember, it might not be a flaw. It might be a feature.
One of the dictates of, warfare is you don't reinforce failure. All you're doing is just shoving resources into something that's already lost. And this is what they continuously do.
Maybe this isn't seen as a failure. Maybe that's the whole goal, is to grind down all the Ukrainians. From the Ukrainian side.
Who knows what's going on in that regard.
Well, I mean, I don't know where it's at now, but you remember early on they were complaining about how they were conscripting people that weren't, Ukrainian, whatever, peer, I guess, from other parts of Ukraine. So, if you got a bunch of people you don't want around later, that might be part of it. I mean, look at Lindsey Graham, to the last Ukrainian. Maybe they're really serious about that.
Yeah,
I have
hopefully
heard-
Sure seems to be.
Ukrainian. I hope the last Ukrainian calls Lindsey Graham, says, "Well, I'm about ready to go. It's your turn. Get your ass over here."
Yes.
And
He's a
I mean that
politician.
for
They
all
never
the politicians.
He's a
they
jag.
never get involved.
He was a jag lawyer. What's he got to do? Read him their rights?
Right.
No. The last Ukrainian should like knock on his doorstep. But to what you're saying about the logic of this madness, I think there might be two possibilities. Like from the Lindsey Graham side, I'd say that he's probably thinking every Ukrainian we kill is a Russian we kill. Okay, in the future. So I think that's part of the thinking of Lindsey Graham types and the neocons and Europe. They're like every Ukrainian we kill is a Russian that we're killing. And from the Ukrainian side, like in the regime, I'd say that they're probably thinking something on the lines of every Ukrainian we kill is a Ukrainian that's not going to come after our necks when we're done with this racket. You know, I think that's probably the logic that's at work there.
Well, I'd just like to point out.
Go on, Gareth.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out there is another explanation, which is the ideology itself, which the ultra-nationalist ideology, which regards the life of a citizen as only being really valuable by leading it to some piece of ground and therefore sanctifying it for the country. Of course, the Germans in World War II made very much the same mistake, defending positions that they should not have tried to defend, refusing to withdraw to superior positions because of this ideological commitment to resistance at all costs. And then let's throw in other complications, such that it may be that the Ukrainian command is thinking that at some point the Americans will come in and take over the fighting, in which case they're not even really running the war for military objectives in the short term. They're running it for longer term strategic objectives. I think if you're going to say that the Ukrainians are killing their own people for some reason, you need a reason just to argue that rather than just throwing it out. I don't see any reason has been proposed yet.
Politicians getting rid of their own citizens, that's reason enough.
Well, if you really think about it, though, this war, it is my contention that this war continues because of the political corruption that was involved from the EU, United States, and such, Lindsey Graham and them.
Sure.
It's not to kill Russians. What it is to hide the corruption that happened there from the American public. And
10% of billions is a lot of money for politicians' buckets.
Hold on.
No, it's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with the expansion of NATO.
Let me finish.
It can be both. They don't have to be mutually exclusive.
If you follow that logic, by your logic, then yes, you know what? Grinding down your own military in a way would be right, because a possibility, because it's less witnesses to what you ordered them to do. In the end,
it also continues the. It also continues. We got to remember.
I want to give you an example of this, and it's a possibility. And what makes it a real possibility? The beginning of war, Azov unit from Mariupol had what was it? It wasn't Mariupol or wherever it was, had surrendered to the Russians. They were being held in a DPR prison camp at 3 o'clock in the morning, where these Azov members were. A Ukrainian missile came in and killed 100 plus of them, struck their barracks in the middle of the night when they would all be there sleeping. It wasn't a Russian missile, it was Ukrainian. And that's part of the thing too Zelensky's got to worry about, because their Azov members know this happened. And they're the ones that are, I don't know why they haven't went after the guy, but for whatever reason, this did happen. So this line of thinking does have a possibility, or at least a seed of possibility in it. I don't really know if I really believe it, but they did wipe out those Azov members. The only reason I can think
and you
of
also
is
have
they
that,
didn't want them given information they had.
and you also have that plane that was attacked, that plane full of prisoners of war that was brought down by the Ukrainians in the north. Remember?
Yeah, it's more than a seed of contention. I mean, this has a serious amount of legitimacy to this story. And for this conflict to continue, the ability to skim off on the grift is high, and it's at all the levels. It's not just at the little man at the top. It's everywhere down. If you're you don't even have to be a flag officer. Even these field officers have the ability to skim. Right? They're selling, and it's not just selling weapons. They're just skimming. They're getting kickbacks on the payroll. It's everywhere. I don't think that's all that unique to the Ukrainians. I mean, the Ukrainians are doing it now in this current conflict, but I don't think that's that unique.
It's
right?
always
like I said,
having mercenaries. There's always it's an age-old historic dodge that happens with mercenary companies. Is basically reporting dead men as on the roster on the strength and still collecting their pay. I mean, that's happened throughout history, and to think the Ukrainian command isn't doing it at some point is kind of is kind of illogical. And if you really think about it, that's happening. Maybe if command is going off of the numbers they think are existing in these units and telling them to do certain things when those numbers do not match up in reality, because half of the unit doesn't even exist. It's just on paper.
Well, I mean, think about it. It's like what Wyatt was saying earlier about, what was it, 30-some battalions might be trapped around Kupiansk.
Yep.
It's like, well, that's obviously not going to be 30,000 guys. If it was 30 full-strength battalions, it could literally just be a few thousand guys left out of all these. There might be the remnants of 31 battalions, and one might have 5 guys, another one might have 100, another one might be 300. It just depends, but more than likely, if there's 31 battalions there, it's just all fragments of whatever's left.
Super chat by John Steele. Smash like, subscribe, share, and comment. Thank you, John.
I think when this conflict is over, we're going to find out that the Ukrainians weren't fighting with near the numbers they were projecting, because they had so many dead people or AWOL people on their books, and for the entire conflict. This is not a recent development. It's been going on since the beginning of the conflict. So,
okay, but we're still speculating about motivations that may or may not exist in other people's heads. Is there anything that we can say about what's actually happening, such as, what?
It's all conjecture at this point.
Hey, but listen, Gareth, we were actually talking about what was actually happening and trying to describe the logic of it, and that's how we got into the realm of intention. It's not that we're detracting from the facts of the ground. We're talking about how they are creating cauldrons for themselves, feeding into cauldrons in a very illogical manner. So the only thing we have about that is speculation, because the behavior is so erratic to what would be self-preservation, national interests, and so on and so forth.
Well,
so
we're trying to apply logic in something that has politicians involved. Let's all keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's a good point. But
rational thought and logic don't have anything to do with politicians.
Oh, but listen, Ted. Logic isn't something exclusive to those who have an accuracy in it. Logic is a form of describing the mechanics of people's decisions. So, this suicidal behavior has a logic to it. It's not logical. It has a particular logic that is suicidal.
That's semantics. I agree.
Oh, but I mean that when we're talking about these logics, we're talking about how do people come to the decisions that are, for us, illogical. We have to probe into their way of thinking. And anyways, the facts of the ground is that they're running out of manpower, clearly, because that's what they constantly complain about. They haven't launched a counteroffensive, which is their traditional way of doing this war. And they are receding everywhere, and in an accelerated pace. And they're losing, the core of their defensive fortifications of decades. Not only of decades, since the Soviet, that Donbass cordon of industrial towns, those are massive fortifications that the Soviets built. You know, and so it's harmful for Russia to destroy that because those are their own fortifications. It's harmful to Russia to kill Ukrainian soldiers because they're Russian soldiers, you know, they're future Russian soldiers and past Russian soldiers as well. And so you're destroying a part of your warrior class in a bid to maintain a sovereignty and also to educate your remaining warrior class in the contemporary war, in modern war.
Isn't that why
Russians,
Russia's going so slowly?
I think that has totally that is totally the case. I think that they are going slowly, and
Not
I
just
also
to
think
save
I've
their
heard
own men,
mentioned
but
a
to
lot.
save their opponents.
Yeah, exactly. And I have the impression that they are clearly acting insofar as to invite their opponents to destroy themselves on their own. Like I constantly see people complaining about how Putin is still convinced like Trump, or he still falls for the diplomacy, the fake diplomacy of the West. And I can't believe that they actually think that, because you know, Putin is a very smart man, and he is a statesman.
I think that's
He's
just
a great
optics
statesman.
for the
And
propaganda.
he knows.
I don't
Well, I
think
mean, think
anyone
about
really
it.
believes that.
I mean, he's not a dumb guy. I mean, there's no harm to him if he keeps the door open and maybe the magic deal comes through one day. I mean, it's I mean, think about it. He's basically made it clear he's open to negotiations, but in the meantime, he's going to grind the shit out of Ukraine. I mean, if they want to,
what disadvantage is there?
Like they've said repeatedly, if you want to come with a serious offer and serious considerations about our concerns, then we'll talk. But I mean, that's the problem with Trump. Whether it's him or his people around him, they're not grasping the reality on the ground for whatever reason, or they're just ignoring it, or they think somehow something's going to change.
Well,
and
there's also
until they come to that realization. I mean, there's nothing. It doesn't hurt Putin to keep the door open. I mean, he's been more than fair. He's been more than reasonable. He hasn't escalated.
Well, that's the whole reason he came to Alaska, right?
You know,
he came to Alaska to show a good faith offer that he was willing to have a talk, even when there was no real serious avenue for making.
He just goes there and restates, you know, hey, look, I'm open. If you got something for real, then we'll talk for real. But
I'm actually surprised he didn't play tourist just a little more.
No, but think about this one. If you look at Putin's diplomatic approach to the real rival, which is the United States, and even so to Europe to a certain extent, he's doing the same thing that what's happening on the battlefield. Okay, he always leaves the door open. If you want to retreat from that door, try it. And if you want to reinforce that golden path, you know, the Mongolian golden path, you can also do that. You know, both are the sides of the dilemma that he's placing before the adversary. If you want to feed in more of your strength into the cult, and seriously, you guys have to reckon with the attrition that this war is having on the collective West as a whole, you know, as an imperial structure. What does it say there? What was Putin? What was the article about?
That was Mehdi shared this.
Sorry, Wyatt.
Yeah, you want to talk about this?
Sure. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Mehdi shared this.
Who shared it and for what reason? Okay. I think the point about the general staff.
What the hell was the point of that article?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm going to take up the point about the general staff.
It was an accident, actually. I didn't expect it to come up on screen at first.
Yeah, but I saw it like on. I was like,
Eddie, you're such a boomer, man. Unbelievable, but we still love you.
What I was
Don't you ever die.
It is the general staff that is running the war, not Putin, unless he is very stupid. And he's running diplomacy and geopolitical strategy, of course, but He shouldn't be majoring directly in military operations. As I've said before, I think framing this as a war, as Putin did this or Putin did that or whatever, is a mistake in thinking.
No, but listen, Gareth, it's undeniable that Putin is the commander in chief, right? So like war as a political objective is determined, you know, the prosecution of the war, the way it's the operational strategic level is in the hands of the general staff, but the political objectives are a course that is set by the supreme commander, you know, and probably the Security Council. You know, most likely it's a cooperation. It's a body of decision makers, not a particular guy. But my point is that they have there's a coherence between the operational art that's going on, the type of the way of prosecuting the war is in line with the way of prosecuting diplomacy. They're doing the same thing. They're keeping a door open constantly. They're getting out of their way. No, it's not that Putin. I don't think that Putin can possibly take seriously any peaceful offer from the West. You know, but he keeps the door open nonetheless. Why is that? Because that way he is not like decisively ending the conflict. He's keeping it going, you know, and he's not decisively escalating the conflict, or he's not deliberately stopping the process. You know, so he's keeping the door open diplomatically.
He's just,
so
I mean, basically,
he loses nothing by doing so.
No, he's just basically trying to be the good guy in this whole thing. So, like, when the majority of the world picks sides, they're going to say, hey, he was reasonable. He always left the door open. He always was willing to talk. You know, these guys did this, and this, or whatever. I mean, that's part of it, too. I mean, it's all about the image and the optics of being a reasonable guy. But, I mean, it's smart. I mean, like I said, there's really no downside for him.
I mean, no one wants to address the real issue, and it's not like Trump can walk back the main reasons that started this conflict, right? You had the expansionist ideas and proclivities of NATO without a buffer zone between NATO and Russia. Of course, that's going to make Russia nervous. And
yes,
in exchange for lots of concessions that Russia gave up, they were supposed to have breathing room betwixt themselves and Europe. There is no breathing room now. So understandably, Russia's upset that the West reneged on their deal. I don't think that's unreasonable. And unfortunately, in the optics of American politics and the propaganda machine, Trump can't walk that back to pre-2014. The public won't allow it. It's unfortunate, but that's the situation that the West is in, right? So, you know, we've got to let this thing go.
But when you say the public won't allow it, that's only because they're not being given the correct information. I mean, have you ever seen any politician or media person discuss the expansion of NATO in the context of the war? I never have.
People aren't that smart. I mean, heck, most people can't find countries on a map. So how do you think they're going to understand the finer points of geopolitics?
The Trump administration has discussed that, you know, as part of their campaign.
They have, as a campaign.
They have discussed it as part of their campaign. And there's been, obviously, you know, broadcasted confessions of NATO, like Mark Rutte or the previous Stoltenberg, I think was the previous NATO general, Secretary General or something. And they both like openly discussed the intention of expanding NATO as the cause for Russia. And he said it as a victorious thing, like, oh, Russia started this war to stop our expansion, you know, because we wanted to expand, but we still expanded because we got Finland and what was it, Sweden into NATO. And so it's something that has been discussed, and it's pretty out in the open. But the whole point is that we have the right to expand because, any country has the sovereignty to, a sovereign nation can decide which alliances to have, unless you ally with China or with Russia. Then you're not a sovereign. You're a proxy. You're being, interfered with by these evil imperial forces. So that's the narrative.
Comment, that tongue-in-cheek comment that that both Putin and Trump said about letting Russia into NATO has a lot of
Russia,
good points.
Putin asked he inquired when Russia was going to be invited to join NATO a long time ago. That would
if
have
I
been
was
the
Trump,
most
I would.
sensible. Well, he wasn't in office then, and Trump is too random to know to predict what he'll do in any circumstance. But all I'm making is that Russia did try to de-escalate the tensions of the Cold War. Yes, this has all been in the open. It's been in the open since the 1990s, when the expansion of NATO was opposed by many diplomats and specialists in international relations and the Cold War and so on. But the point that I'm making is that nobody discusses that history anymore. All the framing is Russia invaded Ukraine, and none of the context.
Well, that's the Western narrative. They want to make Russia the bad guy.
Well, let me interject here, because I think part of the problem is Westerners don't really understand the real history of World War II. They don't know, or it's not in their back of their minds. It's not in the history of their families that somebody that they loved died during World War II. Odds are you lost several people. How many Russians died in World War II? This is the reason why I think
20?
the West doesn't get it. Yeah.
20 million?
27 million.
Yeah,
27 million.
7 million, give or take.
And you wonder why Russia is, taking a firm stance on this. Well, look at the history of what's happened to them. So we discount it because we don't live through it. We've never had a tank destroyed in our front yards before, or the local power plant was bombed. We've never suffered any of that. So it doesn't make the same connection with us, I think, as it does to the Russians, and why to them it's much more of a essential point of their security is to have that buffer zone, considering what has happened in the past. And
well, you would think after all the bad things that happened to Russia in World War II, you think they would have turned their expansion east, not west, afterwards.
They already reached specific.
The other thing too, I mean, even if Trump was and Putin were to come into the magic deal, the reality is Russia could only trust it for 4 years, and even if JD Vance, if JD Vance gets in, I mean that's. If everything
6 or 10 years,
you might get 12 years out of it, and that's not long enough for the Russians to take a deal and trust it. I mean, the security agreement. I mean, that's the biggest issue. I mean, they don't want to deal with why it started, and they won't be able to figure out how to give Russia the buffer zone they need, and that leaves Russia the only option is to finish it militarily because. I mean, like you said, they can't really walk it back, because they already talked too much shit and expanded too far.
And you can't, and the United States can't force the rest of Europe to walk it back either.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
So it's like you might as well just let it play out.
As much as Trump has been going over there and pulling people to the carpet, you're not going to take these people to the mat and make all these politicians give up all these anti-Russian positions that they have because the politicians are too invested in the grift. That's the main problem.
The only thing the U.S., for Trump can really do is, it plays out militarily and Russia gets what it wants, and Trump comes home with a bag of money and says, "I covered the cost of the war."
Well, that's a good point, Vaughn.
That's really all he can hope for, because
no, because he can actually hope for a pro. Russia USA deal after it's done.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The reality is the United States is going to make a deal with the winner, and that's going to be Russia. So it's like the best
already guaranteed,
is I get a bag of money.
Something to keep in mind.
No, to keep in mind
about all of this.
Russia gets its buffer zone or their military zone, however they want it, and Trump makes a deal with Putin over whatever, and he gets a bag of money that covers the $500 billion we sent to Ukraine. That's the only thing. There's no change in the border. There's no swap in land or nothing. I mean, there's no way in hell the Russians are going to trust the Americans or the Europeans. So you might as well let it play out on the ground militarily and get your bag of money, pay off.
Once the conflict is over and Russia is victorious, and let's face it, everyone knows that is going to be the outcome. Then it's just a matter of where they draw the line. And once the line is drawn, it will never be undrawn, right?
What does that mean?
I think the US-Russia deal is already constantly now being negotiated. They already is talking about the future.
Sure.
Like it's just a matter of when the war is going to stop, where the line is going to be drawn. Every time Putin and Trump talk, they talk for a long time.
Is it 4, 6, or 8 oblasts? Yeah, that's what it is.
It's clearly that there's nothing much to talk about Ukraine. They're just talking about future deals. Okay, we're going to dig the tunnel. We're going to buy this from that. They talk about the geopolitics. How do they manage China? Because moving forward, if Russia get a peace deal, then they have to now to consider that now China is back to another competitive partner. Do they want to compete? Do they want to side? How do they manage this? How do they deal with India? The pipelines, the Europe. How do they manage Europe? Because both sides don't want Europe to be strong. But neither Russia and United States want Europe to be strong. So
there's so enough natural gas with Russia and the United States that
how to cut Arctic into half. The Arctic Circle, how they cut it into half. So they have so much to talk about. The Ukraine, there's nothing to talk about. It's just fighting.
Wyatt, all going to boil down to it's going to be the brass fine tax who invests money in the infrastructure to rebuild it. Will it all be Russia based or will it be US based?
Russia that doesn't explain Trump's back and forward with the diplomacy. Like,
sure, if that were the case, he's playing the populist propaganda machine.
No, but listen, this is the way I understand what he's doing. Like, I think that what Vaughn was saying is a good point, that he wants to get a bag of money and he can't really get it from Russia. I mean, you can invest in Russia, and have an equal deal because they're on an equal footing of diplomatic, military advantage. But Europe. Trump has stated several times that EU is a direct competitor to the United States, and it was a creation against the United States. And so I'm thinking that his back and forward diplomatically with Russia is a way of coercing the EU into greater concessions, because you can make more money probably biting out of Russia of EU, against their will, raping the EU instead of having a win-win deal with Russia. And so every time Trump gets close to Russia, all the Europeans start, bursting in alarm bells, and they run to the White House to see what they can offer Trump so that he goes back against Russia. And then Trump goes back against Russia.
Which was predictable.
And so
predicted it before he even took office again.
That's exactly how they're going to throw the whole Ukraine war thing, right, into the Europeans' responsibility. Trump is not going to touch it, and then he's just going to make Europe make a decision. If you want the war to continue, you support Ukraine yourself. That's what Trump is doing. Then that's why there's nothing much Trump is going to talk. He do want the war to end as early as possible because that's good for his PR and his belief, because he want the war to end. But the thing is that he cannot force Putin to do it. So that's why he keep giving this respect to Putin, which the Europeans cannot stand. Because for Trump, he's already thinking into the future. It's just a matter of time. The war is going to end. They are talking about the future, and if the Europeans want to destroy their own economy, Trump don't care, because it's a competitor. Unless EU disintegrate, that's a different thing altogether. But EU as an entity, Trump is not going to be nice to them. That's what I think.
Just real quick, when I say Trump's going to get a bag of money, I don't mean anything really in depth. It could just be something as simple as we'll give you rare earth minerals from this mine for 10 years, which equals X amount of dollars, and then they're done. That's all I mean is he'll some kind of monetary, something he can point to. Well, something he can point to, this is worth X amount of dollars, over 5 years or 10 years, whatever. I don't mean literally he's going to get instant deals and stuff. It might just be some long-term payoffs, access to something, or they'll just sell us something for cheap, and they'll say, you got a 20% discount that's equal to this much over 10 years. We're square. I mean, that's all he's going to do. I don't think it's going to be any big deal. It's just going to be some kind of monetary guarantee or some kind of minerals or something for a certain amount of time.
What they've proposed is 50% of Ukraine's minerals, basically. Ukraine will be a complete debt slave to America at the end of the war.
As it should.
Well, that is if there is a Ukraine.
Kind of a way to treat your ally.
But that's the reality for geopolitics. It's not
the ally.
It's
the bitch.
It's the order of the totem pole.
It's actually always been like this. The only difference is that in the media, how do they portray them? In the media, the reality is that the United States has always coerced any country that is below. Actually, everybody's below in the ranking to do the bidding, right? That has always been the case. And if you don't follow, and then then there might be repercussions. And then if you totally go against, then you become Iran or you become North Korea. Then they will put the whole state power against you. So that is just the way how it works. Russia will have done the same thing. China actually have done the same thing too, which is why why the countries around East Asia is wary of China, because China on small issues have always weaponized whatever trade ties that they have against the country. Oh my God, Gabriel. I muted the wrong person. So I mean, like, because of all this, because the big powers will always put their pressure on the smaller powers. It's always like India on Sri Lanka, or India on Maldives. It's always been like this. It's just part of geopolitics. So it's just that some people are like Obama is very good at PR. Try to they can package it very pretty. And then most people don't realize it, but he does the same thing as well. He also twists people's arms. It's the same. They have the power to do it. And that's why Libya got bombed, and that's why Syria have ISIS appearing. It's the same. It's just that they
hates the United States. Yes.
Yeah. So it's just that do you want a hypocritical president in the United States, or you want the U.S. president that is just brutally honest, or is like
totally honest. Totally honest.
Yeah, he's so honest that when he changed his mind publicly as well. He don't even lie about it. It's like, yesterday he think this, today he think that.
He told 30,000 lies on camera in his first term. The idea that Trump is honest is completely delusional.
Almost as delusional as you, Garrett. By the way, you need to put your microphone a little bit closer to your mouth, because you're coming in lower than everybody else.
Okay. That might be a bit better.
No, but it's true. It's true. Trump also lies a lot. That's undeniable. But the point that Wyatt is making is that he's more honest.
The public.
He's
not
more
lying.
honest.
He's trolling.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is trolling.
He's
also,
more honest.
More honest than any other president
than regular politicians.
In recent history.
Bullshit.
He's too narcissistic. He's too self-centered to be able to lie about everything. So a lot of things that are like state secret, that are like, the you don't say that part out loud. He just goes and says it. So that's also an undeniable fact.
So a lot of politicians, you could argue like they do, lies of omission. I mean, the thing about Trump is he's pretty black and white. When you know what his policies are. No matter how you feel about him, you know what he is. And one of his flaws is Trump is extremely thin-skinned. He hates to look bad.
He's a baby.
That's well, I mean, whatever you want to call it.
His agenda is America first and Trump second.
Oh, okay. Well, my point is Trump is very much aware about how other people feel about him and what they say about him. And well, I mean, look, we all have different temperaments. Some people don't give a fuck. Some people do. I'm just saying that's just the reality of Trump. I happen to prefer Trump. I mean, God knows what if Kamala was president, Jesus. But the point is that he does have that. You can call it a flaw or a trait. I don't care. The point is it's a truism. But I mean, I was going to go back. What I was really curious about, to go back to the actual war itself, was one of the things that I had said in voice chat repeatedly, and I'd like to say this on the open mic to just get other people's input on it, is how do you think that Europe is going to react? Because Trump really wants this war over, okay? He just wants to be done with it. I think we can all agree on that. He just wants this fucking thing to end. But the thing is, because one of the reasons why he won't just hand a victory to Putin is because Trump, because he's so thin-skinned, and like I said, that's just his way. Jimmy Carter was like that too, by the way. But one of the things is that he doesn't want to be the guy that goes down and saying like, "Oh, it's because of you that Russia won the war." Like he doesn't want. He's worried about his legacy. He's going to be 80 years old. He doesn't give a fuck about money or any of that shit anymore. He's got he's got kids. He's got grandkids. He's got grandkids that are about to have great grandkids. All he cares about now is his legacy. And that means everything to him. That's one of the reasons why he's doing the shit that he's doing with the White House right now. It's all about legacy. I mean, the guy's
narcissism. But
well,
yes,
yeah, well, I mean, everybody. I'd say
Super
like Trump
chat
has
by Slav. When is America annexing Canada? Long overdue.
Well, I agree with that.
We only want Alberta and British Columbia, and we can't figure out how to get the.
We can't.
You might call it.
Yeah, we would like British Columbia, but we don't want the liberals in British Columbia.
Yes.
You might call it narcissism, but there is a point of legacy in that nonetheless. However, I would argue, John, that making money, is usually a priority for those people who have money. So if people have money, it's usually because they often pursue that endeavor. Right? It's not because this guy has money, so he doesn't care about money. No, it doesn't usually work.
No. No. I agree with you, but when you reach,
you can't even walk the length of yourself.
The point is that when you reach, it's not so much about money. I agree, because there's plenty of like younger people that are like Elon Musk. Well, I don't know. He's not a probably good example, but there's other people that have huge amounts of wealth that still want more. But I think when you get to a certain age, it's not really about that anymore. Because you already own all you're going to own or get. I mean, Trump not only is a billionaire, but he's the head of the most powerful nation in the history of man. So,
yeah. How can you get more peak fuck you money than that?
Destroying.
So Trump, if you follow Trump's granddaughter,
he's trying to reset
he was on his granddaughter's YouTube channel. They went on the golf trip, and then the granddaughter actually asked him a question about what his dream or something, and he said Trump basically answered immediately. He said that no, being the president is the dream, right? He said that's the dream. So but now he already reached that dream. That's the ultimate American dream. He said that now the only dream now left is to be a great president. So that is his mind, and there's nothing more above than being a president. So to him, it's just being a great president. And to him, I think a lot of people don't like him, don't like his policies or whatnot. I can understand, where they come from, but he actually believe what he do. He actually believe the things that his team is doing. So I mean, people can think that it's bad, the terror is bad, the diplomacy is bad, but to them, they themselves believe they are doing the right thing. For him, he believes that he's doing a great job. So it is what it is, And but I want to that might be the case. By the way, Wyatt, about wait. One more point. I want to the thin skin thing. I'm not too sure if that is actually accurate. I don't think Trump is thin skinned. I think he just hits back every time he got hit. It's a bit like like Nunya or like
no, that's thin skin.
Or like every little bit that comes in, you hit that. That's what Trump does.
And then he whines
because the thin skinned person. No, what I mean by a thin-skinned person will collapse. That's the meaning of thin-skin, like little bit of
like we
go to meltdown. Right. Trump don't do meltdowns.
Well,
Trump basically hits that.
The way he handles it.
He does it weekly.
I would give it to you in the sense of like he doesn't melt down. That's true. Like he doesn't just.
Of course he does. Haven't you seen his tweets?
He attacks, but my point is a lot of other people that are that powerful just would not, and I think he's less thin-skinned now than he was in his first term. He was, I don't know how much you remember him in his first term. That motherfucker was thin-skinned in his first term. He really was. Come on.
He don't tolerate even a little bit. He hit back every time. Even the host is a lady, pretty lady. He just hit back. He don't give a damn.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, he's kind of in the, he's kind of like
a thug.
The fuck you money or
Yeah, fuck you money. That's all it is.
He has all the money, and he's like Wyatt said, like how can you get more power? You're a multi-billionaire. You're president of
the
the most powerful
session is
nation in the
boring.
history of man. So at what point
He
is
doesn't get paid for it. He's funding the ballroom himself at private companies. He doesn't give a fuck about money.
Yeah, and what are
And
they going to
the leftists doesn't understand.
It's
By the
about
way,
legacy and image.
I just want to.
guys.
It's about grifting.
Guys.
They made
come on.
the Trump family made $1 billion
leaving.
a month in the first
Just to
3
say,
months of
Wyatt,
Trump's term. This term.
Wyatt, just to say,
guys, listen.
It's the only president in history to scam his own followers with cryptocurrency. For fuck's sake.
Wait a little bit, Garrett. I'm just going to finish. I'm leaving, so you can speak further away. Just for funding DPA, guys, you need to like, subscribe, and do a lot of super chats. Still waiting for my $200. So somebody can send me a message when the two stupid Australians are going to fund me $200 for Wyatt, so I can twerk on the next open mic. Going to be great. Thank you, guys.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm going to do it for $200, Gabriel. $200.
You have to protect your virtue. You have to protect your virtue. Okay.
He's Belgium. He doesn't have any virtue.
He doesn't have any virtue. I like Lambo, but he'll be the first one to admit he has no.
Black kid, you
have an ass and not a chick, So,
Lambo, you're better than this. Okay. Now,
it's a
go
good way
on and sin no more.
It's a fun thing to fund Wyatt's work. $200 is big money for him. He deserves
Look,
it.
man, I'm not accusing you. I'm not accusing you. But now go on and sin no more. Okay?
Yeah, and you, Gabriel, need to put your mic off because we don't want to hear you drilling your new dildo machine. So yeah.
That's not the right way, Lambo. Do better, okay?
No, you do better. I
will.
Don't take everything so serious, guys. Come on. Have a good life.
I will.
Just have fun, enjoy it.
Sorry,
that's still like 80 and something.
Super chat. You have already gave it up for free in both 200 by left.
No, that's the point. I didn't work, but you were. Watch more porn, Slev. You're going to know what twerking is.
Terrible advice. Don't listen to Lambo.
It's still funny.
This channel does not support that endorsement, that opinion.
I just answered in the live chat to Dios Escondes. Like, he talked about like thin skin, meaning that you'll be very sensitive to criticism. However, that if you really think about the opposite, which is thick skin, what is the meaning of thick skin? Thick skin is that you have no shame, and that's Trump. Trump have no shame. So the thing is, you cannot say he's thick skin and he's thin skin at the same time. So that's the reason why I don't think Trump as a thin skin person. He's a very, very thick skinned person. Just that he always hits back, when people criticize him. So that's how I think that a bit differently.
Okay, well then clarification is the way I meant it is he's more attuned to what people say and think about him. Like he's a big guy.
That's why he's the people's president, right?
He's self-conscious. he's very worried about.
He's the most powerful person on the planet. He has no reason to tolerate anybody.
No, actually, he tolerates a shit ton of people. He takes it. He clearly takes it in the bum when he meets Netanyahu or Lindsey Graham. There's people that he's actually scared of, and I guess that's what he means when he talks about being a great president.
He's not afraid of Lindsey Graham.
He's not afraid of Lindsey Graham. I think the only person is his wife currently.
He's definitely afraid of Lindsey Graham. His wife is a very expensive.
No one is afraid of Lindsey Graham except a little boy he keeps in his closet.
Trump is afraid of, like, you can see it in his face. Seriously, look at his face when he meets with Netanyahu, when he meets with Lindsey Graham. You'll see the smile of hidden pain. Okay, but beyond the point, like the thing is that the American president position is not a strong one. Okay, the American president is a person who is under a shit ton of scrutiny. He has the public opinion hanging on him, and you have a massive deep state and oligarchy, financial that are hanging at your balls, and they literally get whacked. Okay, when they step out of line, American presidents get killed when they step out of line. Okay, so it's not an easy position. It's not the most powerful person on the planet. Okay, there's someone that's behind the desk that is the most powerful person on the planet. And being a great president would be to actually being able to overcome that coercive structure that conditions the position of president of the United States.
Well, I think that's kind of what he's doing right now. I mean, I think that
maybe it might be.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see, right? It's been like what, 10 months? So he got.
We'll have to see.
He's giving them everything they want.
Yeah, that might be true, Gareth. But also you have to keep in mind, Gareth, that if anyone were to oppose the underlying oligarchic structures of the American empire, he would have to tread cautiously. You can't just go and declare revolution against the deep state or against the oligarchy and have it done.
Dude, that's exactly you're going first term, right?
No, I'm talking. No, listen, Gareth. I'm talking hypothetically. If a president was hypothetically going to go against the oligarchy of the American empire, they would have to tread super softly. So it's not something that you can just throw off the bat, right? It's the most powerful mob in the world. The American oligarchy is literally the strongest mafia of the world. Okay, they're the most dangerous mafia, and maybe it's Mossad, maybe it's Israel, like who knows? But still, the American nation that embodies that might, that power. And so whoever was to go against the oligarchy of the American empire would have to tread super softly, and undermine it very slowly, very meticulously, and be very careful not to cross them until you can take the power in your own hands. You have the upper hand.
Well,
and we don't know what that
it's a power much greater than the APAC.
In the first term, Trump is exactly that, right? He don't have any of the oligarchy support. Like, he has zero oligarchy support. And that's why he don't have.
He's a Republican candidate.
No, but his own hold on, but Garrett might not be aware of this, and a lot of people here might not be, but when he won the nomination in 2020, his own party, many of the leaders of his own party actually refused to support him.
Yeah, but John,
let me finish. Please, let me finish. They literally tried to sabotage his campaign, and they actually aligned themselves with members of what you want to call it, the deep state or whatever. But they aligned themselves with many of the people in the Democratic.
That's how in the first term, in the first 2 years, they have the Senate, they have the Congress, and they cannot pass the freaking laws that Trump wants. They cannot build the freaking wall. They cannot do anything. Then that's why the Republican lost the midterms, which hampers Trump even more, because he more even cannot do anything because he don't have the Republican Party support. He don't have the oligarchy support.
You've got to have more than just a simple majority
in the big cap.
That's the problem with American politics. You need more than just a simple majority.
To John's point,
on Twitter, we've never had a super majority.
On Facebook. What kind of oligarchy support is there? There's none. They don't have any, which is why it's removed everywhere.
I disagree with you, and here's why. I agree with John's point about where he was just talking about how they tried to, plot against Trump both in 2016 and the most recent election. They didn't want him. He wasn't their first choice. He was far from their second or third choice, right? But at the end of the day, when it was clear that Trump was unbeatable, right? Everybody rallied around him. Why? Because Trump is part of the oligarchy. Like he's a guy's a billionaire. Right? You can't say otherwise. You can't say otherwise. He is a billionaire.
Very much not.
Hold on. They rallied against him because they wanted a better candidate, one that they can control more. I agree with you 100% there.
One more controllable.
One more controllable. But they are solidly behind Trump, and Trump is solidly behind them. And anybody who thought that he would be otherwise than an oligarchic supporting, politician, no, he is one of them. Absolutely, 100%.
I think
he wasn't in his first term, and he isn't in his second. Come on, that's just
I don't know.
Absolutely still.
Then you're blind because he is 100%. His actions show that.
Literally, the oligarchy.
Not only his actions, like his status as a character is of the oligarchy. Okay, so that doesn't mean that the oligarchy is a monolith. Okay, it doesn't mean that he's aligned with the plans and projects of the U.S. empire.
By definition, he's by definition a monarch. He's definition by definition. What I
a monolith or an oligarch?
Oligarch
a
is
monarch.
by definition.
No.
He is an oligarch. That's clearly the case.
Exactly.
But I would argue that the level of public outrage against him in like the oligarchic controlled mass media and in the political sphere, like he was unwanted in the first term, and I think that in the second term he was much more accepted by the, like there was clear signs that he was going to win before he won. He did get support of major donors, and there was an element of acceptance in the media that
but that was basically because people saw which way the ship is going, and they said,
your choices were Kamala Harris or Trump. That wasn't exactly a choice.
But Mr. Ted, who put Kamala Harris as his opponent?
What great like comparison? If I put two carton boxes and compare.
Wyatt, can you do something to equalize people's voices? Because like you got people like Gabriel that are overriding everybody's voice, and you got people like Garrett I can't even fucking hear.
Garrett, please.
Hey, John.
Mike,
where's your please and thank you? You have to be polite with Wyatt, okay? He's the commander. Don't talk to him like that.
Wyatt,
it's multipolar world, John. You can't talk that way anymore.
Can you please equalize people's volume?
Can I?
Pretty
supposed to be doing it
with a cherry on top. Pretty please with a cherry on top.
Yeah.
He's taking a break. Okay, he's taking a break. But in the meantime, I think the reality is somewhere between what Nunya said and Ted said. I'm going to address Trevor's. I'm just going to ignore Trevor until like Wyatt comes. But
no, we should read the super chats when they come through. We really should read the super chats when they come through.
Super chat VC drama by Slav. Gareth, why did you leave? Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Some of us do know.
That's a question on you, Gareth. Go back to the VC. My God, he misses you.
But I actually agree with Nunya. Like Nunya is correct. The oligarchies. Trump is part of the oligarchy. You know, he only got kicked out of the club because he went to run for president because nobody wants him to be president.
It's because he changed from a Democrat to a Republican in 2015.
And not just that, because
also
Trump
because he's a racist and a liar.
He's not a racist. You know, he's best friend with a lot of black and Asian people. So that is not a racist. Not concept of racism.
Oh my God, that's just seriously, Gareth. When have Americans cared about having racist presidents? Okay, when has the American mainstream
certainly
been anti?
But that doesn't mean. Okay, it's not unusual at all.
Nobody cares about Trump being racist.
No, the thing is,
yes, they do.
So Trump is racist against who first? Wait. Trump is racist against which race?
Can you please equalize people's volume? Because people are
very hard because some of the people's volume cannot be adjusted further. So like Desi is maxed out already. You know, so and then Nikau I have to reduce.
Okay, just turn Gabriel like really low then, because he's just coming in over.
Gabriel is still too high. Okay.
Fuck you, John. Okay, you're not gonna silence me, John.
Okay, I reduced a little bit.
Why is gonna?
And Nika's very low.
No, I haven't finished what I want to say. I said Nunya is actually accurate because it's only when the election was unavoidable that everybody, all the oligarchies realized that Trump is going to win. There's no choice. So they have to work with him, and they know that Trump is coming back with a vengeance. So suddenly everybody become good friends with him. Even Trump mentioned it, when he invited all these oligarchies to the White House. He's saying that I'm so surprised that all these people are here and everybody suddenly likes him. He literally says it because he himself also was surprised that everybody is now on his side. So it's just that I think the oligarchies are also surprised by Trump's policies that seems to boost a lot of their businesses. So now they are a bit more friendly, which is very interesting because previously they just wanted the more of the same of what they had previously.
They wanted the status quo.
But
Trump
changed the status quo, and everybody still benefits.
Wait,
so
in what way has the
happy.
status quo changed? The rich still got their tax cuts like they always do.
No, of course,
Republican business
as they should.
The status
that's why they like Trump now.
Bootlickers to take.
But the thing is, the first term he already cut taxes.
More delicate than that.
Yes,
okay. The status quo is much more delicate than that. The status quo was being altered in the sense that Trump was broadcasting a popular message. He was a populist. Okay, so he was picking up what people felt, and he would say it in his rallies.
So he was a rude rich guy instead of a polite one.
No, Gareth, look.
Yeah, exactly.
Gareth,
So he was altering the status quo. But
that's
can someone let fucking Desi talk? Desi and Nick have been trying to talk, but everybody keeps talking over him.
But if he fixes volume, he can talk because I can't hear him.
No, can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me?
Well, you're not well, but you're gonna have to.
You sound super far away. It's like you're in India or something.
No, I'm trying to say that Gareth, look, it's not like the official oligarchic line is not racist. It's not anti-immigrant. The oligarchs are pro-immigrant. The oligarchs are pro-immigrant. The oligarchs want us Indians to come in over there with our H-1B visas and work for you guys for cheap labor. That's what the oligarchs
what voting has to do with it.
That's not what Trump wants. That's not what MAGA wants, right? And I don't know if I'm shouting or not, but because I'm like, I don't know if the sound is coming.
You are shouting.
I can hear you.
It's not helping. But we can hear you.
Trump is a mixed case. Is like.
No, hold on a second. Let me reply to
Gareth, you're embarrassing. You're absolutely embarrassing.
Racism is absolutely what the oligarchs want. They want you to come over, but they also want the locals to hate you, because that way you won't form a union and you won't be able to raise your wages. That keeps your wages low.
But that is not the wages. Trump want to raise the salary. You know.
The wages are controlled by
Gareth's right about the low wages, but he's
visas.
got everything else screwed up about the way union laws work. The reason they want, well, no, in the United States, I don't think you know how that works. You can't unionize if you're here. You
on a visa.
Yeah,
I know. That's exactly the point that I was making.
Well, that's what. So you're agreeing with? All right, what, dude?
I'm saying that they are deliberately mobilizing racism in order to prevent the working class from organizing itself.
Okay, so then I want to ask a question
Then
first.
why bring it in?
Trump's
It
racist against who?
undermines
I want to
the
know
natives.
he's racist against who?
Yeah.
Who is Trump racist against?
He's a white supremacist. He despises
Oh my
everybody.
God!
Do you know that?
Oh my God!
Do you know that Mike
You
Tyson
are
is
such a retard.
Do you know that he saved Mike Tyson's career and life? So he is already well known, well documented that he's helped a lot of people of colors.
He
that is the racist
he
argument
was also
totally
prosecuted.
doesn't fly.
He was also prosecuted for refusing to rent houses to black people, and he campaigned for three innocent black people to be executed for a crime that they did not commit.
Gareth, do you agree that Trump is less racist than Biden?
Quite substantially, yes.
Trump is less racist than Biden.
There's so much stuff that you can actually
Biden
criticize.
deserves credit for being one of the few voices who supported the freedom struggle in South Africa in the American Congress.
Can I speak, guys? Please.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go for it, Nico.
Guys, just
Then I'll go.
Just to be like a bit like neutral. I don't care about like personally. I'm not engaged in the U.S. politics. It doesn't like it affects everyone. Like it affects me as it affects everyone. I'm not like because American guys like very affected by it and like very political and bipartisan about it. I think it's like to say it's Trump is the savior and he didn't do anything mistakeful and everything he's doing is by plan and he's a genius and he's doing 3D chess is just shitty. Sorry, but everyone see what he's doing. He's just like putting AI videos on him, shitting on his own citizens. Is that a great president in your eyes? That a president you elect to unify the country, to try to better a country, and he's posting an AI video that's shitting on his own citizens? Do you guys
Those
think
aren't
that's a good
those aren't
model?
citizens we
This
want.
one-
Those aren't citizens we want.
About what you want.
They're not citizens we want.
That's because you're a traitor.
Try to make statements instead of just asking us questions. We're just tell us your point of view.
Start cutting. No one asking about your opinion, Ted. Don't give a fuck about.
It's
what
not
you want.
opinion. It's a
Oh
stated
my
fact.
God. Shut
It's
the
a stated
fuck up,
fact.
let me speak.
We,
Shut
as
the fuck
Americans,
up.
we don't want those
Shut
citizens.
the fuck up.
Yes,
Shut the fuck
exactly.
up.
You're a traitor to your own country.
I'm not. I'm
Oh
just.
my God.
We don't want socialists.
I know it's very
We don't want
difficult for
socialists
Americans
because
to be
they're
civilized.
absolutely abhorrent to the
But can you be
American idea.
civilized and let me-
What complete historical nonsense.
Oh my God. It's just lying.
This is why
about-
the Republicans
lying-
don't want
lying-
their people to be educated.
Can I speak? Can I speak, Gareth? Lying like ridiculously lies. For example, he lied about calling the Indian Prime Minister in public, and this is like a very obvious lie, and everyone like it's
Yeah, and about the Russians stealing the hypersonic missiles and all sorts of. But listen,
like
Gareth,
a kid,
there's
being
something.
like a kid and whining about the when the Russians and Indians and Chinese were meeting up and like what wasn't like texting like a teenage schoolgirl. He's, but I think in my opinion, I'm encouraging him to take even a second, a third term and a fourth term. Is a great president to ruin the country. On the opposite side, I
Which
think
he is doing.
he should continue. He should continue to be a prince because he is a shitty one. It's not like I'm with you guys in
supporting
Ted. Yeah, supporting
Trump.
him to continue because he's doing a great job in messing up America.
He was doing a whole lot better job than previous administrations.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
He's dividing. He's wrecking
It's not even
America
true.
more quickly. Yeah.
You know what? Instead of dividing the country, we should start exporting more and more people. Until we finally have a core group of people that are actually want to be Americans and be good Americans.
Why don't you fuck off to an island?
I think it's a good
I
thing
am
to have
on
a
an
civil
island.
war
It's called
in
the
America.
United States of America. It's separated by both the Atlantic and the Pacific from people we don't want here. And if it was up to me, I would make sure that even fewer people got here.
I'm sure you would.
There's
You're
about
a
50
fantastic
million
example
people in the last 10 years
everything that is wrong
came
with the
into the
United
United States that need to go away.
Ted, why
By
don't you
hook?
do it by yourself? Like going and killing
Who says
people and
I'm
starting
not?
a civil war.
Who says I'm not?
Seriously,
I'd like to say there's no fascism.
Ted, you're not doing anything, Ted.
Because I'm ready to do it today.
He's too coward to do it.
Ted, you can't walk 2 feet in front of yourself and you are pink right now. You are 30 seconds away from a heart attack. You're not killing anyone. Knock it off.
You will need an oxygen.
Of all the people in this room, I'm one of the
would you
few
bring
people
up
that have
such-
shot another human being. So just keep that in mind.
Why would you?
Mr. Ted,
Dress, motherfucker.
This channel does
Loser.
not take responsibility for the opinions emitted by the participants in the stream. Okay.
I'm trying not to get Wyatt canceled.
The channel totally disavow everything they said on this channel.
I said it's
Except
a good
from
thing
coming
to
from
have
my
Trump
mouth.
as a president next, like for 10-15 years. I said it's a good thing for us outside America. It will be a great thing.
Nika, I'm interested.
Literally,
I kind of disagree with your view on Trump, but I'm interested. Like, how does it benefit you or the rest of the world that Trump stays like in power? I mean, you were being hyperbolic about a third term, but just him being in power now, like, how do you benefit from that?
Because he will make America weaker. I think he will make America more divided and weaker. And this is my
I also have that impression. I think that would be convenient for the world if and that's what I want to say to Gareth. Like I can't understand why Gareth would be so like caricaturesquely critical of Trump. Like, oh, he's racist. Oh, he's a bad misogynist man. You know, when he might actually bring in the possibility, the possibility of ridding the world of the yoke of American imperialism. Like, you should support the guy.
No, because a whole bunch of people are going to get killed in the process.
Please continue. Please be a king. I'm supporting him.
Okay, so you would prefer, Gareth? You would prefer a president that was less racist, like Obama, but would reinforce the American global empire?
No, we
the
need a more
neoliberal economics.
More
Gareth.
one.
Because Trump isn't doing
Nika likes Biden.
Anyway.
Come on,
He's
you
just
guys
doing
still do
it in the
understand him.
stupidest possible
No,
way.
Biden is very Biden was controllable, easily controllable by smart people. But Trump is doing
as long as they were giving him money.
It's perfect. Like
Biden was
Trump is literally renting the White
Nika,
House.
I think
He's
you're
simply
wrong.
selling access.
Nika, I think you're
He's the most
you're
corrupt
wrong.
president in history.
Trump is just as controllable as Biden. The issue with Trump in the
No,
first term is that he
that's
was.
objectively false.
Let me finish. Let me finish,
No,
and then
well,
you can.
no,
You can
I mean, no, that's just stupid.
You can
I'm not letting
finish
that
and
slide.
let me finish, and then you can refute me. Okay.
I can refute
But
you now.
My point is no. I haven't made my point, so you can't refute a point that I haven't made. Okay. The first term, Trump was an outsider, and he was unknown, and so he was like a wild card that they didn't want. This time around, they allowed him, with much more acceptance because they understood his psychology, and they know that by praise, like you said, he has this thin skin, like he's very self-aware. So by praising him, like they know how to manipulate him now. And so he has Marco Rubio and Besant and all these guys. He has them whispering in his ear, and he goes and does what they tell him to do. So Biden was a zombie, and Trump is a he's very self-centered. So it's very easy to praise him into what you want him to do, and that's what we're seeing happening with like the American foreign and internal policy. He's being swayed by persuasion, and that's how he has become manipulable. That's why.
Well, let me ask you this.
Then.
In what way has people persuaded Trump to do things that are, let's say, not what Trump said he was going to do from the beginning? Like, who has sucked his dick metaphorically to the point he hate him behave in an anti-Trump way?
European by staying inside with the prolonging the war, the Ukrainian war.
Very clear,
he's not prolonging the war. He's just not ending it himself.
No.
He's letting the Ukraine and Europe fuck that whole thing up by themselves.
That was not his own. That was not his original
that they may have to go
goal.
in and stop it.
That was not his original goal. His original goal was to stop the war. But
of course, that's what his original goal is. And as soon as he started looking into it, he realized, you know what? This is something that the American machine can't really deal with because of all of the minutia involved. And the easiest thing for the United States to do is to let Europe pay for their fuck up. The United States pull back and let Russia and the Ukraine and Europe sort it out, and the Americans will rush in there to redevelop the place when the thing is settled.
But he never did. America that pushed for NATO expansion.
But he adopted it after Lindsey Graham said all those comments. He adopted that.
But we had this discussion. We literally had this discussion earlier, right? No, it's the same discussion. The United States cannot, because the only leverage the United States have is on Ukraine. It's not really on Russia.
Right, right. There's no influence
Trump can
over
only
Russia.
cut supplies to Ukraine. So but if he do that, then essentially United States lose the geopolitical war, and it will
all of which means that he was an idiot to say that you could end it on day one.
Exactly. He owned it now. Now he owned it.
Or stupidity. He literally said that he thought that his personal relationship with Putin is how we'd get the war stopped.
As I said before, if he started from day one and said, I don't have anything to do with this war, I didn't start it, as he always repeated, and I am president now, and I will stop everything to Ukraine, no intel, no weapons, and we will see an agreement with Russia, and we work together because Russia is getting closer to China, and everyone will understand that. But he's getting deeper and deeper with the European. They getting him seduced, and they get him.
That's undeniable.
His ball.
Well, I don't think he's getting deeper in with the European.
Yeah, he is. It's undeniable. He placed sanctions. He went full Biden. He placed sanctions on Russia. Okay.
Right.
Because that's the only leverage he have on Russia. What else can he do on Russia? He can increase the tariff. He can do secondary tariff. But that's the only thing he can do on Russia, because to force Russia to the negotiation table. What else can he do?
Yeah, but if he wouldn't
stop, the only thing he can do is force the Ukrainians to the negotiating table. He can't influence Russia at all.
If he was smart, if Trump was smart and knew what he was doing, he would have day one, he would have cut ties with the Europeans, pulled out of NATO, made friends with the Russians, pulled them away from China,
then multipolar war will be real.
The empire of the world for 1,000 years. But instead of that, he goes with Rutte that goes to suck his cock. He goes to Macron that sucks his cock, and he concedes to them. He goes with the losers. okay, because they suck his cock. So
They
that's
are
what
the
Trump
losers.
is doing.
He's an easily
Following
flattered weakling.
Biden's steps. He's following Biden's steps. Biden is trying to twist
He's
the Russian
scared
arm.
of Lindsey Graham.
He's trying to
He's
twist
scared
the
of-
Russian
Oh
arm.
my gosh.
And I'm not saying this because I don't like the guy. Like I was
I-
really betting on
I-
him. I was really betting on
I
him.
can't listen to this much
I had
bullshit.
hopes. And I can even still have hope that he does have some genuine intentions.
I hope
for
everybody
America
likes,
first.
shares,
Ted,
subscribes.
Ted, don't leave. Ted, don't leave.
Oh
Don't
no,
leave. Don't leave.
no, I've had enough bullshit.
All right, get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
He can still
between
redeem himself.
Nunya,
We still don't
Nika,
know.
and Gareth, I've had my fill.
He has
Still waiting
Good
for
boy,
that
Wyatt.
address.
He has 3 more
People have been
years.
holding up signs saying "Yankee, go home" for ages. Get
Right,
the
look,
message.
it's
Fuck
He
off.
has 3 more years.
How is he that
to
fix? I don't
fix
get
the
it. It's not
situation.
helping.
One second,
He might
everyone.
be
One
playing
second. I
4D
wanna,
chess, but up
before
to the
Ted,
moment,
I want to ask him.
up to the moment, he's been bending over backwards, you know, and screwing the United States standing diplomatically, economically, and militarily, you know, to follow with the Europeans and the neocons that either threaten him or suck his dick. That's the reality. Okay, but
Yes,
maybe
obviously,
the
everybody.
rhetoric.
That's exactly
see
the
the
problem with
rhetoric.
electing him.
And see the rhetoric. Now I want to meet Putin in Hungary. Now I don't want to because I will not have any results. Now I want. It's like he's a child, man. He's playing like he's doing. What's
That's
his
how
objective?
diplomacy works.
No, it's,
Because you're dealing with adversary.
Never.
You're not dealing with You're not dealing with people who are you're friendly with. If you have friendly with, you make
this
a
is not how
schedule. You're gonna
diplomacy
meet.
works. You don't just
I thought
change.
he liked-
You don't just say tariffs one day and then I'm taking them off the next day. You don't just say tariffs because you put my buddy in jail.
No, because
or tariffs
you say
because the
tariff
Canadians
one
ran
day,
an advert. That's not diplomacy.
No, because you
That's
say tariff
autocracy.
one day, the other side immediately reacted and called them. So the
No,
things
they
changed.
didn't. He's been lying about that. Of
He's
course.
lying, man. He's lying. He said, "Oh my God." He practically said, "I called the Indian Prime Minister, and he said he will cut, he will not buy any oil from Russia." And he was fucking lying. He didn't even call him at all. What the fuck is he's lying about things like that? How can anyone trust him?
Done it his whole career.
Yeah, he's
I'm
bullshit.
amazed anybody
We are
ever voted for
practically
this.
talking about someone who said you can cure COVID by putting an IV of chloride in your vein. What else you can imagine, man?
And windmills cause cancer. God, the guy's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know anything about anything. He's a playboy who's done nothing but swan around in Jeffrey Epstein's world.
Yeah,
Jesus
he-
Christ.
that's-
They
he's
elected
professional
Jeffrey
in that.
Epstein's best friend to the
He's
presidency.
professional in that. He said he will open the files from day one, and where's the files now?
Oh, exactly, because he's in them. Obvious.
Look,
Anyway.
files. Look, files or not. I think everyone has to agree. In terms of the Ukraine war, Trump was either extremely hyperbolic during his election promises, or he's easily influenced by Europe and the people like Lindsey Graham. Because there is no other way that he would change it. Like I did not. I thought he's gonna teach Lindsey Graham a lesson, just like humiliate him, just like he humiliated Zelensky. That's what I had expected from Trump. Instead, he goes and puts tariffs on Russia, additional sanctions. He puts tariffs on India. That no one expected that. That wasn't.
What do you mean nobody expected that?
Who
Obvious.
expected? No, Gareth.
I did.
Who
I
No
personally
one
said.
expects the Spanish
I personally
Inquisition.
said on a previous stream that all it would take is for somebody to convince Trump that he looks weak and he'll turn and support the war against Russia. So yes, this is exactly what I expect.
I mean, he's a classic narcissist, right? And part of being a classic narcissist is you've got this uncontrollable ability to be liked. And I think that that's Trump in a nutshell. And the big argument for Trump is whoever gets to him last is what he actually decides to do. And that's because I suspect that there's a lot of competing forces and they have a conversation with the guy and he just wants to be liked. So he's like, oh, yes, yes, yes. Or he'll put it off or, shuffle it off as whatever. They come out of it thinking that they may have some sort of understanding. Then the next person comes in, oh, yes, 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 yes. Before you know it, no side knows what the hell is going to come out of his mouth. I think that's pretty much Trump in a nutshell.
And
that's been happening consistently, and that's why I was saying that
his default.
He was hard to manipulate at first,
for all,
but now he's turned.
One second. For all the default, I said for all his lying and his child, I want him to be an ex-president too. That's why. It's a good reason for me to make him a president. I love a president like that in the USA. So vote Trump next term.
Troops in the streets now.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Can you believe it? Can you believe it? There's troops in the streets.
Where are there troops in the streets?
Oh, please, John.
No, I'm sincerely asking.
He's threatening New York if they elected democratically someone.
No, I'm talking about right now. I'm saying where are there troops?
I don't follow the deployments day to day.
Well, no, you just said. Well, where have there been troops since he's been elected? Where has Trump deployed troops in the U.S.?
They were in San Francisco, weren't they?
They didn't deploy them to Washington, like D.C.
Only Washington.
Yeah, Washington D.C. They did, yeah.
The rest is all deployed only at the federal buildings.
Yeah, and also in D.C. is different because D.C. is it's not a state. There's no impeding on states' rights or a sovereignty. It totally falls under the power of the executive. I don't want to get in the whole history of why we have a District of Columbia, but that's
practically threatened a city.
It seems like a real pain in the ass, John. You should change that. Like, just make it a state, man. It sounds like a real pain in the ass. DC.
Yeah.
No, the reason we have DC is because it had to be a neutral place. That's why it's.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Practically, he threatened New York if they elected the New Yorkers. If they elected someone he don't like, they will sanction them. He will cut funding to his own citizens because they elected democratically someone he don't like. Yeah, very good American president. And
well, no, it's the same thing that Biden did with Texas, right? Like,
yeah,
when Texas was enforcing the border rule, right?
You're taking example on Biden.
Tried to cut off funding.
You are taking example on Biden.
They literally made the argument that they threatened to go to the Supreme Court, and then the Biden administration backed down because they knew they were.
You are taking an example of Biden on a zombie Biden that you hate. That's your example.
No, it's not whether I hate or like Biden or hate or like Trump.
You're not listening. You didn't listen what Shabo say. That's why you don't understand what he's talking about. Shabo is literally explaining what. You didn't let him finish. If you continue listening, he explained what's after that. The Supreme Court and he got shot down.
Yeah, he's trying to explain. Of course, he's not telling us the other side of the story, which is that the government actually thought that they were behaving illegally.
Why you are threatening your citizen? If they elected in a democratic way someone you don't like, that's a very bad behavior. That's an indication on the personality of a person. That's what I mean.
But he threatened he came to power threatening to jail his political opponents.
To every pro-Trumper that's listening, I like seriously beyond the retarded squirms of a liberal Democrat complaining about anti-liberal democratic values. It's important to make a accurate assessment of Trump, and what his policy has been, and where it has where are there good intentions or things that you can get behind of, and what are the things that are actually harmful to those intentions, right?
Yeah.
So liberals are going to scream and cry because, he's a racist. Oh, he's a misogynist. He's a bad person. Okay.
All presidents are
beyond that. What is he doing? Like, for example, tariff the world so that we can reindustrialize. But are they investing in grant scholarships for engineers? Are they zoning? Are they changing the zoning laws for industrial development? Are they? So what is, or is it just oligarchs ripping off Trump by sucking his dick and getting him to pay for NVIDIA subsidies, and for OpenAI, and have this incestuous circle of train fuck that is the tech world that is ripping off Americans, for a promised land that is general AI or whatever, immortality or some shit like that. And that's something that you have to keep aware of. Okay, like if he's going for NVIDIA and Altman and all these retards who want to live forever in their bubble, in their literal bubble.
Look,
that is
Gabriel,
that is
you've been going on for a while. Look, I don't believe Trump is some sort of weird transhumanist. That's not his shtick. Okay, he realizes he's.
I'm not saying that.
And
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
he's not
that
like one of these like Zuckerberg guys who thinks he's going to live forever, and you're going to upload his fucking brain to the cloud or something like that. He doesn't believe any of that nonsense. So I don't even know why.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm not even going to indulge in that. That's nonsense.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, is he investing in those assholes, or is he investing in university engineering careers, dezoning laws,
infrastructure?
I would say as far as the whole university thing, basically what he's doing is defunding. He's doing it in the sense of taking away incentives for people to study useless degrees.
He's threatening the universities who go against what he wants, who goes against Israel. That's practically what he did. He's threatening.
Well, not just Israel, but it's just like there's the alliance between, and I think I spoke about this with Unica a while back, about there's always been this alliance between the green and the red. It goes back to the Iranian Revolution in '79, where you have the leftists and the Islamic fundamentalists form this alliance. And this is not new. I mean, this goes back to like it happened in Iran, like the Iranian Revolution. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there was this huge leftist
who were involved in the Iranian Revolution.
Well, say that again, Garrett. And could you put your fucking mic, Garrett? Could you put your fucking mic closer?
Yeah, I know people who were involved in the Iranian Revolution.
Okay, yeah, right. And a
lot of them were killed.
You're a Trotsky. You're right.
Killed,
So Garrett could probably speak on this with more authority than I can. So initially, there was leftists that were involved in the Iranian Revolution who thought that it was going to be like a communist or some sort of Trotskyite dream or something like that. And then the theocracy took power, and then they all had to flee. And actually, a lot of them did go to England. So that would make sense why Garrett might know them. So even Garrett will back me up on this, and we don't agree on almost anything.
Yes, that's correct, because the revolution began with the mine workers, with the industrial mine workers, which were organized in a trade union.
What's the link between that and cutting the funding of the
university?
Could
you let fucking Garrett talk? Jesus fucking
Christ. We are talking about another subject, and you
Fair enough. I'll wrap it up quickly.
All right, let me finish. Go ahead, Garrett.
Okay. Wait. We're totally we don't care about the history of the Iranian Revolution. This is completely irrelevant to the point that we're talking about. We're talking about actual policies that are gonna fix the deindustrialized situation of the Americans. They're gonna fix the falling financial situation, the crazy bubble. Like, our policies of the current president, I don't care if it's Trump, I don't care if it's Biden, are the policies of the current president gearing towards the objectives that president has set forward? Is it reindustrializing? Is it dezoning? Is it increasing the engineering grants for extraordinary students? Isn't financing startups, or is it just, circle jerking the fucking tech bros that want immortality?
It's circle jerking the tech bros. Well, to your point, and I think it's the right point, is there's a lot of social change that needs to accompany any sort of real industrialization effort. And as Gabriel rightly said, this government, as well as previous governments, not just in the US, but everywhere in the West, it's all the same. We all talk a good game, but our level of investment is capped at throwing money at a corporate entity and hoping that they'll figure it out, right? We never do the deep strategic thinking that Gabriel's talking about, right? And that's why this latest AI thing, this is just the newest version of windmills or solar panels or EV batteries, all the horse shit that we've thrown money at the last 20 years that has failed us. All AI is the latest iteration of the new shiny object that's going to save us from ourselves. That's all. But without the social changes that Gabriel's talking about to our educational system, to our infrastructure, for God's sakes, how are we going to compete at all, right? But those investments never happen because that's real money that has to be shovels in the ground and change in educational programs and all that stuff. They don't want that. They just want to take the loot. And that's, I think, what Gabriel's point is, right? They don't get beyond the pirating, you know, and that's why nothing ever changes.
Well, I think Gabriel's point was that a president
Garrett,
should
whatever
be
you're doing, Garrett, stop.
on
It
those
looks
grounds.
like you're I know you're not, but it looks like you're masturbating when you scratch your.
Sorry, I'm just shivering. Anyway, what I was going to say is that Gabriel, I believe, was arguing that a president should be judged on their actions rather than just their bloviations, and that you should look at these certain things to judge them rather than making a case that was or wasn't happening or whatever. I think that was the only point that he was making. But I would also like to reinforce the last point about the lack of investment in infrastructure, because recently we learned that, for example, that when Doge went in, we discovered that a lot of the government computers were running on COBOL. When they had that aircraft accident in New York where a helicopter and a plane crashed, we discovered that their systems were running on floppy disks. Both of these technologies went out of use in the 1990s, basically. And then we also discovered that the Jeffrey Epstein tape machine was a VHS, which was installed in 1999. And of course, we've heard, with all the scandal about Jeffrey Epstein killing himself, you might think that there would be some program to fix that jail, but nothing like that has happened. 2 people got fired, and that was it. Then we carry on as normal. The whole American system is allergic to investment, and the country is groaning at the seams. Done.
Yep. Yeah, you can't invest in your own people. They don't want that. Can't have that. Just let the wheels go right off the bus. Then maybe they'll fix the bridge or something. But
Man,
they can't have that.
Unbelievable stuff. I think this is the first time I've actually heard Gareth talk about materialistic stuff, about materialism.
Super chat by
kudos.
Gabriel and Shabos, please talk more about Red Brown Alliance Iran REF thing. Thanks.
What was red green?
Oh yeah.
Right? Is that Garrett? Am I correct? Red green was how you'd say it.
Well, I think that's the wrong way to look at it. Basically,
no, but in modern nomenclature, that's what you say.
Well, yeah, green for the Islamic color and red for the.
That's what we mean. You don't have to fucking dissect everything. We know what he meant.
Well, I didn't know that was what you meant. Sometimes that's also used for the greens. The environmentalists.
Oh no, I didn't mean the environmentalists.
Yeah,
but I don't know if anyone wants us to talk about it or not. I mean, someone did, but
they go by the black more than green anyway. The Shia goes by the. It will be more accurate if they say red black. Just to be.
Okay. Well, anyway, there was. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Garrett probably could speak about this with as much authority as anybody here. There was an alliance between the two. It fell apart in Iran once the theocracy came to power, and a lot of the Reds, for lack of a better word, fled the country, and a lot of them actually ended up in England.
It was majorly funded. The Iranian Revolution was majorly funded by the Soviet Union. Don't forget that, right? It was a Soviet effort. And the Soviets did think that they will get ally or a client state or at least something better. They did
the Western
think
when you say funded, what does that mean?
They helped, they sent political funds towards the miners and the strikers, ideologues, to help organize the strikes and stuff. So yeah, it was
grassroots trade unions also sent money to those strikers.
True.
Yeah, no, there was true believers as well. But I mean, the idea of saying that it was, that there was an outs. I mean, you got to look at the time period, 1979 here, fucking Cold War city here.
Yeah.
I mean, are you going to say that like both sides weren't trying to influence it one way or the other? Please.
Yeah, just to complement what Desi is
going to. It was an American client state.
I will continue. Let you continue, but just to complement what you are saying, you need to just to remember that the Shah in that time was the puppy and the enforcer of the West in the region.
Yes, absolutely.
Even before,
no argument. Absolutely, total puppet of the U.S.
Just to put everyone.
Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this.
Some people don't know, but just to make it on the frame, continue. Yes. Continue.
And
so I mean, go ahead. No, Gareth, go ahead if you want to.
I was just going to say, and of course he was a king, so that was a notable case of the Americans who overthrew a monarchy, imposing a kingdom on other people.
Yeah, democracy. Yeah, the Americans, deposed the democratically elected government and brought in the Shah. But the Iranian Revolution was definitely something. It was in Soviet interests. Now there is no definitive proof of arms supplies or money coming in towards the revolutionaries, but it can be implied. It can be inferred that there definitely was Soviet support, but it went awry, right? The Soviets didn't think that there would be an Islamic regime that is absolutely the opposite of what Soviet ideology is, what communism is. No one expected what happened in the like the Spanish Inquisition.
I think the point of John was somehow to use that as a proof that the communists and the Muslims are natural allies, but
absolutely
I think that you disprove that point by
can you repeat
what happened later.
The last one, what you said, Gabriel?
No, the idea that the Muslims and the communists are natural allies, but
they are natural enemies.
It's just real. It's just realpolitik working here. Like the enemy of my enemy is my ally by default. And
hold on a second.
After we beat the common enemy, then we find out. Like the same thing happened with the communists and the anarchists.
Garrett, stop, man! You're gonna lose his channel's gonna get shut down. For fuck's sake, man!
Apologies.
So much for British
Gareth,
right?
stop choking the weasel, you degenerate.
Let him continue. Like it's more $2 for Wyatt. So continue. Let's provoke.
No. I kind of no. But also no to Nika. Nika, I don't think the communists and the Muslims are natural enemies either. Because you have to realize, like the PLA. Why the PLA? The PLA was funded
the predecessor of the PLO was there was like the PLO, for example, was
the ideology
was primarily a and actually Garrett could actually speak on this, was primarily a Marxist movement. It was certainly not a theocratic one.
Sure.
But they changed a bit because in Muslim countries it's not compatible with the culture, with the religion of the region. It's basically this.
But look how powerful look. Yasser Arafat was the
but he didn't bring all the ideological.
Nika, communism and Orthodox Christianity is not compatible either, but that doesn't mean it's not gonna,
the ideology. I mean the ideology part. I'm not talking about the practical, the field, the day-to-day things. I mean just the ideology, the principles are not like compatible, are not even close.
Some principles
they're practically opposites.
Some principles are opposite. Some principles are very similar. The principle of charity, the simple principle of equality of all men under God or all men under the state. There are a lot of similarities between
not under the state
or whatever. Like you can explain better, Gareth. But I'm saying
because I'm not expert in Gareth is more expert than me in that.
Yeah, Gareth, go ahead. Okay. You want to speak? Yeah.
Thank you. So, as regards, first of all, the first thing that I really wanted to say is that I don't think that the Iranian Revolution can or should be written off as simply some kind of Soviet power play. It was a real movement of the masses huge millions were involved, and I do not believe that you can get that effect with money. I think that's a delusion.
No, I would agree. I would agree. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that there wasn't outside parties involved. But yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay. The other part of that is that, of course, the Soviet
Even the
Union
American
supported.
revolutions, there was like an external effect on that.
Sure, the Soviet Union supported revolutionary movements pretty much everywhere, as it should have done, according to its own philosophy, and I agree with it. I'm actually a beneficiary of that process. They helped liberate South Africa. So good on them. And so certainly they would collaborate with organizations like the PLO, and there is some overlap of information, and there are also violent differences of opinion. But of course, that was true in all the places in Europe where communism developed as well. So I don't think of it as much of a problem, but it's certainly the case that they're not natural allies. Nevertheless, I have heard that recently some French right-wingers have taken to talking about Islamo-Marxism. So they definitely are trying to do that conflation.
No, I think that the only Marxist coherence with Islam, or with the Ummah, the concept of Ummah, is basically this Leninist principle of self-determination, which I personally think was a catastrophic mistake in geopolitical terms in the long run, and it caused the destruction of the Soviet Union. Yeah. So that would be part of the success of, but that would be like an agreement point with like the Soviets would say, okay, we're atheists and you guys are religious, but you have the right to self-determination. So if you want to believe in, then you can go ahead and we'll but
that was ultimately the downfall, right? Though, because one of the distinctions between Islam and most other religions is the idea of secularism is kind of abhorrent to Islam.
Yeah.
Islam doesn't really, they can't. One thing's about Christianity, although I'm not a Christian, crucify me. But one thing about Christianity that I do respect is they understand the concept of secularism within a society, where Islam does not. They don't tolerate secularism.
It integrate the diversity in another way. It doesn't for Islam doesn't mean for the state to be like non-religious to manage very diverse religious and ethnic groups. We can, in the Islamic system, we can manage diverse ethnical and religious group inside the Islamic system, even if the ruler is Islamic. But there is no issue, as I said before, like many.
Nika, it's like Islam is very assimilistic, right?
Yeah.
Islam can assimilate various cultures, but not tolerate different religious doctrine or even ideological doctrine.
No, that's not true. That's not true. We have a very, you see the Levant is very diverse religiously. You see a very big religious groups in Iran. The Jews there, they have Jews in every Islamic country before Israel. We have a big, like 10 or 15% of Christians inside the, practically every community. There's a minority, religious minority.
They exist, but they're like, for example,
they practice. They do everything that
but they are not viewed as equals.
Yeah,
no, they're viewed as equal.
No, they are not.
No,
bullshit.
This is
That's
your
fucking bullshit.
No. See, that's your interpretation.
They can buy. They can marry.
That is your
hundreds
interpretation.
of years of legislation on this.
Nika, that's your interpretation.
It's not
of
an
equality.
interpretation.
It's what he's describing a real history.
What's the things that they cannot do that Muslim can do?
Yeah. Can I just jump in on something?
If you're in just a second before Gareth, if you're in Saudi Arabia or Oman,
Saudi Arabia is not an Islamic country. No.
It's an Islamic country.
No. They don't go by the Sharia law. No. It's a secular country. By the way,
you can't bring a cross to Saudi Arabia. They'll see it at the airport.
That's false. There's churches in Saudi Arabia. There's churches in Saudi Arabia. There's churches in Saudi Arabia now.
With no crosses.
churches there.
Those churches are not allowed to put any crosses on top of them, right? You cannot put any statues or anything outside, right? It's any kind of religious statue. Sure, you can preach the sermons inside, right? But it's like Islamic countries
you can
tolerate religion like China tolerates religion, right? You practice your own faith inside your own house, but do not bring it to the streets. I know this because
true Sharia law. True Sharia law has never been tried yet. Okay.
Hold on, Garrett's winning. Just
that sounds like communism, right? The true communism have not been practiced yet.
I wanted to just point out that Christianity used to also deny the idea of secularism. It's only a couple of 100 years since Christianity flowed into absolutely every single aspect of the lives of Western people. And so it's only a couple of 100 years, and it took some violent revolutions and civil wars in order to make that change. I think that Islam overall has a much better history of dealing with religious and other minorities within its controlled borders than Christianity did, which everywhere it went enslaved.
That's actually true. That's actually true.
That's true.
The Muslims were much more tolerant to other religions than the Christians. And once the Christians started being tolerant with other religions, which was the Protestants that came up with the secular state idea, which is a heresy, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not Christian. For like the actual Christians, the idea of a secular state is heresy. And that was the downfall of Christianity. That was the downfall of Christianity. Look at what the secular state of the Christian has done to its mother religion.
No, I mean one of the things that's like one of the things in the New Testament, like it goes back to the render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. So that was a distinction that is unique to Christianity as far as when you compare it to Islam, was they understood that there's a distinction between the church and the state, and it goes back to the New Testament. And if there's any Christians here, you will acknowledge that. Now, was there forced conversions? Like one thing I will give, and I've said this before, maybe not on here or even in the VC, but with conversations I've had with friends regarding Islam, I will say that Islam does not believe, nor do I understand they've ever believed in quote unquote forced conversions, which in the history of Christianity,
it's literally forbidden.
Yes, exactly. No, and that's to your credit, that's true. To the credit of Islam, I should say, that is true. Unlike Christians who did, and they practiced this against the pagans as they spread from the Middle East and they, throughout Italy and then up north. They would
those were Christian kings, John.
They would literally kill. They would literally kill. It wasn't
a secular state.
They would literally kill pagans.
Rivers of blood from the Saxons on the shores of Saxony. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
By Charlemagne.
I mean, they did it. They did it in Germany and all of Europe. The Christians, Charlemagne was the biggest one, right? Like basically, do you believe in Jesus? No. Cut his head off. Next guy, do you believe in Jesus? He goes, yeah, okay, I guess if you'll spare my head. Yeah, that was the history of Christianity. But I mean, you got.
But John.
But back to the point. I kind of agree back to the point, John. Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me be real quick because John tried to rebut me, and I was going to say like this idea that give to Caesar what is to Caesar and to God what is to God is not by any means the separation of church and state. Okay, that's the separation of church and state, but it's not of a secular state. Okay, so the proper Christian doctrine is that the state should be Christian, but it should be separated from the church. Okay, but it's not like, oh, you need to have a secular. No, it should be Christian, but it's not the same thing as the church. It's not ruled by the church, and it does not rule the church. So that's the difference of like give to Caesar what is to Caesar.
I'm gonna. Sorry, I've got to drop off. So see you all some other time. Bye.
Just for everyone.
Wait, Garrett. One last thing. One last thing, Garrett. Your Australian lover was actually asking why the exodus.
Oh, because I don't hang around in racist spaces. There you are.
Good enough.
So what are you doing here then?
It is dangerous. It is dangerous for British to hang around in. It is super dangerous for British to hang around in racist spaces.
I mean, Garrett considers me a total racist. He's engaged with me in conversations right here. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, and we all know about how what Wyatt thinks. We all know about like what Wyatt has said about the the blacks and the Jews. So I'm teasing Wyatt. I'm teasing.
Just about Desi, about the comments that
Gabriel, you got to shut the fuck up when you drill. Jesus Christ, man.
One thing is,
oh my God,
equating Islamic rules with Saudi Arabia, it make every Muslim puke, even inside Saudi Arabia. Just for your information, Desi, it's not a representation of anyone. Like a lot of people hate what Saudi Arabia do. They do a lot of things that non-Islamic from day one, like preventing women from riding cars is not something like pure bullshit. Making women like before.
Yeah, but that's one of the best things about Islam. What the fuck? Do you realize how many accidents get caused by fucking women driving cars? Have you been to a major city, you fucking moron? That's the best thing about Islam. The fuck? Have you seen a woman try to parallel park? Jesus fucking Christ,
no,
man.
But there is some rules and stuff, but what they are doing, like the most like recent years, the most scholars, Saudi scholars are in prison because they argue against what Saudi is doing. It's fucked up situation. There's nothing Islamic about what Saudi Arabia does. That's one thing. Before
I guess so.
I have historical in my country. I've been to historical churches, and they can do practice historical synagogues before even the Ottomans. They were there, and they can practice whatever they want. They have their shops. For example, Jews, they have their shops, and they do whatever they want. They can marry. They can
also be executed for proselytizing.
No.
Yes.
That's bullshit.
Blasphemy.
They can
trying to convert a Muslim to Christianity is punishable by death.
That's something else.
It's punishable by death.
Yeah.
But also, Nika, I just wanted to point out. I'll let you continue. But I also wanted to point out. I guess like in North Africa, perceptions are different. It can be also very different in the Levant. Like everywhere. I do know a lot of people from Lebanon and Jordan who did not like the Saudi version of Islam, right?
Every country in the Arab and Muslim world don't like it.
But look, the Muslim world, I can guarantee you, because like I know a lot of Indians and Pakistanis, and every Muslim in India and Pakistan think that Saudi Arabia is a utopia, right? For every Tunisian and Lebanese and Jordanian who do abhor and criticize Saudi Arabia, there are people from India, from Indonesia, from Pakistan who think Saudi Arabia is the model to follow.
If they don't understand it, either they don't understand it, or they understand it in a wrong way, or understand Islam in a wrong way. Because
their understanding
not only that,
Nika.
Not only that, Nika. Like you might disagree with the Saudis, but most of the Muslim influencers in the West, they tolerate the Saudis in the sense that they're still a Muslim nation.
Like,
so we have to rally. We have to rally around. So yeah, you can talk about like this legitimate core of true Muslims that do oppose the evil Saudi regime, but that's not the Muslim community as a whole. Okay,
that's a big majority of the Muslim Arab. At least that's why I'm sure of it. They despise what Saudis do, and
but the reality
Saudis
is that like in Southeast Asia, right? Because Southeast Asia we have a huge number of Muslims, like in Malaysia and Indonesia. A good fraction of them looks up to the Saudis. I mean, during the Wahhabism days. So they, they look up doesn't mean that they follow, but there are people who follow. Then the women start to wear, the ninja suit, and then the problem is that the crown prince of Johor So the I forgot the name of like it dropped off my mind. The Crown Prince of Johor actually criticized. He said that if you want to be Saudi, go to Saudi Arabia. He said that no, we are no Johorians. We have our own ways. They have their own hijab and they have their own culture. They have their own wordings. He's like because it went overboard. That's what happened. So I'm not saying the mass majority. Like it's actually a very small subsection of the population of the Muslim actually does that.
I will give you, for example, to say I'm. No one will dare to say I'm Wahhabi. Like no one will dare to say it in public. Maybe they believe in it, but no one will dare. It's like that much like disgusted in people because
that's the stigma of Wahhabism.
Yeah, it's a stigma. It's practically a stigma. It's a bad.
So that's what I'm trying to say. There is no such stigma in Southeast Asia. That's the point.
I know, but that's. I'm talking about the Arab world and the Arab Muslim world. I'm very sure of that. It's the majority.
Nika be like I'm talking about the real Arabs.
No, there's Arabs.
Asian.
They're not Arabs. They're Muslims, but not Arabs. No, but that's reality. They're not Arabs. They don't talk Arabic.
But I think now, I suspect they might be very confused now because Saudi Arabia is suddenly modernized and become more secular. So I think these very hardcore groups, people who like they want to be even more religious. That's why I think they follow the Wahhabis style that's coming from Saudi Arabia.
But there's like
I think, I think they get a bit more confused now. I got a feeling maybe they are a bit more confused because now there's no real leadership in terms of this Wahhabis style of Islam anymore. Suddenly because Saudi Arabia dropped off, and Taliban is not that one. It's not.
No,
they don't do that.
Wahhabis. Taliban is not Wahhabism.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like the most extreme.
They are jihadists. They are jihadists. It's different.
So I mean, so if the most like hardcore extremist Islamic ideology kind of thing, like they don't exist anymore. Like even ISIS has been totally mostly dropped off the globe. But maybe they exist in some part of the internet, but the most of it is like just all gone.
They still. I can like frighten you, but there is still some parts they exist because a lot of political and things, the pressures, they still exist. But I can see like for common people, ISIS is one of the extremes. Is like Wahhabism is not even that extreme compared to ISIS. ISIS is very, 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 very extreme. They kill everyone is not like ISIS. Like it's very, very extreme. Even other Muslim, even they disagree among themselves, and they can kill among themselves because they think you are out of Islam because of its agreement. So it's very extreme.
Nika. Is the niqab is only worn by the Wahhabist Islam or there's more?
No,
more.
In the four branches of Sunni Islam, it's an option. It's like it's not an obligation to wear. It's an obligation to wear the hijab, but it's not an obligation to wear niqab. It's like if you wanna, for example, I can pray my 5 prayers, but I can pray extra prayers. No one will say why you are praying extra. So for a woman, she can wear the hijab. It's religiously obligatory, but she can do a niqab, and it's not like something wrong. It's her choice.
I mean, I can share this. I mean, wearing of niqab is there are people who wear that in Singapore as well. I'm not sure if you're tourists, but I did see before. So there is the mesh at the eyes there, and total ninja suit kind of thing.
Let's go to the aura. The aura is what I can reveal and what I cannot reveal as a male or a woman. For me, as a man, I cannot reveal from what's in the
below the navel,
below until the knee. So that's not allowed for me to reveal it.
So the males cannot reveal the legs as well. Oh, that's interesting.
It's only here, just up to the knee. It's not like
that means you have to block the thigh. You have to block the thigh.
Yeah, all this is not allowed to exposed in a public place. Yeah, women too. It depends on the sect, on the branch. the majority say they can reveal this and those, and people say no, the hands is not. So there is like a difference between but the majority say a woman can reveal the face. People like disagree with the even here. People like said she can like reveal the whole. There's like a differentiation between, but the niqab is the majority of the schools are like saying it's an optional. It's depending on the woman.
Vaughn's comment is so funny.
What he said?
Vaughn, he said, every fucking week, 3 hours of Islamic apologetics.
Apologetics.
I mean, at some point we just have to just agree that you people are just a bunch of goat fuckers, and we should just nuke all of you.
Why? I'm explaining. I'm not apologizing about anything. I'm just explaining what's in the.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, to us, you're just a bunch of fucking barbaric people who ride fucking camels in the desert, and like you.
Of course, all of us.
We have no use for you people. I mean.
Yeah. Only our oil and our.
Yeah, but the United States doesn't need your oil. The United States is more. The United States is more oil than Saudi Arabia does.
Yeah, but you eat it, guys.
But I mean, Europe might need you, but I mean, the United States doesn't. I mean, especially like once we conquer Venezuela, and then when we make,
Yeah, that's why you did go to Iraq for no reason. You did go
Take over Canada.
Imagine United States.
I mean, Nunya is going to be put up against the fucking wall or hung from it, one or the other. And we're just going to like take it. I mean, because it's not like the Canadians can do anything about it. And then we just take Mexico's oil, Canadian oil. The United States already has.
You would be insane, right? You have Venezuela and then Canadian oil. You'll be like,
God, that's more oil than we know what to do with, man. We'll be fucking bathing in it.
Yeah, Trump is going to sanction any country that dares to use solar panels, man. Because like anyone who dares to use solar panels, you're going to get 100% tariff.
Against the wall or hung from it, And we won't have to worry about you desert fucking crawling people.
How dare you use green technology? You're going to get 100% tariff.
I mean, come on. I mean, it's like, you are toon coons is what we call you. So, I mean, it's like, what purpose do you serve, really? I mean, we don't need you.
Okay.
I think maybe that's why Trump is turning inwards, right? Generally speaking, in terms of trade, like
as I said, Fortress Americana, which basically is basically the whole thing was it's the Western Hemisphere. I believe that Trump's plan is the idea of like the North America and South America will totally become in the sphere of U.S. influence. So because if you look at it, and I've said this before. North America and South America can totally be completely self-reliant. They got the people, they got the agriculture, they got the energy, they got the brain power. There's nothing that they could totally exist if the rest of the world disappeared and you said North America and South America, totally self-sustainable in every single measure.
You don't even say that. Just United States alone can see is enough. You don't even need any country. Just like Russia. The Russians don't need any country.
The United States could survive without any other country, but not thrive. We
would not thrive.
We would need Canada. We would need to put Nunya up against the wall. But other than that, no, you're right. I mean, you could make the argument that if we had the Panama Canal north, then yes, we could probably totally thrive without that. And no other country can say that. And no other country, I mean, literally the United States, if we wanted to, could easily just take all that over.
China is in a good place. China in a good place. Turkey, I think.
China have no resource. They don't have oil. They don't have energy. So unless they resolve it through solar and nuclear and everything.
Nuclear.
Yeah, so that's why they are pursuing the fusion technology. They're trying their best to do that because once they have
they manage that,
then they don't need oil anymore.
If they manage to do that, they will revolutionize the whole energy.
Apparently, they're close. I was watching a documentary on this just like last week. Well, yeah, there's that, right? Yeah.
That's the reason why China went all in for electric cars because if everything is electrified, then they don't need oil at all. So that is the plan for China. So
nuclear can
it's a good plan. It is a good plan.
They have the dams they can use the dams, they can use some green energy, and they can use the nuclear. They can subsidize the rest with the Russian oil. That's practically
that's one of the things that people don't understand about energy, the energy future or the development of energy, that it's not which path you choose. It's to have all of them so that your grid is absolutely resilient, so that you can
that's a good
survive.
point. Yeah, that's a good point.
And one can support the other. For example, even in like green energy, some work best at night. Some are work. For example, the tidal moves, they can use that at night, and it can produce an amount of energy. They can use wind and solar, and they complement this with nuclear, and like they can relieve the peak times, and they can like work this up if they can vary the sources and like improve.
The only way that China is going to have any sense of energy independence is a massive expansion of their nuclear program, because the Chinese economic model is so dependent, and China does have very cheap electricity compared to pretty much everybody else, especially compared to Europe. But they need this because they are a production powerhouse. So they need this really, really cheap electricity. And compared to most countries, they do have it, but that they are reliant on the rest of the world. As of now, like what's going to happen in 20 years, who the fuck knows? But they
have Russia.
Yes, they
Russian
do.
oil.
Yes.
Right now, they
this
have
is
both
why-
Russia and dams. The largest dams in the world.
That's what I said. The dams.
But it's dangerous to rely on the dams because if there's ever a drought, you're totally fucked.
Not when you have the yellow.
It's not even a drought. It's
when you have
actually the weather system got totally warped because of the dams. So the weather system in China is like now fucked up now because of the dam.
And that also affects their. But no, hold on. That also affects their agriculture, right? Because, like you said about the dams, when you redirect the water and stuff like that, it can screw up the weather patterns. So, areas that were farmland can become arid all of a sudden, and that's another thing is that China has food insecurity, where go back to what I was saying about the Western Hemisphere. We don't have to worry about that. We have more fertile land than we know what to do with in this country.
No, but don't forget they have like one and some billion population-wise. Compared to 300, and don't forget the Chinese population is getting shrink, so it can relieve a bit of the food insecurity. And as I said, Russia can secure that a bit.
I agree with you. Russia has the area between Russia and Ukraine, like half's in Russia, half's in Ukraine. That's some of the most fertile soil in the world.
That's something that I was going to say about.
But it means that the Chinese are still dependent on another country, right? Even though it's one that they're aligning with, it's still not being independent. Like with the United States is totally.
Keep in mind that the reason China is food insecure is because they have too much people, basically. Like if America would have had 1 billion people, they would also struggle to feed all that people.
No, America could feed 1 billion people.
Not 1 billion American people.
Yeah,
they need more.
I'm not saying people as fat as me. I'm talking about
the majority, like 30 or 40%, are morbidly obese, man.
Yeah, so it would be a good thing. We thin down, so it would be healthy. So
no, you cannot survive.
I would lose weight. So it would be very, very, very healthy.
Population will go crazy. They will kill each other and will.
Yeah, have you been watching those food stamp riot? Those people threatening to riot if they cut off food stamps on the YouTube videos. But the United States literally does have the capacity because there's so much farmland in the United States is not even utilized. Like people don't realize like there's areas in the quote unquote heartland of the United States that they don't even try to farm because you can't make a profit at doing it. I mean, there's so much land in the United States that you can farm that we could support probably 2 billion people in this country and then still have still have food to spare. I mean, that's what the United States looks like.
So we have a new guy, Michael.
Hello.
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Michael. I'm a software engineer from New York. My family is Ukrainian, and so I heard of Defense Politics Asia just following the conflict, so wanted to hop in and provide opinions or.
Well, good for you, Mike. Good for you, Mike. Good to meet you.
I love that shirt. That's a good looking shirt you got there.
Yeah, where did you
is your family in US now or still in Ukraine?
They're all in the US. We've been like several generations US.
Okay.
Okay.
He's a good Ukrainian, he means.
I do have some friends in Ukraine. I check on them a lot. So.
Sadly.
I hope they are well.
Yeah, sincerely hope they're well.
Yeah, a couple in Kiev. One went to university in Odessa, and then they are from Zhytomyr. But when the war started, they went to the countryside in Zhytomyr, and then right now they're staying in Kiev as well. So the other one is in Kryvyi Rog. So most people are either Kiev or around Kryvyi Rog.
Safe. They are safe.
So are they hiding from mobilization, or were they
One
mobilized
of my
already,
friends, Sergey, he was actually kidnapped from Tizika because his mother had passed away. So he was getting inheritance and had to go through the courts to get that. And they got him when he was at one of his last court dates. He went to the court, and as soon as he got out of the court, they kidnapped him. And I didn't hear, and I was very concerned, but he got away by giving them false information, and now he just never leaves his apartment.
How old can you say? Well, I don't want to dox the guy, but I mean,
mid-30s, late 30s.
So they.
But I heard that the Ukrainian attrition, the Russians are losing so many people, and Ukrainian are with extra people.
Yeah, it's
I'm
insane.
sarcastic, by the way.
Yeah.
Sarcastic.
So I do have a couple other friends close. One of my contacts, because I'm a software engineer, I thought about making a game, and so I went to ArtStation, and I met a guy from Rostov-on-Don before the whole Wagner thing, and he was in Rostov-on-Don when that was going on. He was very worried, but luckily that didn't amount to anything. So. He's all right, and everyone's all right so far. None of my friends have been super. I mean, they've all been impacted, but no one's been taken or had to shoot a gun at anyone.
Well,
question for you.
Well, just before I just got one more first.
Super chat. Hello, Michael. Welcome to the OM Thunderdome by TechDub.
Yep, thank you.
I'm sorry. I was just going to ask, when are the Ukrainians going to march on Moscow?
If the war ends peacefully, maybe a bunch of people can march on Moscow in a peaceful formation. I don't know.
And apply for Russian citizenship. And run away,
That's kind of my question. Like, what are your friends in Ukraine? What are they thinking about the war now? Because every time I read a poll or whatever, the polls keep declining and declining in Ukraine, the popular support amongst their people for people who think that, they should still be fighting. And like I said, there's not a whole lot of support, assuming that the polls are correct. There's not a whole lot of support for this war right now in Ukraine. And I don't know if you guys saw Mark Rutte the other day, when he was being interviewed by someone or other, and she asked that very question to him, right? Like, how do you justify this war when the people there don't seem to support it anymore? And he, of course, danced it around it because that's what Mark Rutte does. But, it's a question that I haven't heard answered from a lot of people in Ukraine. You know what I mean? Like, it seems to me like there's absolutely no support there whatsoever, or very little, right? And then how do they kind of manage that population there if there is such a resistance to continuing on? I guess it'd be my question. What do the people there think about that?
There's a few complex situations there.
Yeah.
One of my friends, she's from Mariupol, and she fled the war when the Russians invaded Mariupol, and she ended up in Kiev. And there's not a lot of support, especially because there's skepticism about people from that part of the country. So she's been in a very rough situation, and I've been trying to look for maybe some outreach or maybe some foreign, because there's not a lot of support in Ukraine for her specifically. But then there's the man that I met when he was in university in Odessa, and he ended up going to Kiev, and he just doesn't talk about it. He just wants to live his life, and we're in the same field and industry. That's how I met him, and he just wants to kind of keep his head down. The one from Kryvyi Rog, his position on the war is that he is simply not a warrior. He doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to kill anybody. So he wants to avoid conscription at any cost. So like a lot of these people, they might not have like a broad overall like opinion on the political side of the war, but they know what they personally want, which is they want to get away from the conflict. They want to kind of build a life wherever life is available to be built. And even if like you can't like, so maybe you might approach one of them and ask them this question: do you support the fight or conflict, Ukraine or Russia? And I don't think you would get a straight answer from them. So I'm just kind of giving you their view as a human being of what they've told me about their opinion on it. Because I've also kind of danced around it because I've known them since before, and it's a sensitive topic. So I'm kind of like, how are you holding up? What do you think about things? Hopefully you're safe. And it's mostly just safety checkups, but that's the opinions that I've gotten from all of it.
Well, you literally don't know who you're talking to, right? Like, you don't know, because the Russian and Ukrainian people, like the language, everything is so close. Like, you could be talking to someone and not know whose side they're on. Right? You know, so yeah.
And also, remember, you don't know who might be listening on the other side. Sure. So it's important to keep things as ambiguous as possible.
For instance, my friend from Kryvyi Rog, the Ukrainian name of the city is Kryvyi Rih, of course, but he calls it Kryvyi Rog. So that could also be interpreted as, well, you call it Kryvyi Rog, therefore you might be a collaborator or something.
Pro-Russian,
so, it's hard to think of it in like, because even the way that you present information could be seen as something
suspicious.
That's so
well, keep in mind, Nunya, that you know, until Ukraine can achieve the level of democracy of like a EU member state, they can't reach the EU. So unless they drop to like a 10% approval rating, which is like the standard for Britain, Germany, and France, then you won't be able to join the EU. So Ukraine has to lower its level of approval to a level that is, you know, approved by the EU. You know, the real democracy and stuff.
Thank you, Gabriel, for the twist. I was expecting the opposite, but like, okay.
Wyatt,
yes.
I want your analyst opinion on something. I personally, even since 2014, before the main conflict started, I had a couple reasons why Russia might enter a conflict with Ukraine, and so far I don't see a lot of analysts talking about the core reasons that I came up with, even so far back as like right out as I was coming out of high school. Kind of like, I don't say I would predict the Crimea situation, but it was something that was very obvious, and anyone looking at the situation could see that Crimea would eventually become a problem. I have a hypothesis about three main things that Russia wants out of this war, and I want your opinion on them. All right, the first one is they want full control and safety guarantee of the North Crimean Canal and a consistent water supply to Crimea. That is the main thing. That is actually one of the first things. Not a lot of, because this channel doesn't exist anymore. There was a vlogger by the name of Danil Vysotsky, who was from Nova Kakhovka. And even as the first helicopters were going over, he was basically just live streaming what he saw. And he was every day for the first couple months of the conflict, he was kind of vlogging the war and protests and stuff like this. And even in one of his vlogs, he had a black eye and stuff like this. And his channel is no longer there. So that's something that I was following to try to stay abreast of the situation. His YouTube channel, before it was deleted, had the Belarusian, Ukrainian, and Russian flags next to each other. So he was kind of like a pan-Slavist there as well. He wanted everybody over there to be friends. The second thing that I think that Russia wants out of the war is security for the port of Nikolaev, which is the deep water port there. And the third thing, I think, is a two-parter, which is a land bridge to Transnistria, as well as some control over Odessa as an export port. I think those are the three main things that Russia wants out of this war in securing Novorossiya. And even I think they would be willing to give up security on the left bank of the Dnieper, which is even Chernigov, to secure all three of these. I want your opinion on this.
Okay, so my opinion of what the Russians are thinking is not so clear cut. So what they want actually evolved over time. So I think when Euromaidan happened, Russia probably thought that Ukraine is a goner. That's what I think. So because Ukraine is a goner, he have gone way, like, totally infiltrated by CIA or the Western agents or whatnot. So they took Crimea by force because they need to protect their strategic naval base. So they took Crimea. And because their mindset is that Ukraine is gone, and when you take Crimea, Ukraine is gone. Like, politically is no longer balanced. It's going to be pro-West forever. So they just wanted to do the deal, the what's the Minsk deal, and so that peace can return, no more civil war, and that's it. Russia is happy with whatever it is. As long as they get Crimea, they're happy with it. But the thing is that the Minsk deal is not followed through, and then they have Minsk 2, and it's still not followed through, and then they start to sense the training of the Ukrainian troops and the escalation, the build up, and they realize that it's either now or never, because it's either now or they will lose the war later, as they will be fighting NATO, not Ukraine, or a NATO, very very NATO Ukraine. So they went to war, and I think the objective is very simple. They just wanted a Georgian situation. The Georgian, where they have two territory, totally independent, and then the two independent state is really, whether they join in Russia is a different thing altogether. They just want to independent the two states, and then maybe they will join Russia, maybe they will not, but that was the original objective. Then so they have this Istanbul deal that is supposed to happen. That did not happen. So even though they invaded from north and the south and everywhere, I don't think they want to take. I don't think they're taking Kherson, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, Sumy, Chernihiv. I don't think they're going to take any of it. It's meant to just do as a pressure, because that's why they don't have enough troops. The troops is just training troops. These are not the real troops. They just went in, put pressure, let Donetsk and Lugansk independence, and then solve the problem immediately. But they don't get it. They don't have that. And then they underestimated Zelensky's will to fight. So because they thought Zelensky is the comedian, right? He would run away or whatnot. But it did not happen. He decided to fight. And Putin got trapped in this no man's land where the troops is on contract. You cannot force them to stay and fight. And there is also not enough troops. And you cannot mobilize the troops because it's essentially a war of aggression. Russia entered the war as an aggressor, generally speaking. So Putin cannot just mobilize troops, because if he mobilizes troops, then he literally endorsed the fact that they are the aggressor. So he waited. Then they have the massive defeat. The Russians give up Kharkiv, and then they lost in the Black Lea offensive. They lost most of Kharkiv, and then they have to retreat down from Kherson all the way to the south of the Dnieper River, and that angers the Russian people, and then that creates the political environment that now they can do mobilization. So they announced a partial one, not a full mobilization for war, because it's still a SMO. So, and then with that, they also decided that, okay, so the war have taken a toll on Russia now, so they need to pay for it. The Ukraine need to pay for it because they betrayed the Istanbul deal. So they wanted Zaporizhia and Kherson. So that's what we are in right now. and they are doing this attrition war to destroy Ukrainian military and see whether they can get Ukraine to give up and lose the four oblasts. So from my point of view, there was never a firm situation where Russia actually wants this or wants that. Like a lot of the pro-Russian people think that they're gonna get Odessa, Mykolaiv, or I don't think Russia actually thinks in that way, because if you want that is very dangerous, because you do not know you will ever get there, because you don't know how things will evolve. If you go too far, NATO enter war, there's World War III. So Putin is also worried, because once you enter World War III, Russia is going to lose the war. The Russia don't have enough troops to deal with the whole of NATO, especially the United States. So
you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure.
Yes, I'm sure about that as well.
No, the U.S. military
there will be mutual
reserve
destruction through nuclear, but then
the
nuclear weaponries will use up. You use up all the nuclear weaponries, and then it will be conventional war in the wastelands, and then Russia will lose the war. That's why
World War III is also very complicated, because, for instance, a lot of people say that there's going to be sorry for interrupting you, Wyatt, my bad.
No problem.
It's because there are a lot of conflicts going around in the world, and everyone is that I know, as at least the analysts I've been looking at, they've been saying, well, this next conflict is indicative of World War III. This next conflict is indicative of World War III. Well, there are so many conflicts going around, and in order to have a world war, you need these to be somewhat aligned conflicts to essentially create a web of what's it called when you're on
a chain of alliance and whatnot.
Yeah, something that everyone else needs to join. Sorry,
which is why Trump is so actively ending all the wars as fast as he can, because if you let any of these wars that are happening around the world to fester, it will turn into World War III. Because you can see that every country that fought, there is an alignment that could be more pro-Russia and the other side more pro-West. And it's very dangerous if you go in that direction. So that's why all the war must be ended very quickly, particularly the Indian-Pakistan one. That is super important. And to deal with China in a way that China don't feel incentivized to start a war with Taiwan. Because if that happened, that is also a big problem that will lead straight to World War III. So that's why I'm just coming back to my point, is that I don't think Russia have that kind of idea. I must get to Transnistria, I must take Odessa. That is the pro-Russian thinking, because they are pro-Russia, right? They are glorifying the war. Mm-hmm. But I don't think Putin thinks in that way, because it's super risky. You can see that Putin is a very conservative person. Right.
It's not that I think that it's something that Russia wants. It's that something that Russia is working toward. Like, there are constantly things that Russia is working. For instance, they're renting the ports in Sevastopol. They're renting launch sites in Kazakhstan while they build out their cosmodrome in eastern Russia. It's not that they are wanting these things specifically and working. It's that these are ongoing needs for the Russian Federation. And when these things are then interrupted, then the need to make more permanent changes on the ground is necessary. Like building the new port at Mykolaiv, I don't make that as like something that Russia wants, as something when saying lightly, because right now their fallback is Murmansk, which I don't think can serve the same utility as Mykolaiv, which is why I think Putin might think that he needs to make it realistically changed on the ground. And the way that the global order is today, there's so much information going and everybody is hyper aware of everything else, whereas possibly in the past you could have a conflict and then everyone learns about it maybe 20, 30 years later. But right now, every conflict is instantly known by everybody. And these positions are going to be easily crystallized in the near future. So like the international community will have to agree on things where the lines are and stuff like this. And so I think that Putin thinks that if he can make these changes now, while things are still in this transition to crystallization, that he can secure this position for possibly the next couple centuries. So if he can get that on the other side of the line, that is good for him. That's why I think the Minsk and the Istanbul agreements are roughly in the same vein. They're just buying time in order for the Russian Federation to crystallize this for the future.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Michael. I get the impression as well that everything that Russia has been doing has this two-prone attack, right? One is the diplomatic solution, and then preparing in the meantime for this. And I think that that's why Russia has been so conceding diplomatically. So like people always take that as a weakness or as a mistake. But I think that that's part of the strategic planning. Like it doesn't make sense any other way. That you have this all this melodrama, you know, and all this pantomime of diplomatic solutions, but fundamentally, no statesman today can be ignorant to the fact that you can't make agreements with the West. Okay, so the only reason to make to do all the pantomime of making agreements is to stall for time to improve your strategic situation for when the diplomacy breaks down. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Like no statesman could ever think that, oh, we made a Minsk agreement, so now we're good, right? Now we're cool. You know, like Lavrov with Hillary Clinton. Oh, we touched the reset button, so that means that now we're friends with the West. It would make no sense. No statesman would ever believe that. Serious statesman, I mean. And so they have their strategic objectives, and they move towards that. But in the meantime, they're constantly stalling as much as possible, or as much diplomacy as they can muster, to slowly inch their way to those strategic objectives.
Yep. I just to add on from what I say just now is that while I say that the Russians started off without this kind of grand plan, but I'm quite sure that by this point they have already war gamed everything, starting from now. So now the plan is they just going to take the 4 oblasts, because if they can take the full 4 oblasts, it's already a big victory for Russia. But I'm quite sure that they will have already war game what's going to come. If they cannot get a certain peace deal or what happened, then how much more they're going to go. So I'm quite sure that they already have the plan that maybe they will conquer more than half of Ukraine. I don't think they will conquer all of Ukraine, but more than half, Odessa and everything. I think that's already part of the plan.
The actual land, just one comment. The actual land that they have now is an actual win. To be honest with what's happening in the weakening, I think they need to secure it more with.
They would need to have all of the Donbass before the Russian.
I know. It's a small portion that can be finished.
But I just, this is a point I want to ask for both Michael and Wyatt. Was my biggest fear, and I'm not kidding about this. I believe my biggest fear is Odessa. Like if the Russians take Odessa, that pretty much renders Ukraine a rump state, right? There's nothing can come in and out of there by port anymore. Like everything, all their resources, their rare earths, their agriculture, their oil, their natural gas. If that's my fear, is that the Europeans will go all in, literally risk World War III to prevent Russia from getting Odessa. I was just
with
be
what
curious.
they will go in with what, man? With what exactly?
Never underestimate your opponents, man.
Yeah, I know, but I think the Russian army now is very, very, very potent and very dangerous, and in whatever European. The only thing is the NATO. The full NATO is a very big threat. Russia will go nuclear 100%. But a part of that, the European is a joke, man. You see, the British have 200 and something in tank, and half of them are not operational. They have horses more than tanks. They will go with horses and swords. They cannot even provide for Ukraine to die.
So
at least.
And don't forget, if NATO goes, all of NATO goes after Russia, Russia won't be alone. Don't expect Russia to stand alone if World War III starts.
Well, that's my fear. Like you just said. So then it would, if it's Russia plus its allies versus NATO, then can't we all just kiss our kids goodbye and say, pray to God, pray to whatever.
China
God
will go to war. China could potentially go to war if they feel, because once NATO go to war entirely into Ukraine with Russia, then then the whole global situation will be so bad that China might as well go to war.
No,
because
do you think
China's
Wyatt-
position, because they are not a democracy, you see, the core concern of the Communist Party is control of the country. So if they go to war, they have absolute control of the country through martial law.
Wyatt,
So
a question.
to them, war or no war is no difference.
A question.
Generally speaking.
Do you really think that Russia will go nuclear if the whole NATO start
100%.
attack? Yeah,
Because that they have to draw the red line.
Because they would lose. They would.
Why-
They would lose.
Yeah.
There's no way Russia could win a conventional war against
but
all of NATO.
why
You
I
make fun of
said-
NATO all you want. There's no way that Russia could defeat NATO. They
It's
know.
when you say Russia versus NATO, I think it's Russia versus the United States, because
Practically.
Russia has the basically Russia's the only state right now, and you can say this. You can the United States has companies in investigating this as well. They currently have they're the first modern-ish country to have from bottom to top in terms of modern conventional drone warfare. They're working on everything from strategy to factories and wartime, like everything from modern drone warfare. And they're currently figuring out, well, what's more, like people make fun of the meat wave attacks right now, but right now the convention is to use armored units to approach the front line, dispatch infantry, all the while using artillery. Artillery is inclusive of drones to basically take out anything resisting the infantry push forward, get the infantry to pass those front lines, cause trouble behind, and then use that confusion to push forward, take settlements, clear buildings, and do things that infantry does. And they're the only country on the planet right now that is doing this from the civil to the military in completely. And now they're also starting to figure out, well, we need to start teaching once we figure out these things, we need to start teaching new soldiers, new officers, new commanders these things. And it's basically just belonging to one country. The only other country that is getting this level right now is Ukraine itself, but they're not fully in control of that pipeline. I say partially, they're the infantry. Everything else is essentially NATO. And one quick thing before I'll cede to everybody else is I was seeing a comment on the YouTube that they can let Nikolaev stay Ukrainian. During the Soviet Union, Nikolaev was a port, the big hunk of metal steaming through that everyone is calling the Admiral Kuznetsov, that is currently losing sprockets into the Atlantic Ocean as it limps towards every port it goes to. That was built in Nikolaev. I think that is they see that as a necessary thing for future naval construction. So that's why I mentioned it.
Nikai, you got the finger.
Yeah, I asked that question because European hawks say no, Russia will never use their nuclear weapon, and we can put troops there, and we can be more involved and stuff. That's one. And secondly, it will be, yes, I'm agreeing, it will be very, the balance will be very, very unfair, but I'm not sure even at that phase, China will act or not. I'm not even sure.
I think China would act in the same way that NATO is right now with Ukraine. It'd be money, weapons, all these things, while Russia sacrifices the manpower and stuff like this, because they have their own theater of concerns.
Proxy war, yeah.
They have Taiwan, they have Southeast Asia, all these places. They're South China Sea. They have their own little 9-9 and stuff like this that they're trying to push their own sphere of influence. I don't think they have time. I see a lot of things like, Siberia is going to be open up to China. That's not... It's essentially just a bunch of trees right now, forest, maybe a few Russians here and there. It's not worth the geopolitical push. Maybe the resources could be a thing in the future, but why not have Russia build all of that while they're doing their things, and then you do your things, and by the time everything's all built out, then you can invade and take the infrastructure that will eventually be built there, and you don't spend a dime. But I think that's the position China's in right now. It's very... everyone is very restricted, and they have to pick and choose right now. Right now, the U.S. is still the hegemon, that position may be wavering right now, but it's still a very strong and absolute position right now. This is unquestionable.
So I'll share. So the just now you mentioned about the whole chain of the drones and everything, because how Russia is now fighting this war and fighting so-called the modern way of fighting. It's easy to forget that they are only fighting Ukraine. So so while they have all this sorted out, they know how to fight Ukraine effectively. Once they fight NATO, particularly United States, it will be a totally different war. The war will change entirely, and whatever they are using against Ukraine will fail, immediately fail. So I won't be so confident for the Russians in that sense. Of course, the Russians can cause a lot of pain for United States, but so can United States do on Russia. And then whatever the drone strike we are looking at from Ukraine to Russia is going to be 10 times, 100 times of that. Because of United States missiles capability, and if they go nuclear, then Russia is going to run off people very fast, because of both sides have a lot of nuclear weapons. So that is but then United States have the whole of Europe's population to throw into the war, but Russia
the United States was there was I'm trying to remember the guy Merschmeyer, I think was his name. It was basically saying that the United States' trump card is they can, no pun intended, was that they could just sacrifice Europe and defeat Russia. So they would just say, fine, you kill all of Europe, but you can't really touch us.
So that's how Russia cannot win NATO in that sense, because it will always be a repeat of World War One and World War Two. So it's always the Americans sacrificing Europeans' life, and then they come in to finish up. So that will be what happened. In terms of the China thing, China will not necessarily automatically go to war. What I mean by if NATO go to war directly with Russia and start a World War III situation, based on the circumstances that the West went nuts, because for the West to go all into fight Russia to potentially start a world war, in the China's risk assessment position, the West has went nuts. And if the West has went nuts, then the only logical thing is to support Russia, because if not, then the crazy alliance is going to come after China next. So
we're next, right? Yeah, we don't stop it here, then we're next. So yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so which is why then in that kind of assessment, that's why I say China will then support Russia and potentially find a new front or something to make sure that NATO will never succeed in that sense, and then grind it into a stalemate like World War One, and then maybe you have some kind of negotiation. So, but that is a very terrible place to go, because we do not know how damaging that will be. World War One is a insane war. Empires collapse, like multiple empires actually collapse in World War One. So the best is never reach there, because now the numbers is going to exceed World War One's number, because there's way more people right now, right? So in terms of population, so more people is going to die. So
the weapons are more devastating than the World War One. The weapons are more lethal.
Because it's just going to be nuclear war. No, you're not going to have like artillery barrage. You're going to have nuclear barrages.
Strategic nukes, yeah.
Desi.
Yeah, I completely agree with both Wyatt and Michael. Michael is right when he says that in the current drone warfare and small squad infiltration, Russia is definitely the leader currently. They have the most experience. But Wyatt is absolutely also right when he says that the war against America will be a completely different beast than it is with Ukraine. But at the same time, what we are seeing is the situation is exactly now the same as in the Cold War, where Russia has the better land army while America has the better air force, right? In terms of air power, at least on paper, right? At least on paper, America definitely has the better air force and will easily, if it's like a conventional war, they will eventually saturate, Russian air defenses, then its air bases, eventually all its air power. But if it does, it doesn't even need to go nuclear for China to get involved. And if there is a concentrated, like if all of NATO really invades Russia, then it won't just be China. Iran will immediately get involved. North Korea will, and it's not like China will send troops or Iran will send troops to Russia. They will open up new fronts, right? North Korea will may open up the front with South Korea. China might go against, might take its strategic positions in the Pacific.
Yeah,
right?
it's going to
That's
take
what
Taiwan
it's going to take
immediately,
immediately.
and maybe even
Iran
Japan.
is gonna launch everything it has along with Hezbollah and maybe even how I don't know Hamas has anything, but the Yemenis they're gonna carpet bomb Israel to rubble, right?
Yeah, well, one
And
thing that we have to keep in mind.
Depending on what Pakistan does, India might also get involved.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah,
it really depends on the
India might actually
circumstances.
pick a side for one time in their life. That'll
No,
be
they can watch.
depending on
They
what
can
Pakistan does,
they can watch and enjoy the show. India is like
Yeah, India's
enjoy.
is gonna pick the side that's winning at the end of the war.
They
But
can
keep
enjoy
in
the
mind,
show.
guys, that
unless
the
Pakistan
real
selects a side.
No. But
Unless
don't be
Pakistan
surprised. Don't be surprised in the World War III situation. Middle East might be the most safest place in the world, because the whole of Middle East may not want to fight and they will just keep quiet.
So wait it out.
So because in our fantasy, we will just think that everybody will take a side, but in the actual geopolitical situation, everybody will be like, "Fuck!" And World War III is happening, and everybody will like, "No, I'm not. Don't count me in." And Middle East countries will not join because
but
none of
they are
them
not
have.
involved.
Why would they
They're
want
not
to fight
like-
for the Americans
yeah.
or the Europeans,
but
right?
they are not like very involved with the Americans and with the. But they will have like deals with the Russians, with the Chinese, and deals with the Americans. So they will sit this one out and watch
Yeah,
the show
they will sit
as
them
the
out.
Indians.
Yeah, but
Pakistan
also,
and India will just
seriously.
pretend that they're gonna be like at each other's throat, but then they will deploy the troops and then they'll do nothing.
no, but
Most likely that will happen.
hold on a second. Like
Happen.
one of the reasons I was
Pakistan,
that's not really that really couldn't happen is like you take a country like Egypt, for example, like they can't feed themselves, right? So they like, for example, they're literally dependent on like for example, if the food supply from Russia got cut off to Egypt, they would starve. The government would lose control.
Don't forget if they get themselves involved in Sudan, they can solve that problem. Sudan, they
Well,
have
then that's just another area that would flare up. So my point
no,
is
but
like,
no. Sudan actually can if Egyptians like have some balls and solve the issue in Sudan, and it is solvable. They can like
no, Nika, I was just
No,
making that
if
as my
Nika,
example.
if World War III starts, what Egypt will do is move into Sudan, and Sudan is gonna become another front of World War III, just like what Wyatt said, right? If India and Pakistan get involved, it'll be India and Pakistan fighting, not India attacking China or India attacking the United States.
Keep in mind that people are going to go to war before starving. Okay, that's a fact.
I know.
And the real lesson of this war.
Don't forget
and
that
the real lesson of this war, is not the use of drones or small squads or motorbikes, any of that. The real lesson of this war is it doesn't matter what weapons you have. It matters what weapons you can produce. That's the real lesson of this war.
Yeah.
So
no, but
I think Egyptian
detail. Egypt already is supporting the army, the actual army of the Sudanese, and they can only prevent the other Arab countries like UAE.
Nika, I don't want you to focus too much on just like Egypt.
Yeah,
I'm just giving an example of where you'd have these multiple flare-ups. So
I will say the example will be like this. No, it depends on which country cannot get the things they need. Then they will be weaponized. For example, if Egypt cannot get enough food, and then they can only buy from Russia. Let's say, for example, then Russia will be weaponizing them. They'll be like, if you want food, you do this for me. Then maybe Egyptian
close
army
the
will be
Suez
sent
Canal,
somewhere.
like close the Suez Canal, or you don't get fed.
Then they'll get the food. So if the countries don't have that kind of need to import from these superpowers that is going insane at each other, then they'll be safe. Like I think India and Middle East generally will be safe. Like Pakistan, all this, Iran will not do anything because Iran can't even deal with themselves right now. So they have a lot of problems inside of Iran as well. The water problem, food problem. So I think they will just sit it out as well, unless China force them to do something. So because China, they are big brother is China right now.
They will try.
Their
They will
economy
try.
would collapse if it wasn't for China. Iran with the
Yeah. But it depends whether does China have that kind of leverage on Iran then, because we do not know what's the kind of leverage. Like for now, it's just money, right? Because of selling oil. But if in the world war situation, money is not that important anymore. It's going to be food and water, safety. So then Iran may not want to answer to China's call because like there's no point getting yourself destroyed. So yeah, that's how I think in the world war situation is very different from the current situation where it's peacetime, where people are still playing games, like playing chess. Like if you're gonna die in a nuclear fireball, people are gonna think twice before they do something stupid.
Nunya, you're still muted, by the way. I saw you talking.
I don't want to say this, but South America has been quietly waiting for the time to finally come when America actually gets wrecked by a world war. So then South America can rise as a
fucking
superpower.
please. You guys can't take a shit.
Yeah, maybe the kingdom of Brazil is going to come back,
Yeah, the empire of Brazil and the empire of Paraguay are going to be the new hegemons.
Yeah. South America is going to be safe, I think, World War III. I'm pretty sure. But you also have to consider the fact, right? When the dominant powers go to war and there is no oversight, there is a possibility that, people who are not even involved in the war, but who have like a beef, they might just go after each other, right? Smaller nations might go, like them, random wars might pop up in Africa.
Oh
in
yeah.
Central Asia.
Yeah.
Central Asia.
Guaranteed to happen. Guaranteed.
Correct.
Dude, Rwanda's
So
taking
you're gonna-
million-person-sized cities right now with Goma and all these things, and no one's. It's like the least covered thing. There are cities like 8-9 times the size of Bakhmut, Pokrovsk falling right now in the DRC, and there's zero coverage.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody cares about the Africans.
Yeah, I mean, Rwandan rebels are technically better than Russia then.
And
Dude, Goma had a million people. Goma switched sides, and I didn't see CNN say shit. What the fuck?
No, but you guys don't. I heard, like, I was listening to something very related, but the actual jihadi movements in Sahel area and Somalia, they are very, very prominent, and they can they gain in a lot of territory, they gain in a lot of influence, and even without even World War III, they are advancing in a very big way, and they can even carve large areas without with a span of year or 2 or 3 years, because now there is no war on terror, because America is focused on China, and Russia is focused on Ukraine. So there is no Wagner, there is no France inside. So the area is fertile for them to spread, because they were like, and
They're
we
the
can have
Dothraki.
we
They're
can
the
have
Dothraki hordes.
a kind of like a large area of like ISIS, but African one. So
Boko Haram.
that's a very because there's a lot of factions. If they can unite and they can like spread, it will be crazy.
Nico,
man.
They are basically Dothraki on motorcycles. That's all. They're basically
Nico,
Dothraki
And
on
Toyotas.
motorcycles.
And Toyotas.
Yeah, and Toyotas.
Nico, which was the country in Africa where there was all the Christians recently killed?
I don't remember. And
I think Nigeria.
There are a
Pick
few.
anyone.
Nigeria have some.
everywhere. It's where
Yeah.
No,
everywhere.
but it was-
In
There
the
were some in
Sahel,
Mozambique.
the Sahel,
There were some in
the Sahel
Tanzania.
area.
Okay,
So
no,
I
but
think
there was
the
a lot of Christians that were killed because they were Christian. Because I don't even think it was a tribal thing.
That was in Congo and Uganda, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it wasn't.
Spitball, take your guess, everybody. It's probably right.
Yeah.
Well, I know Africans like to kill each other, but I just thought there was
like
there
the
was a-
European, like the
Yeah,
European.
I get you're referencing a specific event, but like this is literally every day. You're gonna have to be more.
There is
specific.
nothing better than European killing another European. Like we have World War I and II. We cannot like topple.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's another
Spanish.
thing. Like economically speaking, with the freezing of the Russian assets and like almost seizure of it being on the table, it's like there are so many worse conflicts that have happened recently that like, but Europe is willing to bet its future, their reputation, like Austria and like Switzerland, countries that are famous for being neutral, have sacrificed their neutrality for condemning just the Russian conflict.
Big mistake.
Like
mistake.
that like literally you're necking your future ability to mediate conflicts over this
Michael,
one
you
conflict.
do realize that they
Agreed.
didn't make this decision like on their own. You realize that they were pressured into it.
I get that, but like the Nazi Germany
They
was
weren't
like right next to
pressured by the
Switzerland and they
Nazi,
stayed
like,
neutral.
surrounding
They were
them.
definitely about to invade Switzerland and they
that's
stayed
why I
The
say
German
no.
Nazi were surrounding them, and they weren't pressured to do that, man. That's crazy.
So this is similar to the conversation we had earlier. Like even with Biden, like I say, all big powers, like all U.S. presidents, they always coerce the countries to force them to do things. Biden was doing it. He just didn't do it openly like Trump. No, he was doing it. Singapore, of all reasons, suddenly went to sanction Russia. Like that's totally against our national interest, and a lot of people is very unhappy about it in Singapore. So I'm quite sure in Switzerland it's the same thing. In Austria it's the same thing. Why the hell are you getting involved? We are supposed to be neutral. So no, we do not know what the hell Biden did. What kind of threat they have made against it. The various neutral countries. I'm not sure. Like for Singapore, maybe it's the F-35. It's like because we have our plans, right? We're gonna buy F-35s and a lot of our weaponries are American. Maybe Biden said that we're gonna cut off no supplies of or whatever if you don't support. Then it's going to mess up Singapore's security framework. So who knows? We do not know, and nobody. And you have to understand when the Ukraine war happened, no one that is non-pro Trump would imagine Trump coming back, or Trump is going to win the election the way he did. No one would imagine that. So no countries can plan their next 3-4 years plan based on the fact that Biden era orders or policies are going to change when the next president appear. No one can predict that. So that's the danger. So everybody just play ball and went to go after Russia and fucked up all our foreign policies. You see, Japan, they when they sanctioned Russia, they didn't think carefully that all their energy is coming from Russia, and they lost stake of the Sakhalin plant, and it's like they got nationalized. They're like, what the fuck? They fucked up. Then now the new prime minister say that they're going to sign a peace deal with Russia, maybe.
Well, the new woman is Trump going to meet with her? Like, they're calling her in the United
I think they are meeting now already in Malaysia because they have the ASEAN summit. So there is the ASEAN Japan summit. There's the ASEAN United States summit as well. I didn't know that there's an ASEAN United States one as well. Trump is attended. So and then on the sideline, I think Trump is meeting the Japanese Prime Minister as well. Then there's on the sideline that there's a peace deal between Thailand and Cambodia, and then there's also the
that's right. He's
trying
to do that. He's trying to end. Because Trump was doing this speech about he's going to end how many wars in the
and then he signed a mineral deal with Thailand, mineral deal with Cambodia, mineral deal with Malaysia, and then this will cover some of the rare earth stuff. Then he's going to go to South Korea to meet Xi Jinping, which will give Trump a trump card because like your rare earth control, is going to be weakened because now I have all these deals, and United States is already building
but we don't have. It'll take us 10 years to be able to refine all that. But yes, he will do that. But it's funny, like because I heard, I don't know what the new Japanese prime minister's name is, but they're calling her the female Trump. I don't know if you've heard that. Like
because she's right wing, and then now she's like she made very public statements, talking about remigration, she's going to stop all these illegal immigration stuff.
Immigration?
Because there's a lot of
protests. There's hardly any immigration in Japan.
No. You were right up until very recently, but because Japanese have always been extremely xenophobic, and in my opinion, for good reason. But recently, they have had a lot of people go to Japan, and they do not assimilate there. Japanese culture is very, very unique. And especially if you compare it to African or Middle Eastern cultures. These two they mix like oil and water. In other words,
I can tell you, even as a yellow skin guy, same as them, I go there, I would not be able to assimilate like fully properly. You know, I don't understand their custom. Even if I'm freaking East Asian and Chinese, and we have very similar heritage, I don't understand their custom because they're so different. Japan
Even
is
European,
very unique.
that's what I said. Everyone is like different from them. It's an island.
No. My point is, there's differences are on there's a spectrum. My point is, when you reach a certain level on that spectrum, it becomes the red line. Like it cannot happen. And basically, that is the opinion of the Japanese people when it comes to the Dune Coons like yourself. Like they just can't happen.
So the Japanese Prime Minister in the parliament, right, declared that the policy.
They cannot.
So they say that she said that no, the policy to bring in foreigners is not the solution to solve the population problem in Japan, and the only way to solve it is to have more babies.
Yeah,
and then she want to kick out all the foreigners that is not contributing to Japan. So the thing is, they have workers contributing. That's one thing, but then there are also people who are there to game the system. So she want to kick out all these people. I'm not sure about the immigrant workers. I don't think they will she will kick them out because you kick them out, the GDP will drop. So I think they're going to kick out all the useless one, the people that is just there for the welfare system and whatnot. And then she will probably try some creative way to boost the birth rate. But I think that's going to be very difficult because culturally,
economically, it's very difficult to boost the birth rate. But the migrants that they were allowed to stay there were the farmers that were not from Africa or the Middle East. They had people come from other countries, Southeast Asia,
very minimal.
There as farmhand. Those are the ones that she will allow to keep, but they won't give them. Because I don't know if you guys know about this, but citizenship in Japan is extremely restrictive. You know, I mean, you can't be. You're not Japanese because you were born in Japan, like most countries. But they are really strict. Not only that, you can't even own property in Japan if you're not a Japanese. So
now you can. So now they open up. So a lot of foreigners buy properties there, but they are not getting citizenship. So they are getting permit to live there, work there.
The whole foreigners
buy
are
property
3.2%. The whole foreigners.
But you're not citizens.
Just the whole foreigners are 3.2%. It's a minimum amount.
It's going to continue to increase until they change.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, it is restrictive now. But like, if Japan starts following a similar policy that the Democrats followed in America, that can change very easily, right? If your politics goes in the wrong direction, your demographics can change, especially when you have a very low birth rate. So yeah,
I think that's exactly what happened in the past few years. That I think the previous prime ministers have become the Democrat style.
He was looking for a quick fix, like so you get a huge amount of immigrants
and boost the GDP and everything, right?
And temporarily it does work. It's like a shot of cocaine. So
but
in
it's
the short term it works, but it does.
Yeah, that's why she's being called the Trump of Japan, because her policy ideas is close to the Trump way of thinking about MAGA.
It will not work on the Japanese mindset. That's the issue. You cannot force people to have children.
Depending on if anybody figures it out, it's going to be Japan, because
I think Japan will like dwindle in population. Even now, there is a crisis. People cannot sell their houses because there's a lot of houses, like empty houses. A lot of senior people.
Yeah, that's why they open to foreigners to buy. That's the main reason.
But now with this policy, like I said, Japanese are very, very difficult to change their habits and ideas, and I think it will get even the crisis.
You can change their culture.
Culturally, they're like very rigid.
So that's why I say it's a matter of leadership. So whether is she the kind of leader that can bring about a massive change of culture. Like in United States, Trump actually brought about a huge change. Like he forced in the anti-woke thing and then changed a lot of things. Of course, a lot of the anti-woke, a lot of woke people or anti-Trump people is not going to change. But the macro
we've gotten to the point
culture has changed.
We've gotten to the point where there were so many people that were silent in the United States, and it's kind of who is there anyone else here that's American besides me? No. there was a long. Oh, I'm sorry, Michael. Hey, brother.
Yeah, I'm from New
No,
York.
you're
By
a
the
fake
way,
American.
oh, you're
For
from
him,
New
you are
York.
a
Yo,
fake
Mike,
American.
come on. Hey, Wyatt, before I forget, make sure he gets the email so he can join the Telegram group if you haven't already done that with him.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was born
I
in
do not.
Texas,
I do that
and
now.
I'm from New York, and I grew up in New York. My whole life has been in New York. So
Homeboy, so did I. Born and raised in New York City, high school in the Bronx.
I'm not from the city. I'm from Syracuse. But
that doesn't count, man. All right, forget everything I said.
What are you talking about?
That's like bullshit. Like you're not.
What do you mean bullshit? It's the scenic part of New York.
Like that's like saying like, yeah, I'm from New York, and growing up in the Bronx and growing up in Syracuse is like saying, well, I grew up in like Florida, and anyway, I won't even get that. Anyway, I forget what I was going to say.
Can you share, Wyatt, just to add something, because can you share what you see, like the majority of immigrants are Asians. Like there is nothing. The most closest one is like the Brazilians, because the majority of those Brazilians are Japanese, and there is Americans, but the majority are Chinese, Vietnamese, South Koreans. Nothing like Nepalese. So everyone is like practically Asian. There is no European, no Arab countries, no like.
Right. But if you look at the YouTube videos, you see the people that are causing.
But those
my point is, as you said, because there's even though there's such a tiny percentage of the
they're more visible, yes, but not.
Well, no, it's not that they're more visible. It's the point that the point is that their culture is incompatible with Japanese
culture. Doesn't affect anything. They are like
actually, Nika, you're wrong. It's very visible. So there are certain cities that have enclave of Chinese people.
Very
so
visible,
the thing is, Japan. So in Japan, right, in certain cities, right, there's enclaves of Chinese people that literally open shop that only write Chinese signage, and they have like Chinese libraries. Then that's just only for Chinese, China people.
I'm not talking about Asian immigration. He was talking about European and
no, not European. I was talking about African and Middle Eastern.
Yeah. Where do you see African or Middle Eastern here? Where do you see?
Well, that's my point. Is like their numbers are so low that they're not even on the graph.
Exactly.
John. The people you're talking about, the videos you've seen, those are not immigrants. Those are tourists.
They're tourists, man. It's nothing to have to do with immigration. It's like something totally made up to have like better. To go with the flow with what.
So are you saying that you fucking Dunkungs are so bad that they can't even tolerate you as tourists? Never mind.
They don't like any tourists. No, they don't like any tourists.
Most tourists are like that.
You're so bad that they can't even tolerate you as tourists.
The most hated tourists in Japan are American tourists, by the way. Just to tell you something. The most hated tourists.
I can confirm. I went to Hokkaido, and I was in what's the big city there? So it starts with an S. It's Sapporo. I was in Sapporo. I was walking down a street, and there was like a bunch of like. I couldn't go down a street in Sapporo from my hotel without any day without some Western person basically being, here I am, I'm in Japan, we're in Japan.
You see, it's not even
like and I'm American. I'm just like, everybody was side-eyeing them, and even I'm an American, I was side-eyeing them.
Japan is.
Yeah, but how many like 12-year-olds did you see that the Americans were raping when you were in Japan?
Can't say.
John, that's not necessary. That's not necessary, right? Japan is an extremely polite and conservative society, and Americans, for the most part, are like Mr. Ted. Americans don't give a fuck about other cultures. Right?
We're not all like Mr. I love Mr. Ted, but we're not all like Mr. Ted.
Yeah, a lot of them
I love him. I love him, but Mr. Ted won't give a fuck about, bowing down, apologizing.
Well, no, but nor should we. I mean, because Japan is only allowed to exist because, I mean,
precisely.
Look, yeah,
exactly what you are saying. That's why they hate you guys.
Yeah, but look, they started the war. We ended it. Oh, you gotta read the
So super chat on Rumble. WTF, why does YouTube disappear all my Japan comments, even the ones that don't use no words? Suspicious. I have no idea, man. Very sus.
Are you censored in Japan, Wyatt?
Sorry?
Is your channel censored in Japan?
I hear he's big in Japan, actually.
I don't even think most of Japan actually knows anything about TPA. Like the 99.99999%. Like we are non-existent in Japan, I think, almost. Because Japan only speak Japanese. They don't speak. Their English is atrocious.
And a comment to the comments on the YouTube. I saw somebody saying money equals babies, and someone else was saying we need more housing or something like that. Housing does not directly correlate, and the societies that have the most babies tend to be the opposite of what you're talking about. And studies are also saying that housing has no direct correlation. Those of you who watch Kaiser Bausch and similar channels know what I'm talking about. So that's not the problem. They'll figure it out. I give them props. They'll probably figure it out.
I remember reading a report about the studies that the birth rate is correlated to the space, the size of the space you have. So it's not the house, but it's like the space. So like the suburbs of United States, you tend to have more children rather than compared to you living in the city, in a box like in Singapore. So I think that is the main thing. So, but then of course we have Russia, which also don't have babies. So like Ukraine as well. They also don't want to have babies.
It's because they want to stick themselves into those
Can you share this?
and stuff like this.
Yeah, but you guys have all heard the argument that it used to be that
maybe they're mistaking those guys with Arabs because they have the same tone. That's why the rapes coming up.
Yeah, we all know how bad the Israelis act.
But you see, there's South Koreans, Chinese, Taiwan, USA. But there's a majority are Asian countries.
Right. What is this? Sorry. What is this?
Tourists.
What is this table?
Those are
tourists.
Okay. It's a table of tourists. It's not even a table of immigrants.
I
has the largest
immigrants.
apartment building in Europe.
This is another one.
Okay. Well, anyway, can I just address the point about the lack of babies? Basically, most of the Western world is in a demographic
Tell me why I'm having
decline.
trouble, please. Thank you.
It's basically because it used to be before we industrialized that the more children you had, the more wealth you had, because it was basically free labor.
Right.
And then once we industrialized, and I agree. So the idea of living space and stuff like that is kind of BS because. Even in New York City, well, a lot of it has to do with women entering the workforce, and I'm not just going to go off on this whole.
That's what I'm going to say too. It's practically more about women working in forced space than anything else.
Well, I think there's a strong argument to be made for that because it used to be that the idea of you'd get married. And you'd find a man and you'd get married, and the woman's job, there was a division of labor, right? So the man's job was to go out and earn a living, and it was a woman's job to make the dollar stretch into a mile, right? To work that. And then corporations said, hey, you know what? We can double the workforce and cut salaries in half by having women come into it.
We can double the taxes,
and we'll call it liberation.
But there are also
we can double the taxes too,
double tax. Hey, that's a side benefit.
You were mentioning before
taxes.
that women are supposed to make the dollar stretch a mile. I used to be studying business and economics and stuff like this. Another layer of why things are the way they are right now is that fewer and fewer people care about the perception. They're more about the perception of what they buy rather than what they're actually buying, because people aren't as attentive to the value of the things that they're purchasing anymore.
Give me an example of that. I think I know what you mean, but give me an example.
So when you think that you're going to buy something, it's also indicative of inflation. So let's say that you're going to buy a hat. All right, this is a good small thing. You're going to buy a hat. Well, how about a brand of hat? So this brand, since 10 years ago, let's say the brand of hat that you were going to buy is generally high quality. But in the meantime, another brand of hat has gotten also higher quality. But that brand that you're going to buy. Well, that hat is the hat that everyone else has always been buying. I'm going to buy that hat because they have a history of good quality. Well, no one's really thinking about it. Well, this other brand has been improving their quality, and maybe this historically reliable brand has been, maybe it's an $8 or $5 hat now. They've outsourced to China. Their materials are cheaper. Because no one's perceiving that change in quality. You have that in cars, whereas cars are getting more expensive because of the quality. But people are like, well, back in like the 80s, you could buy a car, you could buy a house, but the quality is different. Maybe the materials, like houses and stuff like that. For instance, like
Michael, you're kind of running around. You're not addressing exactly the question that I asked about.
Yeah. No, what I'm using examples. So it's these are the types of things that could be changing. And to bring it back to your point, is that you would basically have, you as a group of people, you basically have somebody keeping track of stuff like that. Whereas you would be going to work and making the money, somebody would be basically having their whole job also being perceived how that money is also used. And now you're losing that, and people aren't keeping track of that. That's another thing that I'm trying to say.
Okay, so it's almost like a disinformation campaign, or people just don't have the time or energy to keep track of how.
Because you said I'm basically like leveraging what you said before, where the mileage of the money. Your comment on that.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't want you because you're going on about.
Yeah. I started just listing example after example after example. I probably could have simplified. My bad. Like
no, it's all good, brother.
But I like economics, so I just started thinking, well, what about asbestos? What about this, that, and the other thing? Like whatever. Sorry.
So let's do closing, because we are coming close to 7-hour mark. So Nunya, do you want to start first?
Yeah, sure. Well, it was a great session. Had a lot of fun. Met some new friends. Nothing really else to add other than, I think that the week ahead is going to be more of the same. I sort of see that Europe and Europeans are starting to sober up, and I think that they're starting to come to the realization that America's not going to come to the rescue, and also that they don't have anything, So I tend to think that this conflict will be wrapped up sooner than later. Now, I've said that before, and I've been wrong before, so it is what it is. But Ukraine really doesn't have much left, and the West doesn't have much left. So it's really just a mathematical equation at this point. There's no money, there's no weapons, there's no troops. So it is what it is. So I think that they're just trying to figure out a way to back out of it and save face. And that's what we're going through now. It's a process of how do we back out of this and still save face. So I guess we'll see what happens. Other than that, have a great one, everyone, and we'll check you later. Cheers.
Thank you, Nunya. Christopher Dobie, Super Chat. Uni teaches you loanable funds, which is false. Low. Actually, I don't understand.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I also don't get it.
Yeah, no one get it. Oh my God, Christopher. You can super chat again. Let us know. Yes, sorry. Desi. Oh, Desi is analyzing the sentence.
My turn.
Do you get it?
John will go first.
No. I thought you were looking so intensely at the sentence. I thought that you were analyzing it.
We thought you were the one person that understood what he was saying.
I think what I interpreted from it is basically he's saying like university professors do not use government funds for self benefit or something. Like, so I don't know. I don't get it really. Like, I don't think anyone here accused university professors of using government funds to benefit or anything.
Hey,
But, yeah.
do you guys think that do you guys think that if Germany had never declared war on the Soviet Union, that they could have won World War II?
No, they couldn't, Archimedes, and I explained to you 50 fucking times why they couldn't have. But we can have that conversation in VC.
What about Poland?
Archimedes is here to drag on the open mic session.
You don't see what he's doing there.
The mirror is not coming.
He's picking a subject without ending, man.
Yeah, he's just trying
Let's
to
talk about European values.
Because, do you want me to do my closing, Wyatt, or you want someone else to go?
Yes, please. Shabbos, closing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's Shabbos Goy. What the fuck is up with you Asians? You can't pronounce it. Shabbos Goy. Our job is to do the job of the Jew during Shabbos, okay? It's the Goyim's job to do the job of the Jew. Do you understand what a Shabbos Goy is?
Sorry, there's no Jews in Singapore. I don't understand. So,
okay, Google Shabbos Goy. I'm not kidding. I worked
You're so
as a
anti-Semitic, Wyatt. You're so
no. It's not anti-Semitic. I was a Shabbos Goy since I was 15
Wyatt.
years old.
I'm talking about Wyatt. He's so.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's anti-Semitic.
It's closing. We cannot interrupt. No interruption. It's
Yeah,
closing.
no interruption.
Closing.
I have
Sorry.
to finish my point. Okay, I just want to thank Wyatt. Thank you for doing this, Wyatt. It's greatly appreciated. All you mutts out there that haven't hit the fucking like button, like you're idiots. By the way, you can share this. There's a share link, by the way. You can put it on your other social media so other people can see this, okay? Help out the channel. Anybody can come on here. All you have to do is show your ugly mug like I do, okay? So yet I'm as ugly as anybody else on here, so just show it, okay? So come on here. We like more people coming on here. As far as like I won't do any more political commentary other than to say I said what I said, and I'm glad. By the way, Mike. Thanks for joining. It's glad to have new people here, and may the gods bless you and keep you. Next.
Okay.
Thank you, the non-Jew that help the Jews to work on days that they are not supposed to work. That's the closing.
Playing with the system, even with God.
Thank you, John, for helping the Jews. Thank you, Wyatt, for hosting this amazing platform where it's one of the rare places in the internet where you can actually come and, put your opinions forth. And I think, as John said, please like, share, and subscribe. And, share with people because, a lot of people may be narcissists like us, who like to share our own opinions rather than listening to other people. So send out the show to the world. Apart from that, things continue in Ukraine. Russia keeps getting closer. We don't know. Maybe they have already taken one of the cities, but the shadow fog of war persists. But it does seem like a bunch of Ukrainian cities may fall. I just pray for the soldiers of both sides that they somehow make it. There doesn't seem to be any peace, in sight in Ukraine. There did seem for a second that there would be peace in Gaza, but that has also collapsed completely. But we still drag on. But regardless of where the tide of geopolitics leads, you can count that we will always be here to come here and discuss and have a good banter. And as always, it was great talking to you guys. It was nice meeting you, Michael. I hope you come both here in OM and chat with us in VC. And that's it. I'll give it off to you then, Michael.
So VC means voice chat, and the voice chat refers to the lounge. So the lounge is exclusive for speakers only. And I just want to give Christopher Toby, the money worth. He or she, I'm not sure it's he or she because explain that the banks lend money by a double entry bookkeeping, not loanable funds like your savings. So they can't teach you what's actually happening in reality. Banks create double entry bookkeeping when they extend you a loan. I think Jure will be interested to talk about this. But yeah, he probably understands this better. Michael, closing statement.
Right. I've always wanted to join one of these open mics, but tonight was the first night that I had enough cocktails that gave me the bravery to join. So This is a message to chat. Remember to like, comment, favorite, and subscribe. If favoriting, they got rid of favoriting like a decade ago, but remember to like, comment, favorite, and subscribe to Wyatt's YouTube channel. All of them. They're all shared on the main channel. You can click all of them, and also to activate notifications. And I have followed geopolitics for a long time. I like economics, geopolitics. I really enjoy these things separate from this. There's a lot of nuance to all of these things, and hopefully now that I have joined, I can join in the future and give a little bit of an extra opinion on these things. Hopefully nothing too outlandish. I had some specific core things that I wanted to share with Wyatt today, but joining a group like this, you're always going to find new ideas. And I don't think that I see in the chat that there's just a couple comments about controlled opposition. I mean, if I do join and I'm eventually called controlled opposition, that would be pretty cool. I've never been controlled opposition before. But Wyatt, as before I end my thing, what do you say about? I'm sure people have asked you at the end of open mic before, because I see it in the chat a couple times. What do you say about the accusations of you also being controlled opposition?
Controlled by what? The only thing that controls me is my horniness. So other than that, no.
His wife won't sleep with him. That's what controls him.
Yeah,
birth rates.
Like as a creature, you are driven by your desire to mate and reproduce and whatever. You know, it's just like horniness and that's it. Everything else, come on. If I really want money, I would have been pro-Ukraine. You know, pro-Ukraine is the money.
You would have been Dennis Davidov, but from Singapore. Yeah.
Come on, Dennis Davidov is a millionaire, by reporting nonsense about Ukraine. So, millionaire, okay, you just go and count his Patreon, number of Patreons. And the amount of money you can estimate, and that's the only Patreon. Don't even talk about the money you earn from Google Ads. So,
Google Ads,
so,
he's getting literal money from states.
He's already retired.
Yeah.
Nika closing.
Yeah, I never had the courage to see his channel. I will puke, man. 100%. It will disgust me. Sure. I see a lot of some, not a lot, some pro-Ukrainians, and they anger me. Sometimes I don't even see the videos. I will just pick some videos to see them, but the rhetoric is out of control. They have a memory of a golden fish, and it's catastrophic. They make me angry, and I want to hit someone. And anyway, so they have a lot of amnesia. They forget. Like yesterday, they will say the Russians are losing and they don't have any missiles, and today they will have. Oh, they appear to be the most dangerous entity in the universe. Anyway, I cannot deal with this consistency. Even with you, Wyatt, I disagree with some points, but at least you are consistent with those, and I respect that. And of course, I will not follow someone who will change his opinion every 2 days. This is one thing. Of course, I told you guys, Israelis are not people who can keep any promise or any deal. That's a normal thing. And I was amazed that Americans care about Israel more than Israelis, because continuing this path will butcher what's left from the Israelis political scene, in the world. I think Trump is trying to salvage what left from Israeli image in the world, because if they continue for a few months, they will kill a lot of Gazans, which is bad, of course, but they will wreck even more what they have left. And the hypocrisy of the British, how dare the British police prevent the Maccabi racist football the football fans from going to Britain, but they are preventing Russia from going to any athletic or anything athletic, or it's hypocrisy 101. They are angry about Indonesia because they prevented the gym, but they don't care if Russia don't compete in any international team. You know, it's crazy. It's like make me like go crazy. It's the hypocrisy 101. And we see the Russian didn't do like even like 5% of what Israelis do. Anyway, I thought I don't know if the last OM we discussed the visit of Shara to Russia, or it's no, it's a new thing.
Last OM was a failure. Oh, I shouldn't
Yeah.
intervene. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, correct me, because I think people like saying Ashara is a sellout to the Western, and they are because he went to the West, and like now what they will say, it's like mixing messaging, you know, because I think he's trying to play both sides and get the best of both sides. That's the whole thing. But people cannot like understand that and think everyone is paid by the West and everyone is the Western are like so genius. They can play whole countries, but they cannot like manage their own countries. That's Russia will, as usual, as we said, will continue. I think the best thing that happened to Russia is Zelensky. He keep doing the mistakes he's doing. Russia will keep winning. I think they need to protect him so he can keep doing mistakes. And I nominate, even if I'm not American, I will nominate Trump to 2028 elections. Like, go Trump forever. Make America worse again. As worse as you can. And this is my honest opinion. I think Trump is doing a great favor for everyone else in the world by ravaging what left from any unity from USA. And if you guys don't like that, like grab your arms and fight yourselves together. Maybe that help also. Gabriel.
Gabriel, closing.
Yeah, thank you, Nika, for your Trump support. And I don't know if I should say this, but whoever is controlled by the horniness is controlled by Mossad eventually.
Please send me a few tens, no tens. I need only
yeah,
tens.
only tens. Instead of only fans, only tens.
I want to game their system.
Go Wyatt. I believe in you. You'll do it someday. No, but yeah, I thought it was really fun discussion. Very nice, interesting topics. Went around a lot. We didn't discuss a lot of issues that are going on, like the ceasefire in Gaza and Trump Rivera that's coming up there, and a lot of things. But I thought it was a very concise whirl around the world, and yeah, like I just want to clarify that either way, whether Trump succeeds in his plans or he fails, like I seriously believe that Latin America is going to win either way out of that circumstance. So I'm not partisan on my opinion on Trump. Like I consider that he might have a chance to actually, and I fundamentally agree with a lot of his like the conceptual proposals, like what he's at least the populist and even the protectionist. I agree with those things, but I'm just very skeptical about the way it's being carried out. But I may be wrong, but I would suspect, so I insist, especially for the Trump supporters, that they should pay attention to those details, to like what is the actual policy that is going to achieve the goals that you supported him for. And yeah, like if Trump actually achieves what he was voted in for. I think it would be positive for the world. I do think that it's positive that he's communicating with Russia, like even though it's all over the place, and I still think that's a improvement from the last administration. But there's a lot of room for suspicion in all of it, and we'll have to see and wait till it plays out to actually understand what's going on. But I would say that, you know, pay attention and make sure that you keep him accountable to the voting, to the campaign promises, and you don't get dragged into a retarded war on Venezuela, you know, which I do think that it would be like fun if it happened. You know, I'm not like absolutely against a war with Venezuela, but you know, I don't think it's good for the American project. And if Trump supporters get duped into that, it would just be a sad sight for the world to see, you know, see how you voted this guy on an anti-war platform, and then you just get duped by propaganda. And the same thing with the whole industrial revolution. Like, make sure that you're not getting just ripped off for these, you know, fad, trad, transhumanist tech bros, okay, that are taking it in all the investment money from the United States and the world to put it in a bubble so that it can then pop and they'll rip you off again like in 2008. So keep that in mind. And yeah, that's it. Have a good one. Thanks for the space, Wyatt. Like, share, and subscribe, and see you in the next one. Keep on
Thank
fighting.
you, Gabriel. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Michael, did you receive my email?
For what?
Yeah, for the link to join the lounge.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking in the lounge right now.
Oh, cool. Oh, okay,
Fuck
I'll see you there.
yeah.
All right.
See
So
you there,
thank you, everyone.
Michael.
So it's my turn to do closing. See you guys. Have a great week ahead. Bye, guys.
Goodbye,
I'll
Commander.
just remove you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna put this one up. And yeah, so thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 150. 150 already, you know, the 3 times 50 for the past week. Last week, I tried a unique timing and then it just went to shit. No, we don't have enough people and it was a short session. And like we just ran out of things to talk about. Then this week we talked so much things. So yeah, so you know, DP Open Mic, you know, clearly, you know, you can see that it's a people's platform. You know, without you guys, then it doesn't work. So you know, and yeah, so that's why I say it's not about me. You know, it's your platform. You know, so it only works when, you know, you guys are around. So hopefully you'll get there. I think an update on terms of the monetization situation. I just now checked. We are still, no, we need 1,000 subscribers on the Open Mic channel. So please subscribe over at the Open Mic channel. And in terms of viewer hours, we are just 100 public hours away. So I think 100 public hours, public watch hours away shouldn't be too far. I think should be easily gotten with this DP Open Mic. I think maybe within 1 week or two, at most 2 weeks, we're gonna get the viewing hours pass. But we are still short of the subscriber counts for 1,000 subs. Oh, sorry. We need. Oh, for that is for super chats. Yeah, I think. Let me see. Yeah, for Google Ads, I need 4,000 viewing hours, so that's still far away. So anyway, that's still 1,900. But yeah, we'll get there. I'll be trying to put up some new segments. Maybe like I'm responding to comments, you know, on this Open Mic channel, and see how this goes. I did post one video regarding the death of Daniel Naroditsky, the chess grandmaster, who got cyber bullied by by a former world champion, and to the point where he kind of just died of some weird circumstances. So yeah, but then that is not really like geopolitical or what. So no, I didn't put it on the main channel, so I thought put it on open mic channel since open mic is an open mic, right? So, but yeah, I'll try to do some other segments to boost the channel. Probably relating to more community based, like reading the comments and reacting to the comments is from the people, right? So in the open mic, so that's what I want to do, and we shall see. The Discord open mic, I didn't have the energy to do, so tentatively we'll hold that for now, because Discord also because I think the main channel is not growing, so end up the communities around DPA is also not growing that much. I mean, even though we're 100k, but the viewership, and I think, not sure, maybe it's the content strategy is not that good. I shall see how to improve. And next week's open mic, maybe not happening. I will try to make it happen, but I'll let you guys know, because of a football tournament that I'm co-running. But I let you guys know. I'll try to do it, and that's about it. So 7 hours over. So thank you for watching. Press the like button to subscribe, and I'll drop the outro. I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPI open mic, free speech zone. DPI open mic, we are live. DPI open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Find your safe space. Let's go, we are live. DPA open mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live.
We're all here from far and wide, voices bright like morning tide. In this world of news and change, together we rearrange. Conversations sparking light from the dark, we'll take flight. Different lands and views combined. In our words, new worlds we'll find. Rise up, speak out, together in the open mic. Deep echoes through the night, guiding the world to what is right. United not by where we stand, but by heart and open hand. Every voice a vital thread, we weave the truth in what is said. Rise up, speak out, together in the open mic. Deep echoes through the night, guiding the world to what is right. When the world seems out of sync, it's our words that make us think. From random thought to crazy speech, here we